Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The Balanklets. I did not believe in anything supernatural back then. I wish I still could say that. 8 years have passed since that winter, and most of my life has changed in ways that feel ordinary on the surface. I moved cities, changed careers, and learned how to live with a silence that used to belong to someone else. But some memories do not age the way others do. They stay exactly where they happened. The night everything began started as something completely normal. It was my friend Ethan's sister's wedding. At that time, I was 22 years old, studying mechanical engineering at a small university outside Austin. My life felt simple then, the way life often feels before it becomes complicated in ways you cannot undo. I drove out to the wedding with 2 friends from campus, Ryan and Mark. The 3 of us had classes together, long study nights, cheap late-night tacos, and the kind of friendships that form easily when everyone still believes the future will sort itself out. The ceremony was held at a ranch outside Fredericksburg. Texas Hill Country in winter has a very particular quiet. The cedar trees hold the cold in their branches, and the wind carries the faint mineral smell of limestone after sunset. Even the air feels older there. When we arrived just before 4 in the afternoon, the sky already had that pale winter color that means darkness will come early. String lights were hanging across the ranch yard, glowing softly against the low fog beginning to form in the fields. Music drifted out from a rented barn. Someone was grilling brisket nearby. It smelled incredible. For a few hours, everything was warm and easy. People laughed loudly. Boots crunched in the gravel driveway, and the barn filled with the comfortable noise of a wedding reception that had not yet grown messy. I remember holding a paper plate to barbecue and watching Ethan dance with his grandmother under the lights. That moment stayed with me. It felt peaceful. Ryan and Mark drank more than I did that night. They always did. I had agreed to drive us back toward Austin afterward, so I kept my drinking light and slow. The party went late. By the time we finally left the ranch, the sky had turned completely black, and the fog had thickened across the empty country roads. Ryan and Mark were half asleep in the back seat before we even reached the highway. The road home cut through miles of rural land, the kind of quiet Texas back roads where headlights become the only moving light for long stretches of time. Fog hovered low over the pavement, blurring the edge of the beam from my headlights. The drive should have taken about 2 hours. I remember glancing at the dashboard clock when we pulled onto the highway. It was a little after midnight. The road was empty. For a long time, the only sound in the car was the steady hum of the tires and the occasional soft snore from the back seat. About 40 minutes into the drive, I felt the pressure of a full bladder becoming impossible to ignore. There were no gas stations in sight, just fields and darkness. So I pulled the car onto a gravel shoulder beside a narrow rural road and stepped out into the cold night air. The fog was thicker outside the car. It felt almost damp against my face. The engine ticked quietly as it cooled, and the headlights cast a pale cone across the roadside grass. I walked a little distance away from the car, toward a darker patch of ground beside a low cluster of trees. It was one of those small decisions people make without thinking. Just a quick stop, just a moment. I remember noticing the ground felt uneven beneath my shoes like old stones buried in dirt. I assumed it was broken limestone or maybe a patch of gravel washed from the road. I did not look closely. The fog made it difficult to see more than a few feet anyway. I finished quickly and walked back toward the car, rubbing my hands together against the cold. That was when I thought I saw someone standing near the passenger side door. A woman, I think. The shape was faint in the fog. Still, silent. For a moment I froze. Then I blinked. The space beside the car was empty. The fog shifted slightly, and the headlights illuminated nothing except the closed door and the faint swirl of mist moving through the air. I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks on my eyes. Ryan shifted in the back seat as I opened the driver's door and climbed back inside. The warmth of the car heater wrapped around me again. It felt good. For a moment I sat there adjusting the mirrors before pulling back onto the road. That was when I saw her again. Only this time, it was in the rearview mirror. She was sitting in the back seat, right beside Ryan. Her face was pale in the dim reflection, her dark hair hanging forward as she leaned slightly toward the center of the car. I felt my stomach drop instantly. I turned around. Ryan was slumped against the window. Mark was snoring softly. No one else was there. The seat beside them was completely empty. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I laughed nervously and shook my head, telling myself the same thing I always told myself back then whenever something felt strange. You are tired. You are imagining things. The road stretched ahead of us through the fog, long and empty, but for the rest of the drive home, every time I glanced into the rearview mirror, I thought I saw her sitting there again, always in the same place, always gone the moment I turned around. Ryan eventually woke up and asked why I kept checking the mirror. I told him what I thought I had seen. He laughed immediately. Mark laughed too. They both told me I needed more sleep and less imagination. At the time, I believed them. When I finally dropped them off at their apartments and drove the last few minutes home alone, I felt relieved to see the familiar streetlights near my house. My parents were already asleep when I arrived. Our house sat on a quiet residential street, the kind where porch lights stay on all night, and dogs bark softly behind wooden fences. I parked in the driveway and turned off the engine. The silence after the engine stopped felt heavier than usual. I sat there for a moment, rubbing my eyes. Then I reached into the back seat to grab my jacket. That was when I saw it. Resting on the fabric of the seat, right where the figure had appeared in the mirror all night. A small silver anklet, delicate, thin, with a single tiny bell attached. I held it in my hand for a long moment. The bell made a faint sound when it moved, soft, hollow. I told myself it must have fallen from someone's jewelry earlier in the day. Maybe from the wedding. Maybe from my sister when she had borrowed the car last week. That explanation felt reasonable enough, so I tossed the anklet into the small trash bin beside the driveway before heading inside. I locked the door quietly. The house was dark and still. As I walked past the hallway toward my bedroom, I felt a sudden rush of cold air brush past my shoulder, like someone had moved quickly beside me. I stopped walking. The hallway behind me was empty, completely still. I told myself it was just the heater turning on, just the house settling, and eventually I went to bed. But sleep did not come easily that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the same pale face staring back at me. And sometime later, in the quiet dark of my room, I heard something I could not explain. A faint, metallic sound, very soft, like a tiny bell moving somewhere in the house. At the time, I believed the strange night had ended the moment I closed my bedroom door. Looking back now, I understand it had only just begun. The night had seemed to end when I closed my bedroom door. Yet the faint memory of that tiny bell stayed somewhere in the back of my mind. Like a sound my brain refused to file away properly. Morning arrived slowly the next day. Winter light filtered through my bedroom blinds in thin, pale lines, and for a few seconds after waking, I felt the quiet relief of realizing I was home and safe. My room looked exactly the same as it always had. The same desk covered with textbooks. The same faded Texas Longhorns poster hanging crooked above the dresser. Nothing had changed, at least, that was what I believed at first. My mouth felt dry from the night before. The taste of barbecue smoke and cheap beer still lingered faintly on my tongue. I sat on the edge of the bed for a while, rubbing my face and trying to shake the fog of sleep from my head. It was probably around 9 in the morning. I could hear the familiar sounds of the house downstairs. Cabinets opening, plates clinking. My mother humming quietly while she made breakfast. Normal sounds, comforting sounds. For a moment I just listened. Then I stood up and walked down the hallway toward the stairs. The house smelled like coffee and buttered toast. My father was already sitting at the kitchen table reading a local newspaper, his glasses sliding halfway down his nose the way they always did. My younger sister Emily was there too, scrolling lazily through her phone while she picked at a plate of scrambled eggs. It felt like any other Sunday morning. I poured myself a cup of coffee and sat down across from them. The mug was warm against my hands. The heat felt good. For a moment I forgot about the strange drive home. My mother asked about the wedding. I told them it had been nice. Ryan and Mark had drunk too much. The brisket had been incredible. The drive home had been foggy and slow. All very ordinary details. I did not mention the woman in the mirror. It sounded ridiculous even inside my own head. My father chuckled when I told him about Ryan falling asleep in the car before we even reached the highway. Emily laughed too. The conversation drifted easily from one topic to another. My father talked about work. My mother reminded me I needed to finish my college applications for the summer internship program. It was the kind of comfortable family moment people rarely notice while it is happening. Then I looked down beneath the table, and my stomach turned cold. Resting on the hardwood floor near the leg of my chair was a small silver anklet, the same one I had thrown away the night before. The tiny bell attached to it reflected the morning light from the kitchen window. For several seconds I just stared at it. My coffee cooled slowly in my hands. Emily noticed first. "Hey," she said casually, pointing at the floor. "Is that mine?" Her voice sounded distant to my ears. I bent down and picked up the anklet. The bell made that same faint hollow sound as it moved. I turned it slowly in my fingers. "I thought I threw this away," I said quietly. My mother glanced over from the stove. "Threw what away?" "This anklet," I replied. Emily leaned over the table. "It is not mine," she said. "I do not even wear those." My father looked up briefly from his newspaper. "Probably got stuck to your shoe or something," he said. "Things traveled around houses all the time." That explanation sounded reasonable enough. Still, something about the cold weight of the anklet in my palm made my skin feel slightly uneasy. I placed it on the counter beside the sink and tried to ignore the strange tightening feeling in my chest. The rest of the morning passed normally. I spent a few hours finishing homework in my room, occasionally checking my phone or staring out the window at the quiet neighborhood street. Winter clouds hung low across the sky, turning the sunlight gray and dull. At one point I made a bowl of instant ramen and carried it back upstairs. The warmth of the soup felt good in my hands. Small comforts matter more than people realize. While I sat there eating, I noticed something odd. I felt unusually tired. Not the normal kind of tired that comes from staying up late at a party. This was different. My arms felt heavy. My thoughts moved slower than usual. I rubbed my eyes and blamed it on poor sleep. Still, the feeling stayed with me the entire afternoon. Around 3 in the afternoon, my sister knocked on my bedroom door. "Did you move my stuff again?" she asked. I turned in my chair. "What stuff?" "The jewelry box on my dresser," she said. "It was open when I got home from the store." I frowned slightly. "I have not been in your room." She shrugged. "Maybe Mom moved it." Emily wandered off again without another thought, but something about the question stuck in my mind. Later that evening, the house grew quiet again. My father went out to run errands. My mother sat in the living room watching television while folding laundry. Emily disappeared into her room to talk with friends online. I stayed upstairs studying. The hours drifted slowly. The sun set early behind the trees, and the sky outside my window faded into the deep blue color that always comes just before night settles in completely. Around 9 in the evening, I finally closed my laptop. My head felt foggy again. I stood up and stretched my arms, trying to wake myself up. The house had gone almost completely silent. Then I heard something. A faint metallic sound. Soft. Hollow. The same tiny bell. I froze. The sound came from somewhere down the hallway. Very faint. Very slow. For a moment I stood there listening, telling myself it had to be something ordinary. A spoon falling in the sink. A piece of metal shifting somewhere in the house. But the sound came again. A soft chime, like a small bell being moved gently. I stepped into the hallway. The lights downstairs cast a dim yellow glow up the staircase. Everything else was dark. "Emily?" I called quietly. No answer. The hallway carpet felt cool beneath my feet as I walked slowly toward the stairs. Another chime echoed faintly from somewhere below. My pulse began to beat a little faster. I told myself not to be ridiculous. Houses make sounds all the time. Metal pipes expand. Objects settle. Wind moves things slightly. Still, the sound had rhythm. A slow movement. A slow movement. A bell being carried. I reached the top of the stairs and looked down. The living room lights were on. But the couch was empty. The television flickered quietly with muted commercials. "Mom?" I called. No answer again. The house suddenly felt larger than usual. The silence stretched through every room like a held breath. Then I heard the bell once more. This time from directly behind me. A tiny, delicate chime, right inside the hallway. I turned slowly. The corridor behind me was empty. Every door closed. Every light off. Nothing moving. My heart pounded harder now. For a moment I wondered if I should just laugh at myself and go back to my room. But then I noticed something lying on the carpet near the door to Emily's bedroom. Something silver. I walked toward it slowly. Each step felt strangely heavy. When I reached the spot, I already knew what I was about to see. The small silver anklet rested quietly on the floor. The bell was still moving slightly, as if it had just been dropped. And in the silent hallway of my family home, that tiny bell gave one final soft chime. At the time, I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. But that was the last moment in my life when the word logical meant anything at all. The anklet had appeared again in the hallway that night. The tiny bell still swaying slightly, as if someone had just set it down and walked away. I did not touch it right away. For a moment I simply stood there in the quiet hallway, staring at the thin silver chain resting against the carpet fibers. The bell moved once more, giving a faint hollow sound that seemed far louder than it should have in such a silent house. My first thought was ridiculous. Maybe Emily was playing some kind of prank. That idea felt comforting for about 5 seconds. Then I remembered she had been downstairs earlier, and I had not heard her walk past me on the stairs. Still, my brain wanted an explanation. Any explanation. So I picked up the anklet and knocked on my sister's bedroom door. "Emily?" No response. I knocked again. The door creaked open slowly when I pushed it. Her room was empty. The lights were off, and the soft glow of her computer monitor illuminated the desk near the window. Her chair sat pulled halfway back, like someone had just stood up from it, but the room itself was completely silent. I stood there for a moment holding the anklet. A strange thought crossed my mind then. I checked my phone battery. It was an automatic habit, something normal to focus on. 37%. That small, ordinary detail felt strangely grounding. I placed the anklet on Emily's dresser and left the room, telling myself the mystery had probably been nothing more than a misunderstanding. downstairs, my mother was still in the living room folding laundry. The television murmured quietly. She looked up as I entered. "You look pale," she said. "I am just tired," I replied. She nodded and went back to folding shirts. The rest of that night passed quietly. But the next morning was when things began to change in ways that were harder to ignore. I woke up with the same heavy feeling in my body, like I had not slept at all. My tongue felt dry, my arms felt weak. For a moment I sat on the edge of the bed trying to remember my dreams, but nothing came back clearly. Just fragments. Fog. A road. The faint sound of a bell. I shook my head and forced myself to stand. Downstairs the house was quieter than usual. My father had already left for work, and Emily had gone to campus early for one of her classes. My mother sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a stack of bills spread in front of her. She looked worried. "Your father had another bad day at the store," she said quietly. "He owned a small clothing shop downtown, something he had built over almost 20 years. Business had slowed recently, but none of us had thought much about it before. Probably just a slow season," I said. She nodded slowly. "I hope so." I grabbed a piece of toast and sat across from her. While we talked, something strange caught my eye again. The anklet. It lay beneath the kitchen table near my foot. The tiny bell glinted faintly in the morning light. For a few seconds I simply stared at it. I knew for a fact I had left it on Emily's dresser the night before. I had watched my own hand place it there. My mother noticed my expression. "What is wrong?" she asked. I leaned down and picked up the anklet again. "I keep finding this thing everywhere," I said. She looked at it briefly. "Probably belongs to someone from the wedding," she replied. I nodded slowly. That explanation should have satisfied me. Instead, it left a strange hollow feeling in my chest. Later that afternoon, I drove to campus for a study group. Classes were normal. People talked about exams, internships, and weekend plans. The ordinary noise of college life wrapped around me like it always had. Still, something felt slightly off. My concentration drifted more than usual. At one point, I caught myself staring at a blank notebook page for almost 5 minutes without writing anything. My friend Ryan nudged my shoulder. "Man, you look exhausted," he said. "Did you even sleep?" "Not much," I admitted. He laughed. Wedding hangover. Maybe he was right. That was the explanation I clung to for the next few days. But small things kept happening. Strange things. The anklet appeared again in different places around the house. Once on the kitchen counter. Once beside the front door. Once sitting on my desk when I returned from campus. Each time I moved it somewhere else. Each time it found its way back. I stopped mentioning it to my family. It sounded too strange out loud. A week passed like that. Then something far worse happened. It was a Thursday evening when the phone call came. My father answered it first. I remember hearing his voice change instantly, a sharp intake of breath. My mother looked up from the couch. "What happened?" My father did not answer right away. He slowly lowered the phone from his ear. His face had gone pale. "It is Michael," he said quietly. Michael was my older brother. He worked as a junior architect in downtown Austin and usually came home around 5 in the evening. But that night it was already past 9. "What about him?" my mother asked. "He was in an accident." The words seemed to hang in the air for a moment. My mother stood up immediately. "What kind of accident?" "A truck," my father said softly. My chest tightened. "He is alive," my father continued quickly. "They took him to St. David's Hospital. Everything after that moved quickly." We grabbed our coats. The car ride to the hospital blurred into a stretch of flashing lights and quiet panic. I remember the cold air outside the emergency entrance. The smell of disinfectant inside the hallway. Doctors speaking in calm, measured voices. My brother had been hit by a truck while riding his motorcycle home from work. His legs had taken the worst of the impact. Both were severely broken. But the doctors believed he would survive. They called it a miracle. For months afterward, our lives revolved around hospital visits and recovery appointments. My brother endured surgery after surgery, metal rods, physical therapy, slow healing. Through all of it, our family held together the best we could. But something else had begun quietly during that time, something none of us fully understood yet, because while my brother fought to recover, my sister Emily began to change. At first, it was small things. She complained that she felt watched while studying in her room. Sometimes she said she heard footsteps in the hallway at night. Other times she said she smelled something strange in the house, like damp earth or old stone. I told her she was just stressed. Our whole family was. Hospitals have a way of draining the life out of everyone connected to them. Still, Emily kept bringing it up. "Someone is watching me," she whispered once while we sat together in the living room. "No one is watching you," I told her gently. But the look in her eyes stayed with me. Fear. Real fear. And I remember thinking something else then. Something I did not say out loud. Because the tiny silver anklet had started appearing in Emily's room more often than anywhere else in the house. Sometimes beside her bed. Sometimes near the closet door. The bell always silent. Waiting. At the time, I believed Emily was simply overwhelmed by everything happening in our family. I had no idea she had already started seeing something the rest of us could not. Emily had begun saying she felt watched inside her own room, and at the time I believed it was nothing more than stress. Our family had been living inside hospitals and waiting rooms for weeks, and anyone would have been on edge. But the feeling in her voice when she spoke about it was different. It was not dramatic. It was quiet. The kind of fear that sits beneath someone's words instead of inside them. My brother Michael's recovery became the center of everything during those months. After the surgeries, he had to stay in the hospital for several weeks before finally coming home in a wheelchair. Our house changed after that. The living room furniture was rearranged so he could move around easily. The hallway rug was rolled up to prevent the wheels from catching on it. Ramps were installed over the front steps. Life adjusted itself slowly around his injuries. And while we focused on helping him recover, Emily became quieter. At first, none of us really noticed. She still went to classes. She still joined us for dinner most nights. But the easy laughter she used to carry around with her had faded. One evening about a month after Michael returned home, I found her sitting alone on the back porch. The winter air had turned colder by then. The cedar trees behind our yard swayed gently in the wind, their branches making a faint whispering sound that always reminded me of distant ocean waves. Emily sat wrapped in a thick sweater, staring out into the dark yard. "You are going to freeze out here," I said as I stepped outside. She did not turn immediately. "Do you ever feel like someone is standing behind you?" she asked quietly. Her question caught me off guard. "What do you mean?" She pulled her knees up slightly against the porch chair. "Like you are not alone, even when you know you should be." I leaned against the porch railing. "You have been watching too many horror movies," I said lightly. She shook her head slowly. "I am serious." There was a pause between us. The cold air smelled faintly of wet leaves and cedar bark. "I hear something at night sometimes," she continued. "What kind of something?" "A bell." The word hit me harder than I expected. I tried not to show it. "A bell," I repeated casually. She nodded. "Very small, like jewelry." My mind immediately jumped to the anklet. For a moment I considered telling her about it, then I decided not to. Why make her imagination worse? "It is probably just something in the house," I said. "Pipes, maybe." Emily did not respond. Instead, she looked back out toward the dark yard. "I think it is inside my room sometimes," she whispered. The wind moved through the trees again. I felt a faint chill run down my arms. Listen, I said after a moment. Everyone is stressed right now. Michael's accident shook all of us. Your brain is probably just trying to process everything. That explanation sounded logical enough. But Emily did not look convinced. The weeks continued to pass. Spring began creeping slowly into the air. The cold mornings softened. The trees in our neighborhood started to grow fresh leaves again. Michael began physical therapy. Life moved forward, yet Emily's behavior continued to change. She slept less. Dark circles appeared beneath her eyes. Sometimes she seemed distracted during conversations, as if she were listening to something none of us could hear. One afternoon, my mother mentioned it quietly to me in the kitchen. "Have you noticed how tired Emily looks lately?" she asked. "I have," I admitted. "She says she is not sleeping well." I shrugged. "College stress." My mother sighed softly. "I hope that is all it is." But the real moment when things began to worry me happened one night about 3 months after the accident. It was late. The house had already gone quiet. Michael had taken his pain medication and fallen asleep early. My parents had gone to bed around 11. I stayed up a little later finishing a paper for one of my classes. The clock on my desk read 12:47 a.m. when I finally closed my laptop. The house felt still, peaceful. I stretched my arms and stepped into the hallway to grab a glass of water from the kitchen. As I passed Emily's bedroom door, I noticed something strange. The light under her door was on, and I could hear her talking. At first I assumed she was on the phone, but when I paused to listen more carefully, I realized something unsettling. There was only one voice, Emily's. She sounded like she was whispering. Very quietly. The words were too soft to understand clearly, but the rhythm of the conversation was obvious. She spoke, then paused, then spoke again, as if someone else was responding. I felt a strange tightness in my chest. For a moment I told myself not to be ridiculous. People talk to themselves sometimes, especially when they are stressed. Still, the quiet whispering continued. I stepped closer to the door. "Emily?" I called gently. The whispering stopped instantly. Silence filled the hallway. A few seconds passed. Then her voice came through the door. "Yes? Are you okay?" I asked. "Yeah." Her answer sounded normal. Too normal. "Who were you talking to?" I asked. There was a short pause before she replied. "No one." I stood there for another moment. The hallway felt colder than usual. Finally I said, "All right, just making sure." I walked down the stairs toward the kitchen, but as I reached the bottom step, I heard something behind me. A faint metallic chime. Soft. Hollow. The same tiny bell. I turned slowly. The upstairs hallway was dark now. Emily's bedroom light had turned off, but for just a second, only a fraction of a moment, I thought I saw a shape standing near her door. A figure. Tall. Still. Watching. When I blinked, the hallway was empty again. The bell gave one last quiet sound. Then everything went silent. I did not sleep much that night, and over the following weeks, Emily began saying something that made the situation far more unsettling. Because she no longer claimed she only heard the bell. She said she could hear someone walking in her room. Soft footsteps. Very slow. Always circling the bed. Always stopping beside her. And one night she said something that made the hair on my arms rise immediately. "She is getting closer," Emily whispered. I stared at her. "Who is?" Emily looked at me with eyes that seemed older than they should have. "The woman with the bell." At that moment, a memory from that foggy road outside Fredericksburg came rushing back into my mind. The pale shape beside my car. The figure I had seen in the mirror. And the cold realization began creeping slowly through my thoughts. Because Emily had never been told about that night. Not once. Yet somehow she knew about the bell. And she knew about the woman. Emily had described the woman with the bell without ever hearing my story about the foggy road. And that realization stayed in my mind long after our conversation ended. At first, I still tried to convince myself it was coincidence. The human brain is very good at protecting itself from conclusions it does not want to face. It builds explanations quickly, stacking them on top of one another until something almost believable forms. Maybe Emily had seen the anklet lying around the house. Maybe she had imagined the rest. Maybe my memory of the figure in the mirror had been nothing more than exhaustion and fog. All of those ideas sounded reasonable. But none of them made the uneasy feeling in my chest disappear. Over the next few weeks, Emily's sleep grew worse. Sometimes I heard her moving around her room late at night, the floorboards creaking softly beneath her footsteps. Other nights she stayed completely silent, which somehow felt even more unsettling. My mother noticed the change first. "She barely eats breakfast anymore," she said quietly one morning while we stood in the kitchen. Emily had just left for class, her backpack hanging loosely from one shoulder, her eyes still heavy with exhaustion. "Maybe she should see a doctor," my mother added. "Probably just stress," I replied automatically. It had become my default answer. Still, I could not ignore what I had been seeing. Emily's face had grown thinner. The dark circles beneath her eyes had deepened. And sometimes, when she thought no one was watching, she stared into empty corners of the room with an expression that looked very much like fear. One evening in early spring, I decided to talk to her again. The sun had just finished setting, leaving the sky outside our kitchen window painted in soft shades of purple and gray. The smell of dinner still lingered in the air. Emily sat alone at the table, slowly stirring a cup of tea. "You look exhausted," I said gently as I sat down across from her. She gave a small shrug. "I barely slept last night." "Still hearing things?" She nodded faintly. "The bell again?" "Yes." Her voice was quiet, almost careful. "Anything else?" I asked. Emily hesitated. For a moment I thought she might change the subject. Instead, she leaned forward slightly. "She stands near the closet sometimes." My stomach tightened. "The woman?" I asked. Emily nodded. "She does not move much. She just watches." The kitchen suddenly felt colder. I forced a calm expression onto my face. "You are probably dreaming," I said. "No." Her answer came instantly. "She is there when I am awake." We sat in silence for a few seconds. The refrigerator hummed softly in the background. Finally I asked, "What does she look like?" Emily stared into her cup. "Her hair is long," she said slowly. "Dark. It hangs in front of her face most of the time." My mind flashed back to that night on the road. The fog. The faint figure near the car. The reflection in the mirror. "Does she ever say anything?" I asked. Emily shook her head. "No." "Then how do you know she is watching you?" Emily looked up at me. Her expression made something cold crawl slowly along my spine. "Because when I close my eyes," she whispered, "I can feel her breathing." I did not have an answer for that. Later that night I found myself lying awake in bed again. The house had gone completely quiet. Even the wind outside had settled. I stared at the ceiling for a long time, trying to convince myself that Emily's experiences were simply the result of stress and exhaustion. But a small part of my mind kept returning to one uncomfortable fact. She had described the bell before I ever mentioned it. Eventually sleep began to creep over me. Just as I started drifting off, I heard something faint, a soft metallic sound. My eyes opened instantly. The bell. Very quiet, very close. For several seconds I lay perfectly still in the darkness, listening. Another faint chime echoed somewhere in the house. Then another. Slow, patient. My heartbeat grew louder in my ears. The sound was coming from the hallway. I sat up slowly in bed. The digital clock beside me read 2:13 a.m. The house was otherwise silent. I stepped out into the hallway. The air felt colder there than inside my room. The dim nightlight near the staircase cast a weak glow across the carpet. Nothing moved. Then I heard the bell again. This time it came from Emily's room. A single delicate chime. I walked toward her door. The floor creaked softly beneath my feet. When I reached the door, I noticed something strange. It was slightly open. Just enough to see a narrow strip of darkness inside. "Emily?" I whispered. No answer. The bell chimed again. Very softly, I pushed the door open. The room was dark except for the faint light of the moon shining through the window. Emily lay asleep on the bed, her blanket pulled tightly around her shoulders. For a moment, everything looked completely normal. Then my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I saw something standing beside her bed. A figure, tall, still, the long shape of dark hair hanging forward. My breath caught in my throat. For one frozen second, I stared directly at it. Then the moonlight shifted slightly through the window. The shape disappeared. The corner of the room was empty. My heart pounded violently as I stepped closer to the bed. Emily stirred slightly in her sleep, but did not wake. The room was silent again, except for one thing. On the floor beside her bed lay the small silver anklet. The tiny bell still moving slightly. I picked it up slowly. The metal felt colder than the air around it. As I stood there in the darkness, another thought crept quietly into my mind. A thought I had been trying to avoid for weeks. What if Emily was not imagining the woman at all? What if she was simply the only one who could see her clearly? Because that night, for the first time since the foggy road outside Fredericksburg, I had seen the shape again, and the longer I held that cold silver anklet in my hand, the more certain I became of something else. The woman with the bell had not followed Emily. She had followed me, and somehow, without understanding how or why, she had found her way inside our home. The longer I stood in Emily's room that night, holding the cold silver anklet in my hand, the more certain I became of something I had been trying very hard not to believe. The woman had followed me, not Emily. Me. I stood beside the bed for several seconds after that realization, listening to the slow rhythm of Emily's breathing as she slept. Her face looked pale in the faint moonlight coming through the window, but peaceful in a way I had not seen for weeks. For once, she did not look afraid. The room itself felt strangely still. No movement, no sound, just the quiet house around us. I placed the anklet carefully on the dresser and stepped back into the hallway. My heart was still beating faster than normal. For a moment, I stood there staring at Emily's door after closing it, half expecting to hear the bell again. But the house remained silent. Eventually I returned to my own room and forced myself to sleep. Morning arrived slowly, wrapped in the soft gray light of early spring. The smell of coffee drifted upstairs again, just like it always did. For a brief moment I considered telling my family everything. The road, the mirror, the figure. But even thinking about saying those words out loud made them feel absurd. So I kept the story to myself. At breakfast, Emily looked slightly better than she had in weeks. She even smiled once when Michael joked about the physical therapist trying to turn him into a marathon runner. That small moment of normalcy felt encouraging. Maybe things were improving. Maybe the strange nights had finally passed. But the peace did not last long. 3 days later, Emily stopped sleeping almost entirely. I noticed the change one evening when I came home from campus. She sat in the living room staring at the television, though the screen itself had been paused on the same image for several minutes. Her eyes looked hollow. "Did you sleep last night?" I asked. She shook her head slowly. "She walks around the bed all night." My chest tightened. "The woman?" I asked quietly. Emily nodded. She does not stop. My mother looked up from the kitchen. "Emily," she said gently, "maybe you should see a doctor." Emily did not respond. Instead, she looked toward the hallway. For a moment, her eyes followed something none of us could see. Then she looked back down at the floor. That night, my parents made the decision to take her to a doctor. The appointment happened 2 days later. The doctor listened patiently while Emily explained her sleepless nights and the feeling of being watched. He asked calm questions. How long had the symptoms been happening? Did she feel anxious during the day? Did she ever hear voices? Emily answered honestly, but she did not mention the woman, not once. The doctor eventually suggested what he called stress-related insomnia. He prescribed sleeping pills. For the first night, they seemed to work. Emily slept almost 10 hours. The house felt peaceful again. The next night, she slept too. My parents looked relieved. I tried to feel the same. But something about the quiet in the house felt slightly wrong, as if the silence were waiting. Then, 3 nights later, everything changed again. It was nearly midnight when I heard Emily scream. The sound shot through the house like a shockwave. I jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway. My parents were already rushing toward her room. Michael struggled to wheel himself out of the living room behind us. When we burst into Emily's room, she was sitting upright in the bed. Her breathing was fast and uneven. Her eyes were wide with terror. "What happened?" my mother asked quickly. Emily pointed toward the closet. She was standing there. My father switched on the light. The closet door stood slightly open. Inside, nothing moved, just clothes hanging quietly in the dim space. She leaned close to my face, Emily whispered. My mother sat beside her on the bed. "It was a nightmare," she said softly. Emily shook her head violently. "No, she was right here." Her voice trembled. She rang the bell next to my ear. The room fell silent. I felt a cold shiver move slowly down my back, because I had not told anyone something important. That night, just before Emily screamed, I had heard the bell too. Very faint, somewhere in the house. The sleeping pill stopped working after that. Emily's nights became worse. She barely slept at all. Sometimes she paced her room until morning. Other times, she sat curled in the corner of the bed staring toward the closet door. My parents grew more worried with every passing day. The doctor adjusted her medication twice. Nothing helped. Then something happened that frightened me more than anything else up to that point. One afternoon, I came home early from campus. The house was quiet. Emily was supposed to be in her room studying. I walked upstairs and knocked on her door. No answer. So I pushed it open. She stood in the center of the room, perfectly still, her back facing the door. "Emily," I said. She did not move. For a moment I thought she might be listening to music through headphones. Then she spoke. But the voice that came from her mouth did not sound like her at all. It was lower, slower. And the words came out in a strange whisper. "You should not have stopped there." The air in the room felt suddenly cold. My stomach dropped. "Emily?" I repeated. Slowly, very slowly, she turned around. Her eyes looked unfocused, almost distant. "What did you say?" I asked. She blinked once. Then her expression returned to normal. "What?" "You just said something," I told her. Emily frowned. "No, I didn't." She looked genuinely confused. "I was just standing here thinking about homework." For several seconds I stared at her, unsure what to say. Finally I nodded. "Okay." But as I left the room, the echo of that whisper stayed inside my head. "You should not have stopped there." And suddenly the memory of that foggy road outside Fredericksburg returned with painful clarity. The uneven ground beneath my feet. The buried stones. The silent fog. A terrible thought formed slowly in my mind. What if that place had not been just a roadside patch of dirt? What if it had been something else entirely? Because over the next few days, Emily began saying something new, something far more disturbing than the footsteps, or the breathing, or the bell. She said the woman had started speaking to her, and the first thing the woman said was a sentence that made my blood run cold. She says you brought her home. Emily had said the woman spoke to her, and the words she repeated that night stayed in my mind like something carved into stone. You brought her home. For several seconds after she said it, none of us in the room spoke. My parents sat on either side of her bed, trying to calm her down after another sleepless night. The bedside lamp cast a soft yellow glow across the room, but the shadows in the corners still felt heavier than they should have. Michael had rolled his wheelchair into the doorway, watching quietly. I stood near the dresser. The small silver anklet rested there again. It had become almost normal to see it now. Emily looked exhausted. Her hair hung loosely around her shoulders, and her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the blanket tighter around herself. What exactly did she say? My mother asked gently. Emily swallowed. She said he brought her home. My mother glanced toward me without thinking. At the time I told myself it was coincidence, but the weight in my chest had already begun growing heavier. Who is he? My father asked. Emily did not answer immediately. Her eyes moved slowly across the room. Then they stopped on me. My throat tightened. She pointed at you, Emily whispered. The room fell completely silent. For a moment no one moved. My father cleared his throat quietly. Emily, he said, choosing his words carefully, you were probably mixing dreams with reality. When people are very tired, the brain can do strange things. Emily shook her head slowly. She was standing beside the closet. Her voice was weak but certain. She looked at him. She looked at me again. And then she rang the bell. A faint shiver ran down my arms. The conversation ended there. My parents tried to reassure her, promising they would schedule another doctor's appointment the next morning. Eventually she lay back down and closed her eyes, though I doubted she would sleep much. I left the room quietly. But as I walked down the hallway, the pressure inside my chest had grown almost unbearable. Because deep down, I already knew something I had not admitted to anyone yet. That place on the roadside, the uneven stones beneath my feet, the strange quiet in the fog. I had not just stopped on a random patch of land. I had stopped somewhere else, and the more I thought about it, the more certain I became. The next morning, while everyone else focused on Emily's appointment, I drove back to Fredericksburg. The sky was pale and cloudy, the kind of gray day that made the hills of the Texas countryside look older somehow. The drive took nearly 2 hours. Most of the way I kept replaying the memory in my head, trying to recall every detail from that night. The curve of the road, the trees beside the shoulder, the angle of the headlights cutting through fog. Eventually something familiar appeared ahead. The same narrow road, the same cluster of trees. My pulse quickened slightly as I slowed the car. The gravel shoulder looked exactly the way I remembered it. I parked in nearly the same spot where I had stopped months earlier. The air smelled damp again. The ground was soft beneath my shoes as I stepped out of the car. For a moment I just stood there listening. The countryside was silent except for distant wind moving through cedar trees. Then I walked toward the darker patch of ground near the trees. The same place where I had stepped out of the car that night. This time, in daylight, I could see it clearly, and the sight made my stomach twist. The uneven stones beneath the dirt were not random rocks. They were headstones. Old ones. Some of them tilted sideways. Some of them broken. A small roadside cemetery. Most of the markers were worn down by weather and time. The lettering had faded, making many of the names impossible to read. Grass grew between the stones. The ground looked disturbed in places, like animals had dug through the soil. A rusted metal fence surrounded the far side of the cemetery, barely visible behind a cluster of trees. I walked slowly between the stones. The air felt strangely still, almost heavy. That was when I noticed something near the center of the cemetery. A slightly larger headstone. Unlike the others, the letters on this one were still clear. I stepped closer. The name carved into the stone read, Ananya Roy, born 1988. Died 2017. My breath caught slightly. The date meant she had died only a few years before that night. The headstone itself looked newer than the others. Someone had cared enough to maintain it. Then I noticed something else resting on the base of the stone. A small object made of silver. A second anklet, identical to the one in our house. The tiny bell attached to it moved slightly in the breeze. The sound it made was soft, almost delicate. The moment I heard it, a strange memory surfaced. A detail I had forgotten until that second. The faint shape of a woman standing beside my car that night. The way her hair had hung forward. The stillness of her posture. Slowly, I knelt beside the grave. The dirt in front of the headstone looked disturbed. Not recently, but enough that the surface had never fully settled. My eyes moved toward the lower part of the stone, and there, carved into the granite, was a small symbol I did not recognize. A simple engraving of a bell. Something about it felt intentional, personal, like a piece of someone's identity. The breeze moved again. The bell chimed softly, and a terrible understanding began forming slowly in my mind, because if the anklet on our dresser belonged to the woman buried here, then the question became impossible to ignore. Why it had been lying in the back seat of my car that night. And as I stood there in that quiet cemetery, another memory surfaced that made my blood run cold. The uneven ground beneath my feet that night had not just been the stones. It had been this grave. I had stopped directly above it, and the longer I stared at the name carved into the granite, the more certain I became of something else. The woman Emily kept seeing was not simply wandering through our house. She was looking for someone, and somehow, she believed that someone was me, standing in that quiet roadside cemetery, staring at the name carved into the stone. I felt a slow, creeping certainty forming in my mind. The woman Emily kept seeing was not random. She belonged here, and somehow, that night in the fog, I had crossed into a place where I should not have been. The breeze moved again through the cedar trees, carrying the faint, dry scent of grass and old soil. The small silver anklet resting on the grave chimed softly once more, the tiny bell producing the same hollow sound that had echoed through our house for months. I stared at it for a long moment. Then I did something that felt strange even while I was doing it. I spoke out loud. I did not mean to disturb anything, I said quietly. My voice sounded small in the open air. The cemetery remained silent. Of course it did. Part of me expected nothing else, but another part of me, the deeper part that had begun waking up during the past months of strange nights and whispered fears, felt as though the silence itself was listening. I looked down at the grave again. The name still felt unfamiliar, but something about it lingered in my thoughts. Ananya Roy. The letters seemed oddly delicate for a headstone. I pulled out my phone and searched the name. At first nothing appeared, then after a moment a local article surfaced from a Fredericksburg newspaper archive. The headline made my stomach tighten. Young woman killed in late-night hit-and-run. The article was brief. It explained that a 29-year-old woman had died several years earlier after being struck by a vehicle along a rural road outside Fredericksburg. The driver had never been found. The accident had happened late at night, in fog, very close to the road where I had stopped. I read the article twice. My hands had begun to feel slightly cold, because another detail appeared at the end of the report. The woman had been returning from a small cultural festival held at a nearby ranch. She had been wearing traditional jewelry, including a silver anklet with bells, something the article described as a meaningful piece connected to her family's heritage. My mind raced backward to the wedding, the ranch, the late-night drive, the fog. Had I stopped near the exact place where she died? Or worse, had I stopped on the very ground where her body had been buried afterward? I stood there for several minutes trying to process the thought. Then I noticed something strange about the second anklet on the grave. It was not weathered the way I expected. The silver still looked relatively clean, almost recently placed. Someone must have visited this grave regularly, and if that was true, then someone nearby might know the rest of the story. I drove slowly into Fredericksburg and asked around at a few small stores near the town square. Most people did not recognize the name immediately. Then an older woman working behind the counter of a small bookstore paused when I mentioned it. "Yes," she said slowly, adjusting her glasses. "That poor girl. You remember her?" I asked. She nodded. "Her family moved away after the accident." "What happened exactly?" I asked. The woman leaned slightly on the counter. She was walking home from a gathering out near one of the ranch properties. Someone hit her along the roadside. No one ever admitted it. "Did they ever find the driver?" I asked. "No," she said quietly. "But there were rumors." "What kind of rumors?" The woman hesitated for a moment. "Some folks believed the person who hit her panicked and left. Others thought maybe the driver never even realized what they hit in the fog." My chest tightened slightly. "What happened to her after?" I asked. "They buried her in that small cemetery near the road," the woman replied. "It was close to where she died." I nodded slowly. "Did she always wear that anklet?" I asked. The woman looked surprised. "You know about that?" "I read it in an article," I said quickly. She smiled faintly. "Yes, it was very special to her family. She used to wear a pair of them actually, one on each ankle." "A pair." My stomach twisted. "After the accident," the woman continued, "only one was found." I felt the weight of those words settle inside me. Only one. The other had been missing until the night I found it in the back seat of my car. I thanked the woman and walked slowly back to the parking lot. The sky had begun darkening again. Clouds gathered across the horizon, dimming the late afternoon light. As I sat inside my car, staring at the steering wheel, a chilling possibility formed in my mind. What if the missing anklet had been lost the night she died? What if it had remained somewhere near the roadside grave all these years? And what if, when I stepped out of my car that foggy night and unknowingly walked across her burial place, I had disturbed something that had never fully rested? The drive home felt longer than usual. My thoughts drifted constantly between the cemetery and Emily. If the spirit of this woman had followed me, it might explain why the anklet appeared again and again. But one question still haunted me. Why was she focusing on Emily? By the time I reached our house, the sun had already disappeared. The windows glowed softly with warm light. For a moment I sat in the driveway, gathering my thoughts. Then I stepped inside. The house felt tense immediately. My mother sat on the couch, her hands folded tightly together. My father stood near the hallway. "What happened?" I asked. My mother looked up with tired eyes. "Emily had another episode." My chest tightened. "What do you mean?" "She fainted earlier," my father said. "Then when she woke up," he hesitated. "She started speaking again." The air in the room suddenly felt colder. "What did she say?" I asked quietly. My mother swallowed. "She said the woman is angry." The words hung heavily between us. "And?" I asked. My father's voice lowered. "She said the woman wants something returned." I already knew the answer before I asked the next question. "What?" My mother looked toward the hallway. Her voice trembled slightly. "She said the woman wants her bell back." At that moment, a soft metallic chime echoed faintly from somewhere upstairs. The tiny bell, slow, patient, waiting, and the terrible truth settled firmly into my mind. The anklet in our house did not belong there. It had been taken from the grave, and until it returned to the woman it belonged to, she was not going to leave us alone. But the worst part was something I had not yet told my family, because the second anklet was still resting on that grave in the cemetery, which meant the one inside our house was the missing one. The one that had vanished the night she died, and somehow, without realizing it, I had carried it home with me. The moment I heard that faint metallic chime echo from upstairs, I knew the truth could no longer be ignored. The anklet had to go back. There was no other explanation left that made sense. For months we had tried to treat Emily's suffering as stress, exhaustion, or imagination. Doctors had prescribed medication. My parents had searched for practical answers. But the quiet bell ringing through our house kept returning, and the woman Emily described matched the figure I had seen on that foggy road with frightening accuracy. I looked toward the staircase. Another soft chime drifted down the hallway. My father rubbed his face tiredly. "She keeps saying the same thing," he said, "that the woman wants her bell." My mother's voice trembled slightly. "Do you know what she means?" I hesitated. For a long moment I considered telling them everything. The cemetery, the grave, the article, the second anklet resting on the headstone. Finally I nodded slowly. "I think I do." They both looked at me, and for the first time since that strange night outside Fredericksburg, I told someone the entire story. The foggy road, the uneven stones beneath my feet, the figure beside the car, the anklet in the back seat. I explained everything as calmly as I could. Neither of my parents interrupted. When I finished speaking, the living room felt very quiet. My father exhaled slowly. "You are saying this spirit followed you home," he said carefully. "I do not know exactly what happened," I admitted, "but I went back to that place today." My mother leaned forward. "And it is a cemetery." Her expression tightened. "And the woman, she is buried there." I explained about the newspaper article and the accident. I explained about the pair of anklets, and the one that had never been found. My father stared at the floor for several seconds. Finally, he spoke again. "What are you thinking we should do?" I looked toward the staircase. Another faint chime echoed from above. "I think we need to return it." The decision felt strangely simple once spoken aloud. The next morning, we prepared to make the drive. My parents insisted on coming with me. Emily was too weak from weeks of sleepless nights to travel, so Michael stayed behind with her. Before leaving the house, I went upstairs to retrieve the anklet. Emily's bedroom door stood slightly open. She lay curled beneath her blanket, her breathing shallow but steady. For a moment I stood there quietly watching her. The room felt calm, still, as if something inside it had paused. The anklet rested on the dresser again. The tiny bell glinted faintly in the morning light. I picked it up carefully. The metal felt cool against my skin, and, for the first time since that night on the road, the bell did not ring. The drive back to Fredericksburg felt longer than usual. Clouds hung low across the hills, casting a muted gray light over the countryside. No one spoke much during the trip. Each of us seemed lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, the narrow rural road appeared ahead again. The same one from that winter night. The same gravel shoulder. I parked the car. For a moment, we all remained seated inside. Then my father opened the door. The cool air smelled faintly of damp earth and cedar trees. We walked slowly toward the cemetery. The old headstones looked exactly the same as they had the day before. Quiet, still, patient. I led my parents toward the grave in the center. The name carved into the stone remained clear. Ananya Roy, My mother folded her arms slightly as she looked at it. My father removed his hat. And just as I had hoped, the second anklet still rested on the base of the headstone. The matching one. The pair that had been separated for years. For several seconds none of us moved. Then I stepped forward. My hand trembled slightly as I placed the missing anklet beside the other. The tiny bells touched softly. For the first time, the pair was complete again. A faint breeze moved through the cemetery. The bells chimed together. Soft, hollow, almost peaceful. Something in the air seemed to change at that moment. The heavy stillness that had filled the place earlier lifted slightly, like pressure releasing after a long time. My father spoke quietly beside me. Maybe she just wanted to be whole again. I nodded slowly. That explanation felt right. We stood there for several minutes in silence. Eventually the wind settled, the bells stopped moving. The cemetery returned to complete quiet. Nothing dramatic happened. No sudden movement. No shadowy figures. Just the calm stillness of the countryside. But something inside me felt different. Lighter. Like a weight I'd carried for months had finally slipped away. We drove home later that afternoon. The sky had cleared slightly by then. Sunlight broke through the clouds in narrow beams across the hills. None of us said much during the drive, but for the first time in months, I noticed something important when we pulled into our driveway. The house felt calm, not tense, not heavy, just quiet. When we walked inside, Michael was sitting in the living room beside Emily. She looked tired, but her eyes were clearer than I had seen in weeks. "You guys made it back," Michael said. "How do you feel?" My mother asked Emily immediately. Emily blinked slowly. Then she gave a small, confused smile. "Better," she said. "When did you start feeling better?" I asked. She tilted her head slightly. "About an hour ago." My parents exchanged a quick glance. That was almost exactly the time we had placed the anklet back on the grave. Emily stretched her arms slightly. "I finally slept," she added softly. The words filled the room with a quiet relief none of us had felt for months. But before we could celebrate that small victory, Emily said something else, something that made the entire room fall silent again. She said, "Thank you." My heart skipped slightly. "Who?" my father asked carefully. Emily looked at him with calm eyes. "The woman with the bell." A gentle smile touched her face. She said she can go home now. For the first time since that strange night in the fog, the sound of the tiny bell did not follow her words. And deep down, I believed her, because that night, when the house finally settled into silence again, something felt undeniably different. The heavy presence that had lingered in the shadows of our home was gone, but the story was not quite finished yet. There was still one final thing that would happen the following morning. Something small, something quiet, something that would finally prove the woman had truly found peace. That night was the quietest our house had been in a very long time. After months of strange sounds, sleepless nights, and the constant feeling that someone unseen was standing somewhere just beyond the edge of every room, the silence felt different. Not empty, peaceful. My parents went to bed earlier than usual, exhausted from the long drive and the emotional weight of the past few months. Michael wheeled himself back to his room, joking that if any ghosts showed up again, he would simply run them over. Emily stayed downstairs for a while longer. She sat on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders, watching television softly while sipping a mug of tea. I sat across from her in the armchair. For the first time in weeks, she looked like herself again. The tension had faded from her face. Her eyes no longer darted nervously toward the corners of the room. She even laughed once at something on the screen, a small sound that made my chest loosen in relief. "Do you still hear anything?" I asked gently. Emily shook her head. "No. No bell. No footsteps." She wrapped her fingers around the warm mug. "It feels Quiet now. I nodded slowly. Quiet. That word had not existed in our house for a long time. Eventually, Emily yawned and stood up. I think I'm finally tired in a normal way, she said with a faint smile. That sentence alone felt like a miracle. She went upstairs and closed her bedroom door. For a while, I stayed in the living room, listening to the house. The refrigerator hummed softly in the kitchen. The wind moved gently through the trees outside. Nothing else. No faint metallic chime. No slow footsteps pacing a bedroom floor. Just the ordinary sounds of a home at rest. Sometime after midnight, I went upstairs and finally allowed myself to sleep without that constant alertness that had become second nature. And for the first time since that winter night outside Fredericksburg, I slept deeply. Morning came slowly the next day. Sunlight spilled through the kitchen windows, painting the table in warm gold. The smell of coffee filled the air again. But this time there was laughter in the house too. Emily was already downstairs when I walked into the kitchen. She stood at the counter helping my mother scramble eggs, her hair tied loosely behind her head. The tired heaviness that had followed her for months seemed to have lifted completely. "You look like you actually slept," I said. She smiled. 10 hours. My mother laughed softly behind her. I checked on her twice last night just to be sure. My father folded the newspaper and set it on the table. I think whatever was bothering her is finally gone. None of us used the word spirit. None of us mentioned the cemetery. But the meaning behind his words was clear. After breakfast, Emily stepped outside onto the front porch for some fresh air. I followed a few minutes later. The sky was bright and clear, the kind of spring morning that made everything feel newly washed and peaceful. Emily leaned against the porch railing, looking down at the quiet neighborhood street. "Do you think she is really gone?" she asked softly. I stood beside her. "I think she just needed something returned." Emily nodded thoughtfully. She was not angry at the end. No, she said. She felt relieved. The wind moved gently through the trees along the street. For a moment, we simply stood there enjoying the calm. Then Emily pointed toward the driveway. "Hey," she said. "What?" "There's something on the ground." I looked down. Near the edge of the driveway, resting on the concrete, was a small object reflecting the morning sunlight. My heart skipped slightly as I walked closer, but when I bent down to pick it up, I realized it was not what I expected. It was not the silver anklet. It was something else. A tiny brass bell. Very small. No chain attached. Just the bell itself. I held it carefully in my palm. It looked old, but polished, as if someone had cleaned it recently. Emily stepped closer beside me. "That's not the same one," she said. "No," I replied quietly. It wasn't. The anklets had both been left at the grave. I was absolutely certain of that. Yet here, in my hand, was another bell. Smaller. Simpler. For a moment I turned it slowly in the sunlight. There were faint engravings on the surface. Tiny decorative patterns worn smooth with time, and one small word scratched gently into the metal. "Thanks." Emily leaned closer to read it. For several seconds neither of us spoke. Then the wind shifted slightly across the driveway. The tiny bell in my palm moved once. A soft chime echoed in the morning air. Not hollow, not haunting, just gentle, almost warm. Emily smiled faintly. "She said goodbye," she whispered. I closed my hand around the bell and slipped it into my pocket. Not as something frightening, not as something cursed, but as a small reminder that sometimes the world holds things we cannot fully explain, and sometimes all someone needs in order to finally rest is for someone else to listen. The strange nights ended after that. Emily never heard the bell again. Her sleep returned to normal, and within a few months the memory of those fearful nights began to soften into something distant. Michael continued recovering from his injuries and eventually learned to walk again with the help of a cane. Life moved forward the way it always does. Years passed. I finished college, moved to another city, and started building a life that felt almost ordinary again. But every now and then, usually on quiet mornings when the air feels still and the world is not fully woken up yet, I take that small brass bell out of a drawer where I keep it, and when I hold it gently in my hand, I sometimes hear the faintest chime, soft, peaceful, like the sound of someone finally finding their way home. One door over. I want to say something first about the way I was thinking going into that trip, because I think it explains some of the decisions I made and some of the things I told myself in the days before I understood what was actually happening, and because I have a particular impatience with accounts like this one that present the narrator as simply unlucky rather than as a person operating inside a specific context that shaped what they were willing to see and what they were willing to call what it was. I was 23. I had been snowboarding since I was 16, which is not long enough to be genuinely good at it, and long enough to be past the stage where falling constantly is charming rather than demoralizing. I had a friend, I will call her Kara, who worked remotely and owned a small condo near a mountain in Colorado that she used several weekends a month and offered to friends when it was empty, on the condition that the friends did not leave it in worse condition than they found it, and remembered to lock the storage unit on the ground floor where she kept her season pass equipment. Kara and I had been friends since college. She is one of the most competent people I know in the specific sense of a person who makes careful arrangements and follows through on them, and the condo was an expression of that competence. A place she had researched and purchased and maintained with the same steady attention she applied to everything, and which she extended to me as a form of generosity that I received without fully appreciating at the time, which is something I have thought about in the 4 months since. I took 3 days off work in the 3rd week of December. This was the early season. The mountain had been open for 3 weeks, and the snowpack was adequate but not exceptional, and the holiday crowds had not yet arrived, which meant lift lines that were short and runs that were uncrowded, and a town that was operating at the specific, slightly subdued register of a place that knows the busy season is coming and is not yet in it. I drove up from Denver on a Wednesday morning, leaving early enough to be on the mountain by noon. The drive was the part I'd done most often, the interstate west out of the city, the exit onto the mountain highway, the long climb through the foothills and into the Rockies proper, the specific quality of the air changing as the elevation rose, the sky becoming a deeper blue and the light becoming the flat, brilliant high-altitude light that does not warm what it touches so much as it illuminates it with an almost aggressive clarity. I had done this drive with other people, and I had done it alone, and I want to be honest that I preferred it alone. Not because I did not enjoy Kara's company or the company of the other friends I had made this drive with, but because solo travel at 23 had a specific quality of self-possession that I valued. A feeling of being entirely responsible for my own experience that I found, at that point in my life, more sustaining than I knew how to explain to people who did not feel it the same way. The condo building was a 4-story structure at the edge of the resort village, close enough to the base of the mountain that you could see the lower runs from the parking lot on clear days, which this was. I parked and retrieved Kara's spare key from the lockbox she had installed on the storage unit door, and I carried my bag up to the 3rd floor and let myself into the unit. It was exactly as Kara had described it, and exactly as I had imagined it from the photographs she had sent. Small and modern and clean, with a galley kitchen and a living area, and a bedroom with a window that faced the mountain, and a bathroom with a heated floor that was, in Kara's words, the unit's single genuine luxury, and the reason she had chosen it over 2 similar units in the same building that cost less. The heated floor was, I confirmed immediately, exactly as good as advertised. I unpacked quickly and changed into my gear and went up to the mountain for the afternoon session. The first afternoon was exactly what I had needed it to be. The runs were quiet and the snow was consistent, and I fell twice in the first hour and not at all in the second. which is the ratio of a person finding their legs after a long time away from the mountain, and the cold air on my face, and the particular focused pleasure of reading terrain and responding to it with your whole body, drove out everything I had been carrying down from the city. The accumulated weight of a work life that was fine and was not quite right, and that I had not yet made any decisions about, that pressed against the inside of my chest most mornings with the low, persistent pressure of a thing requiring attention. I rode until the lifts closed at 4 and went inside to the lodge to warm up before making the short walk back to the condo. The lodge at that hour had the specific atmosphere of a place winding down, the rental desk counting equipment, the bar doing its first serious business of the evening, the tables full of people in various stages of removing layers and recounting the day to each other, with a particular animation of people whose bodies have been doing something physical and satisfying and are now being still and warm for the first time in hours. I sat at a table near the window with a cup of coffee and my phone, and did not look at my phone, which was a thing I had been practicing with uneven results, and which came more naturally here than it did in the city. I looked at the mountain instead, the upper runs catching the last of the afternoon light, the snow surface going from white to gold, to the specific rose-gray of high-altitude snow in the last minutes before the sun drops below the ridge. It was, in the plainest and most honest sense, a good afternoon. I was tired in the satisfying way of a body that has been used well. The coffee was the particular kind of mediocre that lodge coffee always is, and that is, in context, exactly right. I walked back to the condo in the dark, the village lights coming on in the blue dusk, the temperature dropping the 5 or 6 degrees that the shift from afternoon to evening produces at altitude, fast and absolute. I cooked dinner in Kara's small kitchen, pasta, because I had brought the ingredients, and because pasta after a day on the mountain is one of the most straightforwardly pleasurable things available to a person. And I ate at the small table by the window and watched the mountain go fully dark, and the lights on the runs come on for the night skiing session, pale and artificial against the black ridge. I went to bed early. I slept without difficulty, which was not always the case in unfamiliar places, and I woke the next morning to the mountain visible through the bedroom window in the flat, brilliant early light, the runs empty and the lifts not yet turning, the whole upper face of the mountain in unmarked white that would not stay unmarked for long. I made coffee in Kara's kitchen with her French press, which was better than the lodge coffee in the way that everything made in a kitchen you have some ownership of is better than the same thing made behind a counter for 100 people a day. I drank it standing at the window, looking at the mountain, thinking about nothing in particular, which is the specific luxury of the first full morning of a trip that has been anticipated and has so far delivered exactly what was anticipated. I was not thinking about the man I had seen in the lift line the previous afternoon. I had seen him. I want to be clear about this, because the account requires precision about what I registered and when, but I had not thought about him as anything other than a person who had been in the same lift line I had been in, which is what he was, and which is the only thing he was at that point, and which is the frame I was still operating inside when I finished the coffee and rinsed the coffee and went to get my gear. He had been behind me in the lift line at the top of the second run of the day. I had noticed him because he was distinctive in a specific way, not dramatically distinctive. Not the kind of distinctive that makes you look twice, but the kind that registers in the background of attention and stays there without demanding anything. He was in his mid-30s, I thought. Though altitude light and ski gear compress the apparent age of everyone on a mountain, and I may have been off by 5 years in either direction, he was wearing dark gear, not all black, but darker than most people on the mountain that day. The jacket and pants a charcoal gray that absorbed the brilliant light rather than reflecting it, so that he was slightly less visible than the people around him despite being the same size. He had not looked at me in the lift line. He had not done anything in the lift line except wait for the lift, which is what everyone in the lift line was doing. I had noticed him and filed him as a background detail, and gone up the mountain and not thought about him again until the second day, when I saw him again, and the seeing him again was when the background detail began. very slowly and without announcing itself, to move toward the foreground. But that was the second day, and this was still the first evening, and I was in Kara's condo with the heated bathroom floor and the window facing the mountain. And the mountain was dark, and the runs were lit, and the building around me was quiet and the half-occupied way of a place between its empty self and its full self. And I was, in all the ways that mattered, entirely alone and entirely fine with that, and the coffee had been good. And the day had been good, and the specific, sustained goodness of it was something I wanted to carry carefully into sleep, so it would still be there in the morning. As the mountain caught the early light of the second morning, and the first lifts began their slow rotation against the pale sky, I stood at the bedroom window with the second cup of French press coffee, and watched the first skiers and boarders appear on the lower runs. Small dark figures moving down the white face with the unhurried quality of people who have the mountain to themselves and know it and are taking their time about it. And I felt, in the specific way that a second morning in a place consolidates with the first morning only promised, that I had made exactly the right decision in coming here alone. The second day on the mountain was better than the first in the incremental way that second days often are, the body having remembered overnight what it knew about balance and edge, and the specific negotiation between momentum and control that snowboarding requires, so that the morning runs felt more fluent and less effortful than the afternoon runs of the day before, the terrain reading itself rather than requiring conscious translation. I rode the main lift 3 times in the first 2 hours, working the intermediate runs on the mountain's south face where the snow was consistent and the gradient was enough to be interesting without being enough to be punishing. The lift line was short, 4 or 5 people at the base each time I came down, the early season midweek quiet holding its particular gift of uncrowded terrain and unhurried pace. On the third ride up, I was alone in the chair. This is relevant because it meant I had an unobstructed view of the lift line below me as I ascended, the angle giving me a clean sight line to the queue and the people in it. And it was from this angle, looking back and down at the lift line from perhaps 100 feet of elevation, that I saw him for the second time. He was standing at the back of the queue, 4 or 5 people behind the front, in the charcoal gray jacket and pants from the previous afternoon. He was not moving with the small, restless adjustments that people make in lift lines, the weight shifting, the goggle adjusting, the phone checking. He was standing still in the way that I had registered in the background of my attention the day before, without examining directly, and from the angle of the ascending chair I could see that his stillness had a directionality to it, that he was not simply waiting but was oriented, his body and his face pointing in a specific direction, in the direction of the chair I was sitting in. I looked away. I looked at the mountain ahead of me, the upper runs and the ridge and the flat, brilliant sky above it, and I told myself the specific thing I was already developing the habit of telling myself, that the lift line was a public space and people looked at things in public spaces, and the thing I had registered was not evidence of anything, and I was not going to be the kind of person who made a scene out of a stranger standing in a lift line in a direction that happened to include my chair. I rode the top section and came down on the north face run, a longer and slightly more demanding line that brought me to a different lift base than the one I'd been using, which was a decision I made because the north face run was one I had been meaning to try, and not because I was altering my pattern to avoid a person I was not going to allow myself to think of as someone whose pattern I needed to avoid. I want to be precise about that self-deception, because it was the mechanism through which the first day and a half passed without my doing anything useful with the information I was accumulating, and I think the mechanism is worth naming directly rather than obscuring behind the more comfortable narrative of simple obliviousness. I knew in the background register of my attention that something was slightly wrong. I had known it since the lift line on the first afternoon, in the same way you know a room's temperature has changed before you have identified whether it has risen or fallen. A pre-verbal, pre-analytical knowing that the body performs before the mind has organized its case. What I was doing with that knowing was filing it in the category of things I was not going to examine, which is a category that most people maintain, and that is, most of the time, a reasonable cognitive economy. Most background wrongness resolves into nothing. Most strangers in lift lines are simply strangers in lift lines. I took 3 runs on the north face and stopped for lunch at the Mid-Mountain Lodge, a smaller and less crowded facility than the main base lodge, with a cafeteria line and a seating area of long communal tables and a wall of south-facing windows that gave onto the lower mountain and the village below. I got a bowl of chili and a coffee and found a seat at the end of one of the long tables near the window, and ate with the efficient appetite of a person whose body has been working in cold air all morning and is now making its requirements known. The Mid-Mountain Lodge was perhaps a quarter full. The other people at my table were a family. 2 adults and 3 children in the 8 to 12 range, the children at various stages of the negotiation between being tired and being unwilling to admit it, the adults managing this with the specific, practiced calm of people who have done this before and know which battles to engage. I ate and looked at the mountain and did not look at the room. When I got up to return my tray, I looked at the room. He was at the far end of the seating area, at a table by himself with nothing in front of him. No food, no drink, no phone. Sitting at a table in a cafeteria with nothing in front of him, facing in the direction of the table where I'd been sitting. I returned my tray and went back out onto the mountain. I took 2 more runs in the afternoon and came down early, before the lifts closed, telling myself it was because my legs were tired, which was true, and not examining the other reason, which was also true and which I was not ready to examine directly. I went to the base lodge and sat for 20 minutes with hot chocolate and watched the door, and did not see him come in. And then I walked back to the condo in the blue dusk and made dinner, and sat at the table by the window, and looked at the mountain in the dark. I texted Kara, not about him. I had not yet constructed him as a him, as a specific and continuous presence rather than a series of unconnected sightings. I texted her about the condo, about the heated floor, about the north face run in the mid-mountain chili. She responded with enthusiasm and a series of questions about the snow conditions that I answered accurately and cheerfully, and we exchanged the comfortable, shorthand communication of people who have been friends long enough to be fluent in each other's register. I did not tell her about the lift line or the cafeteria table. Instead, I opened the notes application on my phone and wrote, without fully deciding to, a list. It was not labeled. It contained 4 items. Lift line, day 1, afternoon, 3rd run. He was behind me. Chairlift, day 2, morning, 3rd run. He was in the line looking up. Mid-Mountain Lodge, day 2, lunch. He was at the far table, nothing in front of him. Mid-Mountain Lodge, day 2, lunch. He was facing my table. I looked at the list for a moment. 4 items, 2 days. A pattern that was either a pattern or a series of coincidences that my brain, with its evolved predisposition to find patterns in random distributions, was organizing into a narrative that served its own anxiety rather than the available evidence. I closed the notes application and put the phone down and went to make tea, and I thought about the probability of encountering the same person multiple times on a ski mountain with limited lift infrastructure and a small number of runs. And I thought about how the base of a lift line is a place where every person who uses that lift converges by definition. And I thought about how the Mid-Mountain Lodge is the only food facility between the base and the summit, and therefore receives every person on the mountain who wants to eat between 10 and 2. And I thought about all of these things with the specific, methodical care of a person who is building a case for the benign interpretation. Because the benign interpretation is the one that allows them to stay in Kara's condo with the heated floor and ski the summator. 3rd day without rearranging the entire trip around a hypothesis they cannot yet justify to another person. The tea was good. The condo was warm. The mountain was dark beyond the window, and the village lights were on and the building around me was quiet. I went to bed. I lay in the dark of the bedroom, with the mountain visible as a darker mass against the dark sky, and I thought about the man at the far table, with nothing in front of him, and I thought about the specific wrongness of that detail, not the sightings themselves, which could each be explained, but that one detail, the empty table, The absence of any prop or purpose for being in a cafeteria at a ski resort at lunchtime except the being there itself. People sit in cafeterias with food or with drinks or with phones showing maps of the mountain or with a general organizational detritus of a day on the mountain, gloves on the table, goggles pushed up, trail maps being consulted. They do not sit in cafeterias with nothing in front of them, unless the nothing in front of them is itself the point. I told myself this was exactly the kind of reasoning that turns coincidence into significance through the selective application of interpretive pressure. I almost believed it. In the morning I was going to make a decision about the third day, and I knew, lying in the dark with a heated floor, doing its patient work in the bathroom and the building quiet around me, that the decision I made in the morning was going to tell me something about which version of the story I had decided to believe. And I knew, with the honest, unexamined clarity that comes in the dark when the constructions of the waking mind have gone quiet, which version I was going to have to stop pretending was the other one. I added a fifth item to the list before I went to sleep, though I had not seen him again after the Mid-Mountain Lodge, and the fifth item was not a sighting but a question. And the question was, why does a person sit at a table in a ski resort cafeteria with nothing in front of them, facing the table where a solo female traveler is eating lunch? And the question sat at the bottom of the list in the dark of a notes application on my phone, unanswered, patient, waiting for the third day to answer it, or not answer it, and either outcome was going to be its own kind of information. As the third morning arrived with a sky that had closed overnight from the flat, brilliant blue of the previous 2 days into a low, uniform gray that sat on the ridgeline like a lid pressed down on the mountain, flattening the light and compressing the visibility on the upper runs to a condition the resort's website would describe as limited, and that experienced mountain people describe as flat light, in which the snow surface loses its texture and the terrain becomes difficult to read because the shadows that ordinarily define the contours of the ground have been removed by the diffuse, directionless illumination of an overcast sky. I stood at the bedroom window with my coffee and made the decision I had known since the previous night I was going to make. I was going to the mountain, not because I had resolved the question of the list on my phone, or because I had constructed a satisfying alternative explanation for the empty table at the Mid-Mountain Lodge, but because staying in the condo was not a neutral act. Staying in the condo because of a man I had seen 3 times in 2 days in public spaces on a ski mountain was a decision with a specific shape and a specific cost, and I was not ready to pay that cost on the basis of evidence I could not yet describe to another person, without sounding like someone who had decided to be frightened by coincidence. This was not bravery. I want to be clear about that. It was a form of stubbornness that I have had occasion to examine carefully in the 4 months since, and that I think served me badly in the specific sense of keeping me on the mountain longer than I should have been, and well in the sense that the third day produced the information that finally made the pattern undeniable, and undeniable was what I needed it to be before I was going to act on it. I dressed and ate, and went up to the mountain. The flat light conditions made the morning technically demanding in a way the previous 2 days had not been. The loss of terrain texture requiring a constant, active reading of the snow surface through feel rather than through sight. The body compensating for the eye's reduced usefulness by distributing its attention differently, relying more on the pressure of the board against the snow and the subtle shifts in gradient that registered to the feet and ankles before the eyes could confirm them. It was tiring in a way that was different from the previous day's tiredness. A cognitive tiredness layered over the physical one, and I was aware of it in the first hour, as a reason to be more conservative in my line selection than I might otherwise have been. I stayed on the runs, I knew. I stayed in the busier sections of the mountain, the areas where the intermediate traffic was densest and the lift lines were longest, which in early season meant 3 or 4 people rather than 20, but was still more populated than the quieter terrain I had drifted toward on the previous 2 days. I did this without explicitly naming it as a strategy, because naming it as a strategy would have required me to name what the strategy was in response to, and I was not ready to do that yet. I rode the main lift 4 times in the first 2 hours and did not see him. Not in the lift line, not on the runs, not in the peripheral range of my attention as I moved through the mountain's public spaces. The morning passed in the flat gray light with the specific quality of a held breath. The absence of the thing I was not looking for as present in its way as the thing itself would have been. I stopped at the base lodge at 11 for coffee and a granola bar, sitting at a table against the interior wall rather than the window table I had chosen on the first day. And I thought about the absence and what it meant, and I thought about the ways in which an absence can be information, and the ways in which it is simply the null result of an overactive interpretive system. And I did not resolve this question, but I sat with it for the 20 minutes the coffee took to drink, and then went back out. The flat light had worsened by noon. The resort had closed 2 of the upper runs for visibility, and the remaining open terrain was compressed into the lower and middle sections of the mountain, which concentrated the reduced population of a Wednesday in early season into a smaller area than usual, and made the lift line slightly longer and the runs slightly more crowded than the morning had. Then, I was clipping into my binding at the top of the main lift when I saw him for the first time that day. He was not in the lift line. He was not on the run below me. He was standing at the side of the unloading area at the top of the lift, off to the left of the main traffic flow, in a position that was outside the natural path of anyone who had just gotten off the lift and was moving toward the runs. He was standing in the specific location of a person who is waiting for something rather than doing something, a position with no functional purpose in the context of a ski lift unloading area except the waiting itself. He was facing the unloading area. I clipped in and pushed off and went down the run without looking back, and I went down it faster than the flat light conditions warranted. And I did not stop at the Mid-Mountain Lodge, and I did not take another run from the main lift. I went to the North Face lift and rode it twice and came down to the base at 1:30 and went inside. I sat at a table in the base lodge, and I opened the notes application on my phone, and I looked at the list. 5 items. 2 days of sightings plus the question at the bottom that was not a sighting. I added 2 more items. Main lift unloading area. Day 3. Noon. He was standing off to the side facing the unloading platform. Main lift unloading area. Day 3. Noon. He was not skiing and was not waiting for someone and was not looking at the mountain. 7 items. 3 days. A lift line, a chair, a cafeteria table, an unloading area. 4 separate locations across 3 days, and in each one, the same quality of orientation. The body and the face directed at the space I was occupying, not moving toward me, not making contact, not doing anything that could be described in a language of a police report as threatening, simply present and directed. I sat with the 7 items for a long time. The base lodge was warm around me, and the smell of wet gear and wood smoke, and the particular food smell of a mountain cafeteria in the middle of the day was present on all sides, and the people at the other tables were doing the ordinary things that people do in base lodges at lunchtime. And I was sitting in the middle of all of this ordinary warmth. And I was finally, with the specific and belated clarity of a person who has been constructing alternative explanations for 3 days and has run out of them, allowing myself to see the pattern as a pattern, not a series of coincidences, not my anxiety-imposing narrative on random distribution, a pattern with a consistent signature, the same person across multiple days and multiple locations, positioned in relation to my location in a way that was not accidental and was not random, and was not the behavior of a person who was doing something else and happened to be in my vicinity. He was watching me. He had been watching me since the first afternoon. He had been doing it in public spaces, in full view, without concealment and without approach, which is a specific and sophisticated form of the behavior because it is designed to be deniable, designed to stay below the threshold of what can be described as threatening in language that another person will recognize as justified rather than paranoid. I have been helping him stay below that threshold by refusing to add the items up. I put the phone in my jacket pocket and looked at the room. He was not in the room. The room was full of ordinary people having an ordinary Wednesday at a ski resort in December, and he was not among them, and the absence felt different now than it had felt in the morning. Not reassuring, but simply a gap in the pattern, a moment between appearances. I thought about what to do. The options available to me were these. I could go to the resort's guest services desk and report what I had observed, which would require me to describe a man I had seen standing in public spaces on a ski mountain across 3 days, which was a description that I understood from the outside, sounded less like a threat report and more like a complaint about a stranger's presence in a shared recreational facility. I could call the police, which had the same problem in more acute form. I could call Kara and ask her what to do, which I was not ready to do, because calling Kara meant saying out loud the thing I had spent 3 days refusing to say. And saying it out loud to another person was a commitment to the reality of it that I had not yet fully made. Or I could leave. I could go back to the condo, pack my bag, and drive back to Denver 3 hours earlier than I had planned, which was a thing that was entirely within my power and that would cost me nothing except the afternoon's riding and the pride of a person who does not want to be the kind of person who leaves a ski trip early because a stranger stood in the wrong places. I sat in the warm base lodge and I thought about these options, and I did not move for 20 minutes, which is its own kind of answer to the question of which option I was going to choose. The thing that finally moved me was not a further sighting. It was the memory of a detail from the morning that I had registered and not examined. The moment at the top of the main lift, when I had clipped in and pushed off without looking back, and the reason I had not looked back, which was that I had not wanted to see whether he was still standing in the unloading area watching me go down. I had made a choice not to look because I had not wanted the information that looking might produce. That was the moment I understood that I had already decided what the pattern was. Everything else had been the delay between the decision and the willingness to act on it. I went back to the condo. I did not pack immediately. I want to be honest about the fact that I put my gear away and made tea and sat at the table by the window for an hour before I did anything else. Because the hour felt necessary, a period of stillness between the understanding and its consequences. The mountain was gray and flat-lit beyond the window, and the village below was quiet in the mid-afternoon way of a resort town between its morning and evening populations. I opened a notes application and added one more item. Day 3, afternoon, base lodge 20 minutes. I finally added it up. Then I opened a new note and wrote Kara's name at the top and started composing what I was going to say to her, because the next thing I needed to do was tell someone. And Kara was the right person, and I had been waiting 3 days to be ready to do it, and I was ready now. I was most of the way through the message when I heard something in the hallway outside the unit's door. Not a dramatic sound, not a bang or a voice or the specific sounds of a disturbance, a quiet sound. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving along the hallway in the direction of my unit and then stopping. Stopping outside my door. I sat at the table with the phone in my hand and the unfinished message to Kara on the screen, and I looked at the door, and I did not move, and I did not breathe in the way that you stop breathing when your body has decided that stillness is the appropriate response to a thing before your mind has finished processing what the thing is. The hallway was quiet, and then with the specific, unhurried quality of footsteps that belong to a person who is not in a hurry and has no reason to be, the steps resumed and moved away down the hallway, and I heard the sound of the stairwell door at the end of the hall opening and closing. I sat for a long time after the sound stopped. Then I finished the message to Kara. I told her everything, the list, the 7 items, the empty table, the unloading area, the footsteps in the hallway just now. I told her in the plain, sequential language of a person who has finished deciding what the pattern is and is no longer constructing it carefully for an audience that might not believe it. I told her, and I sent it, and I put the phone on the table, and I looked at the door. The door was locked. I had locked it when I came in. I always locked it when I came in. I got up and checked the lock anyway. Kara called me within 4 minutes of the message sending, and her voice when she answered had the specific quality of a person who has read something quickly and completely, and has set aside every other thing they were doing. And she said, "I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to hear it clearly." And I said I was listening. And she said, "My brother changed the door code 3 weeks ago because the old one was too easy. And I almost sent you the wrong one when I texted it to you, and you told me you mixed up the unit numbers when you first arrived and had to correct yourself." She said, "Your unit is 314. She said, "The unit next to yours is 315. And she said, "I need you to tell me what the man looked like." As Kara's voice held its specific, controlled quality on the phone, the quality of a person who was managing their own alarm in real time by the application of practical questions, using the questions as a structure to keep the alarm from expanding into the space the conversation needed. I sat at the table by the window with the locked door behind me and gave her the description as accurately as I could. Mid-30s, possibly older, difficult to be precise because of the gear and the altitude light, charcoal gray jacket and pants, darker than most people on the mountain. The kind of gear that absorbs light rather than reflects it. Medium build, medium height. Nothing physically distinctive except the stillness. The quality of not moving in situations where people move. The quality of being oriented without being active. The face and body pointed at a specific thing without the person doing anything about the pointing. Kara listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked 2 questions. The first was whether I had seen him anywhere other than the mountain. In the village, on the street, near the condo building itself. I thought about this carefully. The honest answer was that I did not know, because for the first 2 days I had not been looking for him as a continuous presence, and could not reconstruct with confidence whether any of the figures I had passed in the village or the parking lot or the path between the condo and the base lodge had been him. The flat light of the 3rd day had changed my attention, but the first 2 days had been operating under the framework of coincidence, and coincidence does not require you to look at faces. I said, "I do not know. I was not looking in those spaces until today." The second question was whether the unit next to mine, 315, had shown any signs of occupancy since I arrived. Sounds through the wall, light under the door when I passed in the hallway. Any indication of another guest. I thought about this too. The building had been in half occupancy or less, which was consistent with the early season midweek quiet. The hallway on the 3rd floor had been consistently silent in the way of hallways in buildings where most of the units are empty. I had not registered any sounds through the shared wall between my unit and 315, had not seen light under the door, had not encountered anyone coming or going from that unit in 3 days of using the hallway. I said, "I think it has been empty. I have not noticed anything." Kara was quiet for a moment. She said, "The door code for my unit is a 4-digit number, and it is specific to my unit. The codes are set by the building management and are unit specific. A person who had the code for 315 would not be able to open 314 with it." I said I understood that. She said, "But a person who was in 315 and knew the layout of the floor would know that 314 is directly adjacent, and would know which side of the 315 unit shares a wall with mine, and would know the relative position of the 2 units' front doors in the hallway." She said this carefully and precisely, in the manner of a person who is building something and wants to make sure each component is sound before she adds the next one. I said, "Kara." She said, "I know." We sat with it for a moment. The specific, shared silence of 2 people who have arrived at the same place and are deciding together what to do about it. She said, "I want you to leave tonight. I want you to pack your bag right now while I am on the phone with you, and I want you to walk down to your car and drive back to Denver." I said, "It is 4 in the afternoon, and the drive is 2 hours, and the mountain roads are going to be." She said, "I know what the drive is. I want you to do it anyway." I looked at the locked door. I looked at the window with the flat gray mountain beyond it, and the village below going into its early evening preparation. The lights coming on in the restaurants and the bars and the rental shops. The ordinary machinery of a resort town's evening assembling itself. I said. Let me think about this for a minute, Kara said in the tone of a person who has decided not to argue but wants their position on the record. I have thought about it, and I am telling you what I think. But it is your decision, and I will help you with whatever you decide. This was one of the things I valued most about Kara. The specific combination of directness and respect that meant she would tell you clearly what she thought, and then step back and let you be a person who made their own decisions. I had benefited from this quality in other contexts, and I was benefiting from it now, and I want to acknowledge it because the account is about more than what frightened me, and includes the people who helped me manage it. I told her I was going to stay on the phone with her while I looked at the unit next door. Just looked at the door from the hallway, and that based on what I found I would make the decision about whether to leave tonight or in the morning. She said, "What are you hoping to find?" I said I did not know. I said I wanted to see whether the door showed any signs of recent use, whether the handle was worn, whether there was any debris on the threshold, whether the unit looked occupied or empty. I said it was a practical question, and I needed a practical answer before I decided whether the answer to leaving tonight was the road conditions or something else. Kara said, "I do not love this." I said, "I know. I will be on the phone the entire time." I unlocked my door and opened it slowly, with my back to the door frame and Kara's voice in my ear. And I looked out into the hallway. The hallway was empty. The overhead lights ran its length in their flat, institutional way. The carpet a neutral gray. The unit doors on both sides identical in their painted white surfaces and their small brass numbers and their peepholes and their handles. The hallway smelled of the building's internal air, carpet and heating system, and the faint, composite smell of a building that has held many people over many years. I stepped out and turned right toward Unit 315. The door was 2 steps from mine. It looked like every other door on the floor, painted white, brass numbers, peephole, handle. I stood in front of it and looked at it without touching it. The threshold was clean. No debris, no scuff marks, no indication of recent heavy traffic. The handle was in the same condition as the handles on the other doors I could see from where I was standing, neither more nor less worn. I looked at the gap at the bottom of the door. No light from inside. The unit was dark. I looked at the door for another moment, and then I looked at the peephole. The peephole was a standard fisheye lens, the kind installed in every unit door in a building like this one, designed to give the person inside a wide-angle view of the hallway outside their door. It was at eye level on the door, a small brass circle, perhaps the diameter of a pencil, and it was entirely ordinary except for one detail that I registered with the specific, sudden quality of a thing the eyes find before the mind has organized its significance. The peephole lens was dark, not dark in the way of a peephole and an unlit interior behind it, through which the fisheye lens would give back a dim but present view of the space behind the door. That kind of dark has a depth to it, a quality of looking into rather than looking at. This was a different dark, a flat, opaque, unreflective dark, the dark of a surface that is not transmitting light in either direction. Something was covering the peephole from the inside. I stood in the hallway looking at the covered peephole, and I heard Kara's voice in my ear saying my name and asking what was happening, and I said in a voice that was quieter than I intended, "There is something covering the peephole on the inside." Kara said, "Come back inside your unit right now." I went back inside my unit and locked the door and put the chain on, which I had not been using because the door had a deadbolt, and I had considered the deadbolt sufficient, and I stood in the middle of the main room with the phone to my ear and Kara's voice telling me to pack my bag. I packed my bag. I want to be honest about the specific quality of the next 20 minutes, because it is relevant to the account, and because I think the honesty is more useful than the version in which I moved through those 20 minutes with calm efficiency. I did not move through them with calm efficiency. I moved through them with the compressed, slightly dissociated attention of a person who is doing a practical task. Bag, charger, bathroom items, gear bag, Kara's French press that I had used and washed and needed to leave where I found it. while a parallel process was running in the background of their attention that was doing something considerably less practical and considerably less controllable. The parallel process was this: reconstructing the 3 days with the knowledge that Unit 315 might have been occupied the entire time and that the person in it might have known, before I arrived, which unit I was in, and what the approach route to the mountain looked like, and which lift I would take as a first-time visitor to this specific resort. The reconstruction was not a pleasant process. I finished packing and stood in the middle of the main room with my bag by the door and Kara still on the phone. And I looked at the unit, the galley kitchen, the small table where I had eaten 3 dinners, the French press on the counter, the window with the dark mountain beyond it. I said, how would someone know which unit I was in? Kara said, what do you mean? I said, the building has multiple units. If someone wanted to be in the unit next to mine specifically, they would have had to know which unit was mine before they booked. How would they know that? Kara was quiet for a moment that had a specific quality of a person going through something in their mind. She said, I posted about it 3 weeks ago, on my account, a photograph of the view from the bedroom window with the unit number visible in the corner of the frame. I tagged the resort. I did not think about the unit number being in the photograph, the bedroom window photograph. The flat, brilliant light of a clear Colorado morning, the mountain in the frame and in the lower corner of the image, and the reflection on the interior of the glass or on the doorframe or wherever it appeared. The number 314, small and incidental and entirely legible to a person who was looking for it. I said, how many people follow your account? She said, it is not private. Anyone can see it. I stood with this for a moment. Then I picked up my bag and my gear bag and I said, I'm going to the car now. Kara said, I'm staying on the phone until you are in the car with the doors locked. I opened my unit door and looked at the hallway. Empty in both directions, the overhead lights running their flat institutional length, the doors on both sides closed and silent. I stepped out and pulled my unit door closed behind me and heard the latch engage. And I did not look at the door of Unit 315 as I passed it, which was a decision I made in the half-second before I was alongside it, and that I held for the 2 steps it took to clear it and reach the elevator. I pressed the elevator button and waited. The hallway was silent. The building was silent. Somewhere below me, the building's heating system made its low, continuous sound. The sound of a structure maintaining itself against the cold outside, and the elevator made its mechanical sound of approach, and the hallway stayed empty and stayed silent, and the door of Unit 315 stayed closed. The elevator arrived. I got in. The doors closed. Kara said, are you in the elevator? I said yes. She said, you are doing the right thing. I did not answer because I was looking at the elevator's interior surface, at the panel with the floor buttons and the emergency button and the small, rectangular mirror mounted at eye level in the back corner of the cab, a standard feature of the elevators in this building and in most buildings of this kind, intended to give the occupant of the cab a view of the full interior from the front. In the mirror, in the reflection of the elevator cab behind me, the doors had just closed on the 3rd floor hallway, and in the narrowing gap of the closing doors, on the 3rd floor hallway that had been empty and silent for the entire time I had been in it, a figure was standing at the door of Unit 315, watching the elevator doors close. The doors met. The cab began its descent. The reflection in the mirror showed only the interior of the elevator, and my own face, and the bag over my shoulder, and the phone in my hand with Kara's voice coming from it, asking me what had happened. Because she had heard me stop speaking, I said, I'm in the elevator. I am coming down. The lobby was empty when the doors opened, and the parking lot was cold and dark, and my car was where I had left it, and I got in and locked the doors and started the engine, and Kara stayed on the phone. For the first 40 minutes of the drive until the mountain road gave way to the highway and the highway gave way to the interstate and the resort was behind me and the Denver lights were beginning to appear on the horizon ahead, and I did not tell her what I had seen in the elevator mirror until I was on the interstate because on the interstate I was in a current of moving vehicles and lit signs and the ordinary, populated infrastructure of a world that was not a hallway on the third floor of a half-empty building, and on the interstate the thing I had seen in the mirror was something I could say out loud without my voice doing what it would have done if I had tried to say it on the mountain road in the dark. As the interstate carried me east toward Denver in the specific, anonymous safety of a highway at night, the headlights of other vehicles moving in both directions, the lit signs of gas stations and exits appearing and receding in the dark, the ordinary infrastructure of a populated world reasserting itself mile by mile against the mountain dark I had left behind. I told Kara what I had seen in the elevator mirror. I told it simply and in the correct order. The hallway empty when I stepped into it. The door of Unit 315 closed and silent as I passed. The elevator arriving, the doors opening, the interior of the cab, the mirror in the back corner, and in the reflection of the closing doors behind me, the figure at the door of 315 watching the elevator close. Kara listened without interrupting, which was not her natural mode in conversations that were frightening her, and the effort of the listening was audible in the quality of her silence. Controlled, tight, a person keeping their own responses contained so that mine could be heard accurately. When I finished, she said, "Describe what you saw in the mirror." I said, "A figure, standing at the door of 315, facing the elevator." She said, "Could you see his face?" I said, "No, the doors were almost closed when I saw him. Maybe 2 seconds of visibility, less. Enough to register the shape and the position and the fact that he was facing the elevator, not enough to see his face." She said, "But you know it was him." I said, "Yes." She said this not as a question, but as a confirmation, the specific register of a person who is assembling a complete picture and has received the last piece. And I heard in the way she said it the particular quality of a person who is frightened for someone they love, and is managing that fright by remaining in the practical register, by keeping the conversation in the territory of what happened and what to do next, rather than in the territory of what it meant and what it could have been. I was grateful for this. I am still grateful for it. The 4 months since have given me a clearer understanding of how much the practical register protected me in those first hours, how much the specific work of describing and confirming and deciding kept me functional in a way that would have been impossible if the conversation had been conducted in the other register, the one that would have required me to sit with the full shape of what the 3 days had been and what the figure in the elevator mirror meant. I drove. The interstate was clear. The Denver glow on the horizon grew from a suggestion to a presence. The specific orange-white light of a large city visible from 30 miles out on a clear night, and I moved toward it with the steady, unremarkable progress of a car on a highway. And I kept talking to Kara because the talking was the thing that kept the drive from being the other thing it could have been, which was 40 minutes alone in a dark car on a mountain highway with a mirror in the elevator, and the 3 days of accumulated pattern and the covered peephole on the door of Unit 315. Kara said, "I am going to call the resort's property management tonight. I am going to tell them what you observed, and I am going to ask them who is registered in 3015 and how long they have been there." I said, "They may not tell you. Privacy." She said, "They will tell me enough. They will tell me whether the unit is occupied and when the booking was made. I own 314. They will tell me that much." I said, "And if the booking was made 3 weeks ago?" She did not answer immediately. 3 weeks ago was when she had posted the photograph with the unit number visible in the corner of the frame, and we both understood the implication without requiring it to be stated, which was that a booking made approximately concurrent with the posting of a photograph containing the unit number was a data point that meant something specific and that the meaning was not innocent. She said, "If the booking was made 3 weeks ago, I am going to call the police." I said, "Call them anyway." She said, "I know, I am going to. I wanted to have the information from the management first, so I have something concrete to give them." This is Kara's mode of operation. The sequential, evidence-first approach, That meant she moved deliberately and arrived at her actions with the materials to support them rather than arriving at them with only the description of a feeling, which she knew from experience was the version that produced the least useful response from the institutions you were asking for help. I had seen this mode operate in other contexts and had sometimes found it frustratingly careful, and in this context I found it exactly right, and I told her so. She said, "Drive. Call me when you get to your apartment." I drove. I reached my apartment in Denver at 6:30. I parked in the building's garage, which was enclosed and lit, and I sat in the car for a moment with the engine off and the garage around me and the specific, anticlimactic quality of arrival, the thing you have been moving toward for 2 hours suddenly present and still and requiring nothing further from your body, which has been alert and operational for hours and does not immediately understand that the alertness is no longer required. I got my bags from the trunk and went upstairs and locked my apartment door and sat on the couch and called Kara. She had spoken to the resort's property management while I was driving. The Unit 3015 had been booked. The booking had been made 19 days ago, which was 2 days after she had posted the photograph. The booking was for a 5-night stay, check-in the day before I had arrived, check-out 2 days after my planned departure, which meant the booking had been structured to bracket my stay entirely, to begin before I arrived and end after I left. I sat on the couch and held the phone and looked at my apartment. The familiar walls, the familiar furniture, the window with the familiar view of the street outside, the ordinary, inhabited specificity of a space that was mine, and I felt the specific quality of a person who has been handed a piece of information that reorganizes everything they thought they understood about the previous 3 days. The booking had been structured around my stay, not concurrent with it, not overlapping with it by coincidence. Structured around it, beginning the day before I arrived and ending 2 days after my planned departure, as if someone had looked at my itinerary and built theirs in response to it, which meant someone had known my itinerary. I said, "How would anyone know when I was coming and when I was leaving?" Kara said, "I do not know. I did not post about your trip specifically. I only posted the photograph of the view." I said, "Did you tell anyone I was going to be there?" She said, "I mentioned it to a few people. Friends. I did not post about it publicly." I said, "Think about who you told." There was a pause while Kara did this, and I sat on the couch and thought about it alongside her, and the thinking had the specific quality of a calculation being performed in insufficient light, the variables present but the relationships between them not yet fully visible, the answer somewhere in the available information but not yet assembled. Kara said, "I told maybe 4 people. 2 of them are women I've known since graduate school, and I would stake anything on both of them. One is a colleague I have lunch with occasionally, who I mentioned it to in passing, and one is," she paused, "one is someone I follow on the platform who commented on the photograph, and I responded in the comments saying a friend was going to be staying there soon. I said in the comments. She said in the comments, which are public. The public comments under a post with a visible unit number, responding to a question or a comment about the property, mentioning that a friend would be staying there soon. Public, readable by anyone who followed the account or found the post, which on a platform where location tags and resort tags made posts discoverable through search, was a category that included anyone who was looking. I said, "What did you say exactly?" She said, "I said something like, a friend of mine is actually going to be staying there in a couple of weeks. She is going to love it." Something like that. A couple of weeks. Posted 19 days before the 315 booking was made, 2 days before the booking, in the comments under a photograph with the unit number visible. On a public account tagged with the resort's location. The shape of it was clear now. Not every detail, not the how of the itinerary, not the specific number of nights, not the precise dates, but enough. Enough to know the approximate window, enough to book the adjacent unit and wait. I said, "You need to tell the police all of this. The photograph, the comments, the booking dates, the dates of my stay, the unit number visible in the photograph, all of it." She said, I have already called them. While you were driving. A report is open. An officer is going to call me tonight, and I am going to give them everything. I said, and I need to file a report from my end. What I observed on the mountain and at the condo, the pattern of sightings, the covered peephole, the figure in the elevator mirror. She said, yes. Tonight. I sat on the couch after the call and looked at the street through the window, and I thought about the 3 days in the specific, reorganized way that the new information required, not the 3 days as I had experienced them. The first day as a good day on the mountain, the second day as the beginning of an unease I was managing, the third day as the day the pattern finally became undeniable. But the 3 days as they had been in fact from the outside, from the position of a person who had known the structure of the situation before it began. From that position, the 3 days had a different shape entirely. The first afternoon's lift line was not a coincidence. The second day's cafeteria table was not a coincidence. The unloading area at the top of the main lift was not a coincidence. Each sighting had been a calibrated appearance, close enough to register in the background of attention, distant enough to remain below the threshold of the explicable, building the pattern incrementally in a way that was designed to reach its conclusion on a timeline the person in the unit next door was controlling. I thought about the covered peephole. A peephole covered from the inside means the person inside does not want light from the hallway to enter the unit through the peephole, which is the function a covered peephole serves from a practical standpoint. It also means the person inside does not want the fisheye view of the hallway that the peephole provides, which would be a strange thing to forego unless the person had another means of monitoring the hallway that they preferred, or unless the covering served a different function than privacy. I thought about this for a long time. A peephole covered from the inside in a unit adjacent to mine, in a building where the hallway between our 2 doors was the only route between my unit and the elevator, the stairs, and the exit. A covered peephole that I had seen in the afternoon of the 3rd day, a figure at the door of that unit watching the elevator close, 2 hours after I saw the covered peephole. The covering was not for privacy. The covering was so that I could not see light through the peephole from the hallway, so that when I passed Unit 315 going to and from my own unit, I would not see the backlit circle of a peephole with someone behind it, and understand that the unit was occupied and occupied specifically in the direction of my passing. The covered peephole was consideration for detection. It was operational. I filed the police report that evening. I gave the officer on the phone the description, the dates, the sighting locations, the sequence, the covered peephole, the elevator mirror. The officer was professional and thorough and asked the questions that the format required. Could I confirm the sightings were the same individual across all instances? Had there been any verbal or physical contact? Had I seen him outside the resort property? I said, I cannot confirm with certainty that every sighting was the same person, but the consistency of the clothing and the physical description and the specific quality of the behavior across all sightings is sufficient for me to be confident they were. The officer said, what do you mean by the specific quality of the behavior? I said, the stillness. He does not move toward the subject. He positions himself in relation to the subject and remains still and oriented. He is present in a way that is designed to be visible without being actionable. Every sighting had this quality. The officer was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that is a useful observation. I'm going to note that specifically. I said, has there been anything similar reported at this resort or in this area? He said he was not in a position to discuss other reports, but that my report was being taken seriously and that the resort's management had already been in contact with the department regarding a related inquiry, which I understood to mean Kara's call had preceded mine and the two were being connected. I thanked him and ended the call and sat in my apartment in the specific, suspended quiet of a person who has done the available things and is now in the position of waiting for the available things to produce something. Outside the window, the Denver street was doing its ordinary evening work. The traffic and the foot traffic in the lit windows of the buildings across the way. The ordinary populated world going about its business without reference to anything I was carrying. I was in it. I was back in it. The mountain was 2 hours behind me, and the resort was 2 hours behind me, and the hallway was 2 hours behind me, and the figure in the elevator mirror was 2 hours behind me, and I was in my apartment with a locked door and the familiar walls and the street outside the window. It was not enough distance yet. I knew that. 2 hours of interstate was not the unit of distance that the situation required, and I was going to have to think carefully about what unit it did require. And that thinking was going to take time that I did not yet have a clear sense of. And in the meanwhile, I was going to sit on the couch in my apartment and breathe the specific, ordinary air of a space that was mine, and wait for the breathing to do what breathing does when you give it enough time and enough quiet. Kara called at 9 that evening to tell me that the officer handling her report had confirmed that Unit 315 had been vacated, checked out, in the resort system at 5:47 in the afternoon, which was approximately 1 hour after I had seen the covered people and 40 minutes after I had been in the elevator, and that the unit had been cleaned and was showing no reservation for the following nights, and that the management was cooperating fully with the inquiry, and that none of this information was as reassuring as it should have been, because a person who had checked out of a unit at 5:47 on a Wednesday afternoon was not in the unit anymore, but was somewhere, and somewhere was a very large territory, and I was in it. As the days following the Wednesday arranged themselves into the specific, altered texture of a life that has been interrupted and is attempting to reassemble itself around the interruption, rather than pretending the interruption did not occur. I want to describe what those days were actually like, because I think the account owes the reader an honest description of the aftermath rather than moving directly from the acute events to their resolution, and because the aftermath is where most of the real experience of something like this lives, not in the acute events themselves, which have a kind of clarifying urgency that organizes the response, but in the weeks after, when the urgency is past and the ordinary world has reasserted itself, and you are left with the task of inhabiting that ordinary world with new information about what it contains. The first week back in Denver, I worked from my apartment. This was a choice that required no justification to my employer. I worked in a job that accommodated remote work, and I had a legitimate reason to be working from home, which was that I had returned from a trip 2 days early and needed to recover the work days I had taken as vacation, a framing that was accurate without being complete. I did not explain the incompleteness to my manager, because the complete version of the explanation was not something I was ready to give in a professional context, and because the incomplete version was sufficient to cover the practical reality of my week. What the incomplete version did not cover was the specific quality of the apartment in those first days, which was the quality of a space I was inhabiting differently than I had inhabited it before. I had lived in this apartment for 2 years with the particular, unconsidered relationship to it that long-term occupancy produces, the space as an extension of myself, its dimensions and its sounds and its vulnerabilities known and categorized and folded into the background of daily life without active monitoring. The apartment had been, in the unconsidered way of familiar spaces, safe. After the Wednesday, it was still safe. The locks were the same locks. The building had a secure entry and a staffed front desk during business hours and a fob entry system after hours, and none of these things had changed. The apartment was objectively as secure as it had been the week before the trip. What had changed was my relationship to the assumption of security, which is a different thing from security itself, and which I had not previously understood was doing as much work in my daily life as it was. I found myself checking the door lock when I had just locked it, not because I doubted that I had locked it, but because the act of checking produced a momentary confirmation that the doubt was not the situation, and the momentary confirmation was worth the redundancy. I found myself registering the faces of people I passed in the building's hallway and the building's lobby in a way I had not registered them before. Not suspiciously, not with the activated alarm of a person who expects a threat, but with the specific, involuntary attention of a person whose threat assessment system has been recalibrated and is now operating at a lower threshold than it was previously set to. I found myself on the third morning after the Wednesday, sitting at my desk in front of the work laptop and understanding that I had been looking at the same paragraph for 12 minutes without reading it, because the part of my attention that was supposed to be reading the paragraph had been occupied with something else, specifically with the reconstruction of the 3 days at the resort, which my mind was performing again in the way that minds perform the reconstruction of recent frightening events, looking for the earlier detection point, the moment at which the available information had been sufficient to justify action, and I had not acted on it. The lift line on the first afternoon. I could have acted then, not on the basis of a single sighting, but I could have paid different attention to the subsequent days. The cafeteria table with nothing in front of him. I could have acted then. Could have said something to the lodge staff or the resort's guest services or Kara. Could have named it at that point, rather than adding it to a private list on my phone and constructing the benign interpretation alongside it. The unloading area at the top of the main lift. By the third morning I had been on the mountain, I had 7 items on the list, and I had still been managing the information as a series of individually explicable events, rather than as the pattern it had been from the beginning. I want to be clear about something regarding this reconstruction, because I've noticed in the 4 months since that the reconstruction tends to arrive dressed as a productive activity, as the kind of careful retrospective analysis that will help me identify the decision points and make better decisions in comparable future situations, when what it actually is, most of the time, is a form of self-blame performing the costume of learning. The information I had at the lift line on the first afternoon was not sufficient to justify action. One person in a lift line. The information I had at the cafeteria table was on the boundary of sufficient and not sufficient, and the decision I made at that boundary was one that a reasonable person could make in either direction. The information I had at the unloading area on the third morning was sufficient, and I acted on it within a few hours. The timeline was not a failure of judgment. It was the timeline of a person operating in good faith with incomplete information in a context designed specifically to keep the information incomplete for as long as possible. I understood this intellectually. The reconstruction happened anyway. On the 5th day after the Wednesday, I called the detective who had been assigned to the combined report, mine and Kara's, which had been connected by the department, and assigned to a single investigator given their obvious relationship. He was a quiet-voiced man in his late 40s, whose manner suggested extensive experience with situations that had not gone well, and a corresponding appreciation for situations that had not gone worse, which this one had not, and whose approach to the conversation was the measured, sequential approach of a person who had learned through experience that the most useful thing he could do in early-stage conversations with people who had filed reports like mine was to give them accurate information about what the investigation had found and what it had not found, without the hedging and the qualification that well-intentioned investigators sometimes used as a form of protection against the disappointment of no results. He said the Unit 315 booking had been made through a short-term rental aggregator platform using an account created 48 hours prior to the booking, associated with a prepaid payment method, and an email address that had been used once and not since. The booking had been for 5 nights at the full nightly rate, paid in full at booking, with no communication to the property management before or after the booking other than the automated check-in confirmation. He said the resort's keycard system had logged the unit store being accessed 17 times during the occupancy period, which was consistent with normal single-occupant use, and did not indicate anything unusual about the pattern of entries and exits. He said the unit had been cleaned between the checkout and the investigation, which was standard operating procedure, and which meant the physical evidence available from the unit interior was limited. The cleaning team had found nothing unusual in the unit. No items left behind, no damage, nothing that distinguished the occupancy from a standard guest stay. He said nothing unusual except one thing. I waited. He said the peephole on the unit's interior door had been covered with a small piece of electrical tape. The cleaning team noted it and removed it. The tape was not available for analysis by the time the investigation requested it, because it had been discarded with the cleaning materials. I said electrical tape. He said a small piece, precisely cut, applied to the interior surface of the peephole lens, flush with the lens, not extending onto the door surface. applied with enough care that it would not be visible from the hallway side. I sat with this for a moment. He said, "This is consistent with your observation from the hallway. It is also consistent with a person who was aware that the unit's peephole provided a view of the hallway and who did not want that view to be available to anyone passing outside, which in a building where the unit's occupancy might not be generally known would reduce the likelihood of a person in the hallway understanding the unit was occupied." I said, "He did not want anyone in the hallway to know the unit was occupied?" The detective said, "That is one interpretation. There is a simpler one, which is that he did not want the unit's interior to be visible through the peephole from the hallway, which would be relevant if a person passing frequently in the hallway might look at the peephole and see the backlit interior or the shadow of a person behind it." I said, "I passed that door multiple times each day, going to and from the elevator, going to and from the mountain." He said, "Yes. I sat with the 17 keycard accesses and the precisely cut electrical tape and the 5-night booking that bracketed my stay, and I thought about what the detective was telling me without saying it directly, which was that the unit had been occupied by someone who had structured their presence in the building around not being detectable as a presence, which was a different thing from simply being a private person who kept to their unit, and that the difference was significant in ways that the investigation was taking seriously. I asked if there had been any identification of the individual. He said not yet. The platform account was being investigated for any traceable information. The payment method was being traced, and the resort's external security cameras were being reviewed for the dates of the occupancy. He said the camera review was potentially useful because the resort's parking lot cameras covered the main entrance, and the camera resolution was sufficient for facial recognition analysis. If a clear image could be obtained, I asked how long that would take. He said he could not give me a timeline, but that the case was active and he would contact me when there was something concrete to report. I thanked him. He said before ending the call that I had done the right things leaving when I did, filing the report immediately, preserving the chronology of the sightings with enough specificity to be useful. He said this in the tone of a person who says it because it is true, and also because he has learned that people in the position I was in needed to hear it, and that hearing it served a practical function in terms of their subsequent cooperation with the investigation. I said I appreciated that. He said, "One more thing. The photograph your friend posted, the one with the unit number." I said, "Yes." He said, "We would like her to take it down if she is not already." I said, "She took it down the night of the Wednesday." He said, "Good." I ended the call and sat at my desk in my apartment with the work laptop still showing the paragraph I had been unable to read that morning, and I thought about the electrical tape on the peephole, and the 17 keycard accesses and the prepaid account and the 5-night booking, and I thought about the 3 days on the mountain, and the lift line and the cafeteria table, and the unloading area, and the hallway and the elevator mirror, and I thought about all of it as a sequence, as the deliberate, prepared, operationally careful sequence it had been. And I felt the specific quality of understanding that arrives when you have been given enough pieces to see the shape of something, and the shape is larger and more considered than you had previously understood. I called Kara. She answered on the first ring, which told me she had been waiting for the call, and I told her what the detective had said, and she listened without interrupting. And when I finished, she said, "I'm sorry." I said, "You do not need to apologize. You did not do anything wrong." She said, "I put the unit number in a public post, and I mentioned in the comments that you were going to be there. That is something I did." I said, "You posted a photograph of a view you love from a place you own. You responded to a comment in the ordinary way that people respond to comments. The responsibility for what happened does not belong to you, and I need you to understand that clearly because I need you to stop carrying it." Kara was quiet for a moment. She said, "Okay." I said, "Okay." We stayed on the phone for another hour, not talking about the resort or the investigation, but talking about other things. Her work, my work, a film we had both seen recently and had been meaning to discuss, The ordinary comfortable conversation of two people who have been friends long enough to know how to give each other the relief of the ordinary when the ordinary is what is needed. Outside my apartment window, the Denver street was doing its evening work, the traffic thinning and the foot traffic shifting from the purposeful movement of people going somewhere to the more relaxed movement of people going somewhere they want to be. And the lights in the buildings across the way came on in their various windows in the particular, uncoordinated sequence of a city settling into its evening. And I watched it and felt the specific, modest comfort of a world that was proceeding normally in all directions, and was willing to be witnessed doing so. It was not enough yet. I knew it was not enough yet. But it was present, and it was mine. And for the evening that was sufficient. The camera review produced something. The detective called me 11 days after our first conversation, and his voice had a different quality from the first call, not the measured, sequential quality of a person managing expectations, but the specific, contained quality of a person who has a concrete thing to say and is choosing his words around it carefully. And I knew before he finished the first sentence that the something the cameras had produced was going to change the shape of what I understood. And I was right, and the changing of that shape is what I need to write in the next part, as the 11 days between the first call with the detective and the second arrange themselves into the specific, waiting quality of days that are ordinary in their surface demands and are not ordinary in what runs beneath the surface. I want to describe what I did with the waiting, because the waiting was not passive, and what I did with it is relevant to the account. I went back to work in the office on the Monday of the second week. This was a decision made partly on practical grounds. There was work that required in-person presence, and I had been remote for long enough that the absence was beginning to generate the specific, low-level social friction of a colleague who is not quite reachable, and partly on grounds that I want to describe accurately, which is that staying in the apartment had begun to produce a quality of attention I recognized as counterproductive. The apartment was safe. I had established this through the available means. The locks, the building security, the front desk staff whose faces I now knew and who now knew mine in the specific, nodding way of a daily exchange that had become mutually recognizable. The apartment was safe, and I knew it was safe, and staying in it anyway, monitoring the door and rechecking the locks and sitting with my back to the wall at the desk was not the behavior of a person who knew the apartment was safe. It was the behavior of a person who knew the apartment was safe and could not convince their body of the same thing, and the gap between those two positions was being maintained and possibly widened by the staying. Going to the office was a recalibration, not a dramatic one. I was not making a statement about courage or recovery or the refusal to be diminished by what had happened. I was simply making a practical observation that my nervous system needed the specific information that ordinary public life provides, the continuous low-level data of a world proceeding normally in all directions, and that the apartment, however safe, was not generating that data because the apartment was quiet and still and gave my nervous system nothing to process except its own monitoring. The office gave it something to process. The commute gave it something to process. The coffee shop 2 blocks from the office where I stopped each morning gave it something to process. And what it processed over the course of the first few days was the ordinary world being ordinary, which was the information it needed. I want to be careful here about the word recovery because I think it implies a trajectory and a destination that I am not sure I have reached, and I'm not sure I will reach in the form the word implies. What I have is a functional relationship with the recalibrated baseline, the lowered threshold, the registered faces, the preference for the seat against the wall, and most days that functional relationship is sufficient. The recalibration is present, and it is mine, and I have stopped arguing with it, which is different from recovery in the sense of returning to the prior state, but which is, I have come to understand, the honest version of what moving forward from something like this actually looks like. On the Thursday of the second week, 11 days after the first detective call, my phone rang at 2 in the afternoon while I was at my desk in the office, and I looked at the number and stepped away from my desk and took the call in the corridor outside the open office floor, standing near the window that looked out onto the street below. The detective said, The camera review produced something useful. I said, "Tell me." He said the resort's parking lot cameras had captured a vehicle entering the lot on the day before my arrival, the check-in day for Unit 315, and the same vehicle leaving the lot on afternoon of the Wednesday, approximately 40 minutes after I had checked out, which was consistent with the checkout time the system had recorded for 315. He said the vehicle was a dark gray SUV, late model with Colorado plates. He said the plates were registered to a rental company with a location near Denver International Airport. He said the rental company's records showed the vehicle had been rented 11 days before my trip, not 1 or 2 days before, not the day before. 11 days before, which placed the rental date approximately concurrent with the public comment Kara had made under the photograph, the comment in which she had mentioned that a friend was going to be staying at the resort soon. I stood in the corridor by the window and looked at the street below and thought about 11 days. 11 days of rental, beginning at approximately the time the comment became visible and ending when I left the resort. 11 days that included the time needed to locate the resort from the tag in the photograph, identify the unit number from the image, create the booking account, make the reservation for 315, drive to the resort, check in, and spend 5 nights in the adjacent unit. The timeline was precise. The 11 days were not surplus. They were the exact duration of the preparation and the execution, with no apparent margin for error or indecision, which told you something specific about the person who had managed the timeline, which was that they had moved from the information in the comment to the execution of the plan without hesitation and without apparent deliberation, as if the steps were familiar rather than improvised. I said, the rental was in a name. He said, yes, a name and a driver's license and a credit card, all of which we have run, and all of which exist, and all of which belong to a real person who reported their wallet stolen 6 weeks prior to the rental date. The license and the card and the rental record are not forgeries. They are the actual documents. But the person they belong to did not make the rental. He said, this is a sophisticated method. It requires obtaining physical documents rather than fabricating them, which represents a significant level of planning and either criminal experience or criminal research. It is not the method of someone acting impulsively. I said, no, it is not. He said, there is more. I waited. He said the facial recognition analysis of the parking lot footage had returned a result, not a confirmed identification. He was careful about this distinction, and I want to preserve it, because the account should be accurate about what was known and what was not known, and the difference matters. Not a confirmed identification, but a result. A match to an individual in a database that he was not at liberty to specify, but that I could reasonably infer was a law enforcement database rather than a commercial one. He said, the match carries a confidence level that is sufficient for us to treat the individual as a person of interest and to initiate further investigation. It is not sufficient by itself to constitute identification for legal purposes. But it gives us a direction. I said, can you tell me anything about the direction? He said, I can tell you that the individual the match points to has a history in this state, and that the history includes prior contact with law enforcement in contexts that are relevant to the current investigation. I said, what kind of contexts? He said, I am not able to be specific at this stage. What I can tell you is that the prior contact is not from a single incident. It is from multiple incidents over a period of several years in different locations. Multiple incidents, several years, different locations. I said, how different? He said, different enough that we are now in contact with law enforcement in other jurisdictions. This is no longer a local investigation. I stood in the corridor by the window with the street below going about its ordinary afternoon, and I thought about multiple incidents over several years in different locations, and I thought about the precision of the 11-day timeline and the electrical tape on the peephole and the stolen wallet and the rental in someone else's name, and I thought about the 3 days on the mountain and the specific, calibrated quality of the sightings, never close enough to be threatening, never absent enough to be dismissible, always in the precise register of a behavior designed to be experienced by its subject and deniable to everyone else. I said, the other incidents. With the subject's women traveling alone, the detective was quiet for a moment. That had the specific quality of a person deciding how much to confirm of what they are not authorized to discuss. He said, I am not able to characterize the other incidents in detail. What I can tell you is that your report, and the specific detail and chronology you provided, has been useful to the broader investigation in ways that go beyond the immediate incident at the resort. I understood what he was telling me. I understood it clearly and completely, and I sat with it in the corridor by the window for a moment before I responded. I said, the other women, did they file reports? He said, some did. I said, and the ones who did not? He did not answer this directly. He said, your report is part of a record now. That record is being built carefully, and it matters. I want you to know that. I said I understood. He said there were two things he needed from me going forward. The first was my continued availability for follow-up questions as the broader investigation developed. I said yes without qualification. The second was a request that I review a series of photographs from the parking lot footage and from other sources he did not specify, to see whether I could confirm or discount the individual in the images as the person I had seen on the mountain. He said, I want to be clear that this is a confirmation exercise rather than an identification exercise. You have given us a description. We have a direction from the facial recognition result. What we need from you is whether the person in the images is consistent with your direct observation, not whether you can name the individual. I said, I understand the distinction. He said he would send the photographs through a secure link and asked me to review them when I was somewhere private and to call him after. I went back to my desk and worked through the afternoon with the specific, compartmentalized attention of a person who has received significant information and has made the decision to set it aside until the appropriate time to process it, which is a skill that either you have or you do not, and that I discovered in that afternoon that I had developed at some point without noticing. At 5:30 I left the office and walked home instead of taking the bus, because the walking was useful. The movement and the cold air and the specific, ordinary street-level experience of a city in the late afternoon, the shops lit, and the foot traffic dense, and the particular urban energy of a workday ending. And because I needed the transition between the office and the apartment to be long enough to do some of the processing the afternoon had required, I reached my apartment at 6:15. I made tea and sat at the desk with a wall at my back, and I opened the secure link on my laptop. There were 6 photographs, still images pulled from video footage, their quality varying depending on the source, some clear and well lit, some grainier, some taken from angles that showed the subject partially or in profile rather than full face. I looked at each one for a long time before moving to the next, using the specific quality of my memory of the sightings rather than the general impression of the description I had given, trying to locate in each image the specific details that had registered across the 3 days. The stillness, the orientation, the quality of the dark gear absorbing light rather than reflecting it. The third photograph was from the resort parking lot, taken from above and to the right, showing a figure walking toward the building entrance in the flat winter light of an overcast morning. Dark jacket, medium height. The figure's face was turned slightly toward the camera, not fully, maybe 15 degrees off profile. Enough to give the image a partial view of the face, but not enough for the full face clarity of a direct photograph. I looked at it for a long time. I called the detective. I said, the third photograph, the parking lot image. He said, yes. I said, the jacket. The specific color and the way it sits on the body, the way the person is carrying their weight, and the face, what I can see of it. He said, and I said, it is consistent with what I observed. I cannot give you certainty from a partial profile at that resolution. But the consistency is strong enough that I want you to note it clearly. He said, I am noting it. I said, the third photograph is your best one. He said, it is the best one from the resort sources. We have others from other sources that I may need you to review in a subsequent session. depending on how the broader investigation develops. I said, I will review whatever you need me to review. He said, I know you will. Thank you. I closed the laptop and sat in the apartment with the tea going cold beside me and the wall at my back and the door in the sightline for my desk. And I thought about the 6 photographs, and the third one specifically, and the person in it walking toward the building entrance in the flat winter light with the dark jacket absorbing the light, and the face turned slightly, 15 degrees off profile, offering the camera what it chose to offer and no more. That choice, the specific deliberate 15 degrees, was something I kept returning to. It was not the angle of a person unaware of the camera. It was not the posture of someone hurrying to enter a building without thinking about sightlines. It was the precise orientation of someone who knew the camera was there and had calibrated their angle to give it a partial view, enough to register as a normal person entering a building, not enough for the full-face clarity the camera was designed to produce. He had known where the camera was. He had walked through its field of view at the angle that served him. I thought about this for a long time. And I thought about the electrical tape on the peephole, and the stolen wallet, and the 11-day rental, and the multiple incidents in multiple locations. And I thought about the specific, accumulated intelligence of a person who had been doing this long enough to know where the cameras were and how to walk past them. And I felt the particular quality of understanding that arrives when the shape of something is finally large enough to see whole. The shape was larger than the 3 days at the resort. It was larger than one person in one location. It was a long, patient, iterating practice, refined across incidents and locations in years, and I had been inside it for 3 days without knowing, and I had gotten out, and the getting out was not a small thing, and I was going to have to find a way to hold both of those facts simultaneously, the largeness of the shape and the fact of having gotten out of it, without letting either one consume the other. Outside the window, the Denver evening was assembling itself in its ordinary way, the streetlights coming on and the traffic easing and the city settling into the specific register of a weeknight in winter. And I sat at my desk with the wall at my back and looked at it and breathed. And the breathing was, for that evening, enough. Kara came to Denver the following weekend. She did not announce the visit in advance. She called on Friday afternoon and said she was getting in her car and driving down, and that she was going to stay for 2 nights and that I should not argue with her. And I did not argue with her. And she arrived at 7 on Friday evening with a bag and a bottle of wine, and the specific quality of presence that belongs to a person who has decided that being physically present is the form Kara needs to take. And she was right. And I want to write about that weekend before I write the final part. Because the weekend was its own kind of important, and the account is not honest without it. As Kara's car pulled into the visitor parking space in front of my building on the Friday evening, and I watched from the window as she got out and retrieved her bag from the back seat with the brisk, purposeful efficiency of a person who has made a decision and is executing it without second-guessing, I felt something that I want to describe carefully because it is specific and because the specificity matters. It was not relief exactly, though relief was part of it. It was more the particular quality of attention releasing that you had not known was held until the moment it released. The specific sensation of a body that has been maintaining a posture for weeks and has just been told it can stop. The muscles involved in the holding only becoming fully apparent in the moment of their release. I had been alone in the apartment for 11 days, not continuously. There had been the office and the commute and the coffee shop and the ordinary populated infrastructure of a city going about its business. But, in the specific sense of alone, that means without the presence of a person who knows the full shape of what you are carrying, without someone in the room who does not need the situation explained to them, who can simply be present in the knowledge of it, rather than requiring the knowledge to be performed for them. Kara was that person. She was the only person who was fully in the picture, who had been in it from the Wednesday evening call, who had received the same information from the detective and had processed it alongside me rather than after me. Her presence in the apartment was not simply companionship. It was the specific relief of a shared weight that had been distributed between two people being returned to its actual distribution after 11 days of one person carrying all of it. She came in and set her bag by the door and looked at the apartment with the assessing attention of a person who was checking something without asking about it directly. And what she was checking was me. The apartment is an indicator of the state of the person living in it. The desk against the south wall, the chair facing the door and the window, the specific arrangement of a space that had been rearranged for reasons she understood. She said, "How are you sleeping?" I said, "Well enough. Better than the first week." She said, "Better than the first week is not the same as well." I said, "No. But it is better." She put the wine on the counter and took off her jacket and sat at the table by the window, which was where I sat most evenings, and she looked at the street outside with the easy familiarity of a person settling into a space without requiring it to perform anything for her. And I made dinner in the kitchen, and we talked while I cooked. The comfortable, overlapping conversation of two people for whom the kitchen and talking configuration is well established and requires no negotiation. We did not talk about the resort for the first 2 hours. This was not a deliberate decision that either of us articulated. It was simply the natural order of things when Kara arrived, which was that the first hours were for the re-establishment of the ordinary register before anything that required the other register could be addressed usefully. We talked about her drive down and the road conditions and the podcast she had been listening to on the drive. We talked about her work and my work and the film we had both seen recently that we had been meaning to discuss. We ate at the table by the window and the street below did its ordinary Friday evening work. And the wine was good and the food was good, and the specific, uncomplicated pleasure of eating a meal you have cooked with someone you have known for a long time was present in the room with us as its own kind of comfort. After dinner I told her about the detective's second call. Not for the first time, I had told her on the phone the day after, but in person, with the specific quality of an account given in the same room as the person receiving it rather than through a phone, which produces a different kind of telling and a different kind of receiving, the body's information supplementing the words in ways that a phone call cannot carry. She listened with the same quality she had brought to every conversation about this. The full, unhurried attention of a person who is not managing their own response while receiving yours, who has set their own reaction to one side in order to hear yours accurately. It was one of Kara's specific gifts as a person and as a friend, and I was aware of it and grateful for it in a way that the ordinary course of a friendship does not always make visible. When I finished, she asked 2 questions. The first was whether the detective had given me any indication of when the identification of the person of interest might be confirmed, or when the broader investigation might produce something actionable. I said no. He was careful about timelines. He said the multi-jurisdictional aspect of it adds complexity, and that he would contact me when there was something concrete. The second question was what I was doing with the time between now and when there was something concrete. I looked at her across the table. I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "I mean specifically, not in general. I mean, what are you doing each day with the part of the day that is not work and not sleeping and not the ordinary maintenance of being alive? What are you doing with the part that is about this?" I thought about this honestly. I said, "I am reconstructing it. I keep going back to the 3 days and looking for the earlier detection point and building the case for why I should have acted sooner." She said, "And is that useful?" I said, "No. But I do it anyway." She said, "I know. I do it too about the photograph. About the comment." I said, "Kara," she said, "I know. You have told me clearly and I hear you. I am telling you that knowing it was not my fault does not prevent the reconstruction. The two things coexist, and I have stopped trying to resolve the contradiction, and I am simply noting that it happens." This was one of the most useful things anyone said to me in the 4 months following the Wednesday, and I want to preserve it in the account, because I think it is the honest version of something that is usually said less honestly. which is that understanding the facts of a situation does not automatically recalibrate the emotional response to it, and that expecting it to do so is a form of impatience with yourself that does not serve you. The reconstruction happens. The understanding that the reconstruction is not useful does not stop the reconstruction from happening. The two things coexist, and acknowledging that they coexist is more functional than insisting that one should eliminate the other. We stayed at the table for a long time that evening. The wine ran out, and I made tea, and we kept talking, moving between the subject and away from it, in the natural rhythm of a conversation that is doing several things simultaneously. Processing, connecting, resting from the processing by talking about something else, returning. At some point after 11 we stopped talking about it, not because we had finished, but because we had reached the natural limit of what could be usefully said in one evening, the point at which further conversation would be repetition rather than progression, and we recognized this simultaneously in the way that long friendships allow. Kara entered the bedroom and I set up the couch, which in the apartment's layout was closer to the door, and I lay in the dark with the street sounds coming through the window and Kara's presence in the next room, and I thought about the specific quality of the night's air in the apartment, heavier and warmer than the apartment's air on the nights I had been alone in it, inhabited in a different way, the specific atmospheric change that another person's presence produces in a space. I slept well, better than well enough. The specific, clean sleep of a person whose nervous system has received the data it needed and has processed it adequately and has permitted the body to rest. In the morning, Kara made breakfast while I was still in the slow incremental process of becoming fully awake, which she handled with the practiced ease of a person familiar with someone else's kitchen, finding the French press and the eggs and the bread without requiring direction. And I sat at the table in the morning light and drank the coffee she put in front of me and felt, in the specific and modest way of a Saturday morning in winter with a good friend making breakfast in your kitchen, something that was adjacent to normal, not normal yet, adjacent to it. We spent the Saturday doing ordinary things. We walked to a neighborhood I had been meaning to explore and had not gotten to in the weeks since the Wednesday, a commercial street 20 minutes from the apartment with a bookshop and a kitchen supply store, and a coffee shop with good pastries and the specific, unhurried character of a street that has not been discovered yet by the kind of attention that changes streets. We had lunch at a small restaurant where we sat by the window and watched the street, and talked about things that were not the resort, and were not the investigation, and the talking about other things was not an avoidance, not a performance of normalcy over an unaddressed substrate of the other thing. It was the genuine, necessary experience of a day that was also a day, not only an aftermath. In the afternoon, we went back to the apartment and Kara read on the couch, while I worked at the desk. Not work, but the account, which I had been writing in sections since the early weeks, and which had reached the point of needing to be organized into its current structure. I wrote for 2 hours with Kara reading 10 feet away, and the writing was easier than it had been in the previous weeks. The presence of a witness to the account, even a silent and unknowing one, making the writing feel less like a conversation with myself, and more like the thing it was meant to be. On the Saturday evening, I told Kara I was going to continue working on the account, that I intended to complete it and to give it to the detective as a supplement to the official report, and potentially to make it available in some other form that I had not yet fully decided on, in the way that accounts like this one sometimes become useful to people who have not yet encountered the situation, and who might benefit from the specific, honest description of what the situation feels like from inside it. Kara said, "I think you should." I said, "There are things in it that involve you. The photograph, the comment, the role of the condo. I want to make sure you are comfortable with those elements being in the account before I do anything with it." She said, "I want them in. The photograph and the comments are part of the mechanism, and leaving them out would make the account less useful to the person who needs it. I would rather the account be complete and useful than incomplete and comfortable." I said, "Are you sure?" She said, "I am sure. But I want to read it before you share it with anyone." I said. Of course. She said, and I want you to change my name. I said, I already did. She looked at me for a moment and then laughed, which was the first time I had heard her laugh in the context of this conversation. And it was this specific, surprise laugh of a person who has been a step behind and is caught up, and it was a good sound in the apartment on a Saturday evening in December. And I want to record that it was a good sound because the account is not only about what was frightening and should include the things that were good. Sunday morning car drove back. I walked her to her car in the building's parking area, and she put her bag in the back seat and turned and looked at me with the direct, assessing attention she had brought to the apartment on Friday evening, checking the same thing she had checked on arrival. She said, "Better." I said, "Yes, better." She said, "Call me." I said I would. I watched her car leave the parking area and turn onto the street, and I stood for a moment in the cold December air of the parking lot, the sky above the city, the flat, pale gray of a winter overcast, the street sounds of a Sunday morning carrying their specific, reduced volume quality of a city that is running at partial capacity and is not yet fully awake. I went back upstairs. I sat at the desk with the wall at my back and opened the laptop and looked at the account, at where it had reached and where it needed to go. And I thought about the final section and what it required of me in terms of honesty about things that were not yet resolved. And I thought about the useful thing Kara had said the Friday evening about the reconstruction and the understanding coexisting without resolving. And I thought about the detective's careful, sequential voice describing the parking lot footage and the confidence level of the facial recognition result, and the multiple incidents in multiple locations over several years. I thought about the women who had filed reports and the women who had not. I thought about the specific operational intelligence of a person who knew where the cameras were and how to walk past them, and who had refined that intelligence across years and locations and incidents into the precise, calibrated practice of someone for whom it had become fluent. I thought about what it meant to make the account available in a form beyond the official report, and what it meant for the account to be specific and honest and complete rather than careful and hedged and designed to be comfortable for the person writing it. And I understood that the discomfort of the specific and honest version was not a reason to write the careful and hedged one. I began writing the final section. The account needs one more movement before it is complete, and the movement is this. 3 weeks after Kara's visit, the detective called again, and what he said in that call changed the shape of what I understood about the investigation and about my own position within it. And I want to write that call and its aftermath with the same honesty I have tried to bring to everything that preceded it, because the account is not complete without it, and a story that ends one part too early is a story that has not finished. As the 3 weeks between Kara's visit and the detective's third call arranged themselves into the specific, incrementally normalizing texture of days that were becoming more ordinary and less aftermath, I want to describe the quality of that period honestly before I describe the call. Because the call arrived in the context of a life that was rebuilding its relationship to the ordinary, and that context is part of what the call meant and what it required. The recalibration I described in the earlier parts of this account, the lowered threshold, the registered faces, the desk against the south wall, had become, in those 3 weeks, less a conscious adjustment and more simply the way I was, not the way I had been before, which was a version of myself that moved through public spaces without the specific background monitoring that had installed itself after the Wednesday, not a diminished version of the prior self, which is a framing I have encountered in conversations about experiences like this, and that I think is inaccurate and unhelpful, the framing of loss rather than change. Simply a different version, with different parameters, operating in the same world, with a revised understanding of what the world contains. I had started running in the mornings. This was not a therapeutic prescription or a deliberate recovery strategy. It was the practical recognition that my body needed to do something with the alertness that the recalibration had produced, and that the alertness directed outward into the specific physical task of moving through a neighborhood at 6 in the morning in the dark and cold, was useful and manageable and produced something closer to the sensation of agency than the sitting at the desk version of the same alertness did. The running routes I chose were well lit and populated even at 6 in the morning. The main commercial street, the park perimeter road where other early runners and dog walkers appeared in the headlamp-lit dark with the reliable frequency of a neighborhood going about its morning. I noticed faces in the way I had been noticing faces since the Wednesday, and what I noticed over the 3 weeks of morning runs was that the faces were familiar in the specific way that repeated exposure to the same neighborhood produces. The man who walked his large brown dog at the same time every morning, the woman in the red parka who ran in the opposite direction and whose route meant we passed each other at approximately the same corner every day, the older man who sat at the same table in the coffee shop window every morning with the newspaper. Familiar faces. Familiar routes. The specific, modest comfort of a world that was revealing itself as consistent rather than unpredictable. I was not naive about what the consistency meant. The consistency of a neighborhood at 6 in the morning was not evidence that the world was safe in every configuration in every context. I understood this. The recalibration had given me a specific and accurate understanding of what the world contained, and I was not going to unknow that understanding. But the consistency was real information alongside the other information, and I was learning to hold both without either one consuming the other, which was the same thing Kara had said about the reconstruction and the understanding, and which I was beginning to believe was the general principle rather than a specific application. I had spoken to 2 women in those 3 weeks. Through a connection the detective had facilitated with the agreement of those women, who had also filed reports related to the same investigation. I want to describe these conversations carefully because they were among the most significant things that happened in the 4 months following the Wednesday, and because their significance was of a kind that does not resolve into a clear narrative lesson, but that was real and important in ways I am still processing. The first woman was in her late 30s, from a city in the Pacific Northwest, and she had encountered the situation approximately 14 months before I did, at a hiking resort in Washington State. Her experience had followed a different sequence than mine. She had not identified the pattern until the 2nd day, and had not left until the morning of the 3rd day, and the manner of her leaving had been more abrupt and more frightened than mine, because her detection point had come not through the accumulation of sightings, but through a single, definitive moment that I will not describe here, because it belongs to her account rather than mine. She had filed the report. The report had been taken seriously at the local level and had produced an investigation that had found insufficient evidence for prosecution at the time. She had learned about the broader investigation through the detective handling my case, who had contacted her 3 weeks before he contacted me to tell her that her report was now part of a multi-jurisdictional case. She said, when we spoke, "I have been waiting for 14 months to hear that someone was taking the full picture seriously rather than just my piece of it. I did not know there was a full picture until 3 weeks ago." I said, "I did not know there was a full picture until the detective told me." She said, "That is the thing that is hardest to process. Not the experience itself, which was frightening and which I have done significant work on and which I carry but do not lead with. The hardest thing is understanding that the experience was not isolated, that there were others before me and others after me, and that the system that was supposed to connect those pieces did not connect them until enough pieces accumulated to make the connection unavoidable." I said, "Yes." She said, "Your account, the specific detail of it, is part of what made the connection. The detective told me that. The detail of the sightings and the sequence in the peephole and the elevator mirror, that specific quality of detail is what moved the case from individual incidents to a pattern. I wanted you to know that." I sat with this for a moment. The specific detail I had preserved, the 7 items on a list, the quality of the stillness, the 15 degrees off profile in the parking lot, had not been preserved strategically. I had preserved it because the account required it, because I had understood from the beginning that the account had to be honest about what I had actually observed, rather than what I wished I had observed, or what would be easier to explain to another person. The preservation had been instinctive rather than calculated, and learning that it had been useful in the way she was describing felt important in a way I was still locating. I said, "I am glad it was useful." She said, "More than useful. The detective told me your account is the most detailed first-person description of the full sequence they have in the case file. Most of the other accounts are partial. Either the person did not identify the pattern until it was more advanced, or they did not file a report, or they filed a report, but the report was taken at the surface level without the full chronological depth yours has." I thought about the list on the notes application, the 7 items, the question at the bottom, the decision not to delete it when I might have deleted it. I thought about the 40 minutes in the base lodge when I had finally added the items up and had not looked away from the result. The second woman I spoke with was younger than me by 2 years, from Colorado, and her experience had been in a national park in Utah 8 months before mine. She had not filed a report at the time because she had not been certain enough of what she had observed to be willing to say it out loud to a person in authority, which she described with the specific, rueful honesty of someone who has thought about that decision carefully and has arrived at a complicated relationship with it. She said, "I knew something was wrong. I knew it with the same certainty that I know anything. And I did not report it because I kept thinking about how it would sound. A man standing in places, not doing anything, not saying anything, not touching me or threatening me or doing anything that would fit in the box the report form was designed for. I thought about sitting across from an officer and describing it, and I thought about the way it would be received, and I talked myself out of it." I said, "I almost talked myself out of it too." She said, "What stopped you?" I said, "Cara, the way she received it when I described it to her. She did not make me feel like I was describing something that would not fit in the box. She made me feel like the box needed to be bigger." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "I did not have that. I told one person, and the person I told said something like, 'Well, he did not actually do anything.' And that was enough to confirm the story I was telling myself about why not to report." I said, "I am sorry." She said, "It is not your fault, and it is not entirely that person's fault either. It is the fault of a general cultural framework for understanding what threat looks like that has a specific shape and does not include the shape of this. The shape of this is deniable at each step, and only undeniable in aggregate, and the framework is not designed to hold the aggregate. It is designed to hold the individual incident." This was the most precise description I'd heard of the mechanism. The deniability at each step, the undeniability in aggregate, the framework designed for the individual incident rather than the pattern. I asked her if I could include it in the account, attributed without a name, and she said yes. The detective's third call came on a Thursday afternoon, 3 weeks after Cara's visit. I was at my desk in the office and I stepped into the corridor again, by the same window, the street below going about its ordinary afternoon. He said, "I have an update. It is significant and I want to give it to you clearly so you can process it accurately." I said, "Tell me." He said the facial recognition result had been confirmed through additional investigative means he was not at liberty to specify. The person of interest had been identified. A name had been attached to the case file. He said the identification had been shared with law enforcement in 4 other states, each of which had incidents in their files that were now being reviewed under the lens of the confirmed identification, and that the review was ongoing but had already produced connections in 3 of the 4 jurisdictions. He said, "We now have a named individual connected to incidents in 5 states over approximately 7 years. The incidents share the same signature, the satellite accommodation adjacent to the subject, the preparation, the escalating proximity, the deliberate deniability. 7 years of documented incidents, and the documentation is deepening as each jurisdiction reviews its files." I said, "Has he been located?" The detective said, "That is where I need to be careful about what I tell you, because I want to give you accurate information and I do not want to give you information that is premature, What I can tell you is that the identification is confirmed, and that locating the individual is the active priority of the investigation across all jurisdictions. I heard what he was not saying, which was that the individual had not yet been located, that the identification and the location were two separate achievements, and only the first had been reached, and that the second was the work of a timeline he could not give me. I said, when he is located, what happens? He said, when he is located, there will be a determination across the jurisdictions about the strongest available charges, the strongest available evidence, and the most appropriate venue for prosecution. That determination is premature right now. What I can tell you is that the case being multi-jurisdictional and the identified pattern being documented across 7 years strengthens the evidentiary picture considerably. A single incident would be more difficult to prosecute. 7 years of documented incidents with a consistent signature linked to a single identified individual is a different picture. I said 7 years. He said, at minimum. The earliest incident we have currently connected to the identification is from 7 years ago. There may be earlier incidents that have not yet been identified and connected. I stood in the corridor by the window with the street below going about its afternoon, and I thought about 7 years, and I thought about the women before the 14 months and before the 8 months and before my 3 days, and I thought about the ones who had not filed reports and the ones who had filed reports that had been received at the surface level without the depth that the pattern required. I said, the account I have been writing, the full version with the detail and the chronology. I want to give it to you formally, as a supplement to the official report, with the understanding that it can be used in the investigation and in any subsequent proceedings. He said, I was going to ask you for exactly that. I said, I will have it to you within the week. He said, there is one more thing. I waited. He said, the 2 women you spoke with, and others in the case. There is a conversation being had among the investigators and the legal teams about whether a consolidated account, multiple first-person descriptions of the full sequence, the specific quality of the experience from inside it, the mechanism of the deniability, would be useful not only as investigative documentation, but as something that could be part of a public record in the event of prosecution. He said, I am not asking you to make any decision about that now. I am telling you it is a possibility, so that when you are making decisions about the account you are writing, you have that possibility in your frame. I said, I understand. He said, your account specifically, the detail and the honesty of it. It describes something that most people do not have language for until they are inside it. The women you spoke with, both of them said the same thing about it. That reading it was the first time they had seen the full shape of their own experience described accurately from the outside. I sat with this for a long time after the call ended, not with the significance of the investigation or the confirmation of the identification or the 7 years or the 5 states, though all of those things required sitting with. I sat specifically with what the detective had said about the 2 women and the full shape of their experience described accurately from the outside. The account had been written because the account needed to exist, because an experience with a specific and unusual shape had happened to me, and I had understood from early in the process that the shape needed to be described with precision rather than approximation, that the approximation would have been easier, and the precision was the only version worth writing. The precision had turned out to be useful in ways I had not known to anticipate when I began. I walked home from the office that evening rather than taking the bus, as I had developed the habit of doing on significant days, using the walking as the transition between the information and the space where the information could be processed. The street was cold and lit, and the foot traffic was the ordinary Thursday evening foot traffic of a city finishing its week, and I moved through it with a recalibrated attention that was now simply the way I was, registering faces and noting nothing of concern, the monitoring present, and the monitoring finding nothing that required a response. I reached my apartment and unlocked the door and went inside, and sat at the desk with the wall at my back, and opened the laptop. I looked at the account, at where it had reached, at the final section that was still unwritten, The section that would require me to describe things that were not yet resolved. The individual identified, but not located. The investigation active and ongoing. The full shape of the case still assembling itself across jurisdictions and years. And to be honest about the living with the unresolved in a way that did not pretend to a closure the situation had not yet produced. I thought about what the second woman had said about the deniability at each step, and the undeniability in aggregate and the framework designed for the individual incident rather than the pattern. I thought about what it meant to put the pattern into language that held it whole. Outside the window, the Denver street was doing its ordinary Thursday evening work. The lights coming on in the buildings and the traffic finding its evening rhythm and the city assembling itself for the night in the reliable, inhabited way of a place with millions of people in it going about their lives. I began writing. Tomorrow I am going to finish the account. Not because the situation is finished. It is not finished, and I am not going to pretend it is by writing an ending that the facts do not support. But because the account has reached a point where the next part is the last part, and the last part is not about resolution. It is about what you do with the living of an unresolved thing, and I have enough of that now to write it honestly, and honestly is the only way it should be written, and tomorrow I will. As the morning of the day I am finishing this account, arrived with a sky the specific pale blue of a Denver January that is decided to be clear, the light flat and brilliant and cold in the way of high-altitude winter light, the kind that illuminates without warming, that makes everything it touches precise and shadowless and entirely visible. I sat at the desk with the wall at my back, and the door and the window both in the sightline and the laptop open, and I thought about what the last part of an honest account requires. It requires the truth about what is finished and the truth about what is not finished, held simultaneously, without collapsing either one into the other, for the sake of a cleaner ending. Here is what is finished. The 3 days at the resort are finished in the sense that they are over and will not recur in that form. I left the building on the Wednesday evening. I drove the mountain road and the highway and the interstate, and I arrived in Denver and I locked my apartment door and I called Kara. These things happened and are completed. And the completion is real regardless of everything that is not yet resolved. The account is finished. I am writing its last section on a January morning 14 weeks after the Wednesday, and when I write the last sentence and close the laptop, the account will be complete in the form it is taken, which is the honest form. The form with the 7 items on the list and the empty cafeteria table and the covered peephole and the figure in the elevator mirror and the electrical tape, precisely cut, and the 11-day rental, and the parking lot footage, and the 3rd photograph, and the 15 degrees off profile, and the 2 women and their accounts, and the detective's 3 calls, and Kara's Friday evening arrival with the wine and the specific quality of a shared weight returning to its actual distribution. The account is finished, and I am giving it to the detective as I said I would, and I am making the decision about the other form it might take. The public record, the consolidated document, the thing that might be useful to a person who does not yet have language for the shape of what is happening to them, with the clarity of a person who has understood that the precision of the account is its usefulness, and that the usefulness is a reason to finish it rather than a reason to be careful with it in the way that careful sometimes means incomplete. Here is what is not finished. The individual identified in the investigation has not been located as of the morning I am writing this. The investigation is active across 5 states and is, according to the detective's most recent communication, developing in ways he describes as promising but cannot specify. I do not know what promising means in the operational language of a multi-jurisdictional investigation, and I have stopped trying to translate it into a timeline because the translation is not available, and attempting it costs more than it returns. The 7 years of documented incidents have not been fully mapped. The jurisdictional review is ongoing, and the detective has indicated that additional incidents are likely to be identified as the review deepens, which means the shape of the full picture is still expanding and will continue to expand until the investigation reaches its conclusion, and the conclusion's timeline is not mine to set. The women who did not file reports are an unknown quantity that the investigation cannot fully account for, which means the 7 years is a floor rather than a ceiling, and the actual duration and scope of the practice is larger than what the documentation currently holds. I think about this. I think about it in the specific, unresolvable way of a thing that cannot be changed by thinking about it and that stays in the mind anyway. The way certain facts do when they carry a weight that thinking is trying and failing to lift. I am going to describe what the morning looks like from where I am sitting, because the account began with specificity about place and light and the quality of the air and the particular texture of an ordinary moment, and it should end the same way, with the same respect for the specific and the immediate rather than the general and the resolved. The desk is against the south wall. The chair faces the door and the window simultaneously, which is a configuration that required moving the desk from its original position against the east wall on the Wednesday evening of the first week. A rearrangement I have not reversed, and do not intend to reverse because the configuration is functional and honest, and there is no reason to reverse it in order to perform a recovery I have not yet completed. The door is locked. I checked it this morning when I got up, and I will check it again when I leave for the office later. Not because I doubt that I locked it, but because the checking is the body's way of confirming what the mind already knows, and the body's way is not irrational and does not need to be corrected into efficiency. The window shows the pale blue January sky, and the buildings across the street and the street itself with its Saturday morning traffic. Thin and unhurried, the specific reduced volume of a city that is running at partial capacity and is not yet fully awake. A woman is walking a small dog on the opposite sidewalk. The dog investigating the base of a streetlight with the thorough, time-consuming attention of a creature for whom every streetlight base is a complete archive requiring full consultation. A man is unlocking the gate of the coffee shop 2 doors down. The specific, practice sequence of a person who has unlocked this gate every morning for years, and whose body has memorized the combination of movements without the mind needing to direct them. The ordinary world, doing its ordinary Saturday morning work. I am in it. I have been in it through the 14 weeks, and I will continue to be in it. In the recalibrated way that is now simply the way I am in it, and being in it is not a diminished version of the prior being in it, but a different version with different parameters and a different quality of attention that is sometimes costly and sometimes useful and is always honest about what the world contains. I want to say something about the 2 women I spoke with because the account is not complete without it. The woman from the Pacific Northwest, who had been carrying her 14 months without knowing there was a full picture to be part of, said something at the end of our second conversation that I have returned to many times in the weeks since. She said the most isolating thing about an experience that is designed to be deniable is that the deniability is internal as well as external. You deny it to other people because you cannot make it legible in the existing framework, but first you deny it to yourself, because your own framework is the same framework, and it does not have the right shape for what you are trying to put in it, she said. What your account does is give the shape a name, not a dramatic name, not a clinical name, just the plain description of what the shape is and what it feels like from inside it. And that is the thing that is hardest to find and most necessary. I have thought about this in the context of the account and what I want it to be and do. Not a warning exactly, though it contains specific and useful information that functions as a warning for a person who encounters the situation. Not a therapeutic narrative, though writing it has been, in the plainest and most honest sense, useful to the person writing it. Not a case document, though it is also that, and I am giving it to the detective for exactly that purpose. What I want it to be is the thing the woman from the Pacific Northwest described, the plain description of the shape, written with enough precision that a person who is inside the shape and does not yet have language for it can read the description and recognize what they are looking at. The deniability at each step. The undeniability in aggregate. The framework designed for the individual incident rather than the pattern. The 7 items on the list. The way the list looks when you finally add it up and do not look away from the result. The Colorado woman, the one who had talked herself out of filing the report, His friend had said he did not actually do anything. Called me 2 weeks after our first conversation, not because she had new information about the investigation, but because she had been thinking about something and wanted to say it, she said. I've been thinking about the moment in the elevator. The figure at the door of 315 watching the doors close. I said, yes. She said, you saw it in the mirror rather than directly. You were facing the closing doors, and he was behind you, and the mirror showed you what was behind you. I said, yes. She said, I keep thinking about the mirror, about the fact that you were moving away, and the mirror was the thing that showed you he was there. That the movement and the mirror together were what made the seeing possible. She paused. She said, I think there is something in that about how this kind of thing becomes visible. You cannot always see it directly while you are facing it. Sometimes it takes the movement away and the thing that shows you what is behind you. I have thought about this more than almost anything else in the 14 weeks. The movement away and the thing that shows you what is behind you. The mirror as the instrument of the seeing that the direct facing did not produce. The account is the mirror. I do not mean this in a grand or literary sense. I mean it practically, in the specific way the woman from Colorado meant it. That the writing of the account, the movement of putting the events into sequential language with the precision they required, was the thing that showed me the full shape of what I had been facing. In the same way that the elevator mirror showed me the figure at the door of 315 in the moment of moving away from it. You write the account to understand what happened. You share the account because other people need the mirror too. Outside the window, the woman with the small dog has completed the streetlight archive consultation and has moved on down the block. The dog trotting with a specific, satisfied energy of a creature that has done its morning work thoroughly. The coffee shop gate is open, and the first customer of the day is going in. A man in a heavy coat with a newspaper tucked under his arm. The specific ritual of a Saturday morning coffee and a paper that has probably been happening at this particular coffee shop for years. The pale blue January sky holds its flat, brilliant, shadowless light over all of it, without preference or judgment, illuminating the ordinary morning in the way that winter light at altitude illuminates things, completely, without warmth, making everything precisely visible. I am going to close the laptop in a moment. I am going to make coffee and go for the morning run, and come back and shower and go to the office for the half day I have on Saturdays, and the day will proceed in its ordinary way, and I will be in it with the recalibrated attention that is now simply mine, and the investigation will continue its work in the background of my daily life, in the specific, unresolved way of a process whose timeline is not mine to set. The account is finished. The situation is not finished. I am in the situation, and I am not only the situation, which is the truest thing I know how to say about where I am. 14 weeks after the Wednesday, and it is enough to say it, and mean it, and close the laptop and go make the coffee, and let the January morning be what it is. The dog is gone. The coffee shop is lit. The street is waking up. I am in it. The second ping. Old-growth Douglas fir pressing in on every side of a trail system that receives perhaps a few hundred visitors annually. The understory so dense that a headlamp at ground level illuminates only a narrow corridor of visibility before the darkness reasserts itself completely, and rain that arrives not in drops but in a continuous lateral pressure, as if the air itself has decided to become water. I want to start with something practical, because I think the practical details matter more in this story than the atmospheric ones, and I have read enough accounts like this one to know that the atmospheric details tend to crowd out the practical ones in the telling, and that when the practical ones get lost, the story becomes something different from what it actually was. So, practical first. I have been a wilderness ranger for 6 years when this happened, not a law enforcement ranger. I want to be clear about that distinction because it matters to the shape of the story. Law enforcement rangers carry sidearms and have arrest authority and operate under a different set of protocols than the kind of ranger I was. I was a trail and resource ranger, which meant my job was the maintenance and monitoring of the wilderness area itself. trail conditions, campsite compliance, wildlife observation, and, when required, search and rescue assistance for visitors who had gotten into trouble in the backcountry. Search and rescue was the part of the job I had the most training for and the most experience with. In 6 years, I have participated in 31 search and rescue operations of varying scale and complexity, ranging from day hikers with twisted ankles at the 2-mile mark to a multi-day backcountry search for a missing solo backpacker that had ended on the 4th day in a manner I will not describe here because it is not this story. I was good at the work. I knew the terrain in my assigned area with a specific, embodied knowledge that comes from walking the same trails in every season and every weather condition for 6 consecutive years, and I was comfortable in the wilderness at night in a way that most people, even experienced outdoors people, are not. I say all of this not to establish myself as competent or unfrightened, but because it matters for the account. The person this happened to was not inexperienced. The person this happened to was not careless or naive or unprepared. The person this happened to was a professional with 6 years of relevant experience operating in familiar terrain under conditions they had operated in dozens of times before, and it almost did not matter at all. My posting was a wilderness area in the northern Oregon Coast Range, a large, dense, predominantly old-growth Douglas fir forest that occupied a significant section of coastal mountain terrain and received, in most years, a small fraction of the visitation that the more famous wilderness areas in the state attracted. The relative obscurity was partly a function of access. The trailheads required long drives on Forest Service roads that were unpaved for their final sections and occasionally impassable in winter, and partly a function of the terrain itself, which was genuinely demanding in a way that discouraged casual visitors. The trails were steep, the undergrowth was dense, the weather was reliably wet for 8 months of the year, and the distances between designated campsites were long enough that a person who misjudged their pace or their fitness could find themselves in genuine difficulty before they reached the next point of shelter. The area was beautiful in the specific and different way of old-growth forest, the Douglas fir running to 200 feet and more, their bark deeply furrowed and dark with moisture. The understory below them a dense layering of vine maple and sword fern and oxalis that held the rain long after the rain had stopped and released it in a continuous, gentle secondary drip that made the forest sound, on calm days, like it was always just finishing a storm even when no storm was present. I had a small ranger station, a lodge we called it, though that word implies more comfort and scale than the reality warranted, at the end of a service road roughly 4 miles from the nearest trailhead. It was a single-room structure with a wood stove, a cot, a desk, a radio setup, a small kitchen, and a covered porch that I had come to think of as the best office I had ever occupied, looking out over a narrow meadow that was, in the summer months, the most reliably peaceful view I had ever had regular access to. In winter, the meadow held standing water and the porch accumulated a permanent film of moisture from the continuous coastal drip, and the wood stove became less a comfort and more a structural necessity, the difference between a habitable space and a very expensive tent. I worked rotating shifts, days and nights, 4 days on and 3 days off, with the night shifts running from 4 in the afternoon to midnight and the graveyard shifts, which I picked up voluntarily when coverage was needed, running midnight to 8. I preferred the night shifts. I preferred them for the same reason I had preferred the cubicle's fluorescent quiet at 2 in the morning during the brief period of my life when I had worked in an office. The specific, stripped-down quality of a world that has reduced itself to its essential functions and stopped performing everything else. The night the SOS signal came in, I was working a mid-shift, 4 in the afternoon to midnight, that had extended by circumstance into something considerably longer. A volunteer trail crew had been working a section of the northern trail system earlier in the day and had reported, before leaving, a section of trail with significant drainage damage that required flagging before the next visitor group came through. I had hiked up to flag it in the late afternoon and had taken longer than I anticipated, partly because the damage was more extensive than the report had suggested, and partly because the rain had started while I was up there and had made the flagging work slow and awkward. the tape catching the wind and the stakes refusing the softened ground. I got back to the lodge at approximately 8:30 in the evening. I was wet through my outer layer in the specific, comprehensive way that Oregon coastal rain achieves when given sufficient time and cooperation from the wind. And the first thing I did was change into dry clothes and put the wet ones over the wood stove's drying rack and make coffee, standing close to the stove in the radiating warmth of it, and listening to the rain on the metal roof with the gratitude of a person who is inside when they could still be outside. The radio was on the desk, as it always was, running on the frequency shared by the rangers in the district. It had been quiet since I came in. Quiet radio on a night shift in a low visitation wilderness area is the normal condition. There is usually nothing to report, and the rangers and other postings, miles away in their own lodges and stations, have their own stoves and their own coffee and their own reasons to stay off the frequency, unless they have something that needs saying. I sat at the desk with the coffee and wrote up the trail damage report, which took 20 minutes and required me to consult my field notes twice for the specific mileage markers. The rain intensified while I was writing. I could hear it in the change of the roof's register, the individual drops losing their distinctness in the general roar of a heavier fall, the wind picking up and pressing the sound against the lodge's west wall. I finished the report and submitted it through the district system and sat back and looked at the radio and thought about the remaining 3.5 hours of my shift and whether anything was going to require my attention before midnight. The answer in the vast majority of cases would have been no. The area was at minimum occupancy in December. The designated campsites were empty. I had checked the reservation system that morning and confirmed no bookings within the area for the next 2 weeks. The trailheads were gated at the service road junction after October, which did not prevent a determined hiker from accessing the trails on foot, significantly reduced the likelihood of casual or unprepared visitors being in the backcountry on a night like this one, in the vast majority of cases. That was the phrase I returned to, sitting at the desk with a coffee going cold and the rain on the roof and the warm, amber light of the lodge holding its small circle of comfort against the dark and the wet outside. In the vast majority of cases, the radio stayed quiet and the night passed without incident, and I drove home at midnight and slept well and came back the next afternoon. This was not the vast majority of cases. At 9:47 in the evening, the radio on the desk came to life with a tone I had heard 31 times before in 6 years, and had been trained to respond to before I had been in the field for a month. A satellite emergency, SOS ping. I leaned forward and confirmed the signal on the district system. A single activation from a Garmin satellite messenger device, originating from a location the system placed at approximately 2 miles up the main trail from the northern trailhead, which put it roughly 6 miles from the lodge by the service road and trail combined. I looked at the location data for a moment. Then I looked at the follow-up field on the system display, where a text message from the activating device would appear if the user had sent one. The follow-up field was empty. I picked up the radio. The coordinator's voice, when it came back to me through the static of the storm, carried the particular careful neutrality of a person who is about to ask someone to go back out into weather they have just come in from, and knows it, and is doing their job anyway. And I remember thinking, before I had even agreed to go, that the signal had arrived at exactly the right moment to find exactly the right person, and that I would not understand until much later what I meant by that thought. As the coordinator's voice settled back into the static of the storm frequency, and the lodge returned to the sound of rain on the roof, and the quiet tick of the wood stove working through its latest load, I sat at the desk for a moment with the radio handset still in my grip, and looked at the system display and the empty follow-up field, and did the specific mental work that a person does when they are about to make a decision they have already made and are now simply preparing to execute. The decision was not complicated. It was not even really a decision in the deliberative sense. A person weighing options, assigning probabilities, selecting the best available outcome. It was more like the activation of a trained response, the way a practice sequence of actions becomes, over time, less a choice and more a reflex. the body and mind moving together toward the required thing before the conscious part of the process has quite finished its deliberation. I was the closest ranger. The signal was 2 miles up the main trail from the northern trailhead. The trail from the trailhead to the signal location was familiar to me in the specific, granular way of a route I had walked in every season and most weather conditions, including at night and including in rain considerably heavier than what was currently falling. The coordinator had 2 other rangers who could potentially respond, but both were positioned significantly further from the signal location than I was, and in the conditions currently operating on the service roads, the time differential was not trivial. I confirmed my response to the coordinator, requested that the district alert the county sheriff's search and rescue team as a precautionary measure given the weather, and began getting ready. The process of getting ready for a night response in a coastal Oregon winter takes longer than it takes in conditions that are not trying to actively work against you. Add a system. Everyone who works this kind of posting long enough develops a system, because the alternative to a system is a series of improvised decisions made under time pressure in poor conditions. And improvised decisions made under time pressure in poor conditions are how people end up in the backcountry without something they needed. My system was a mental checklist that I ran in a fixed sequence, moving through the lodge from the storage rack, by the door to the desk to the kitchen counter, picking up each item in its established order, verifying each item before adding the next. Rain gear. The serious kind, not the packable emergency kind. The heavy Gore-Tex shell and pants that I kept hung and ready rather than stored, because stored gear has a way of being in the wrong configuration at the wrong moment. Headlamp with fresh batteries. Tested before I left. I pressed the switch and held the beam against the wall and counted to 10 and confirmed the output was full and even. Second headlamp in the pack as backup. The heavy flashlight, the one I carried on night responses specifically, a tool rather than a convenience, with a beam strong enough to reach 30 yards into dense understory and a housing sturdy enough to function as an impact tool if the situation required, which it had required exactly once in 6 years, and which I always prepared for anyway. Radio, confirmed on the correct frequency. First aid kit, the full backcountry version rather than the day use version. It was heavier and I would feel the weight on the climb, but the decision of which kit to bring on a night response in a storm was not a decision I was willing to make on the basis of weight. Emergency bivouac equipment. Because a search that did not find its subject quickly would potentially require me to stay in the field until the morning response could be organized. And staying in the field overnight in a coastal Oregon December without bivouac equipment was a way of converting one rescue situation into 2. I laced my boots at the door and stood up and looked at the lodge, the wood stove, the desk with the radio display still showing the signal location, the drying rack with my wet outer layer hanging above the stove in a configuration that was going to be comprehensively undone within approximately 10 minutes of my stepping outside. And I thought, with the brief and involuntary domesticity of a mind that reaches for the mundane when the non-mundane is imminent, that I had not finished my coffee, and that there was no point in leaving it on the desk, and that I should put it in the sink before I left. I put it in the sink. I went outside. The rain was doing something specific that Oregon coastal rain does when a front is working through the mountains, not falling so much as occupying, filling the air with a horizontal pressure that made the distinction between rain and wind academic, the two having merged into a single phenomenon that was interested in getting into every gap in your clothing and finding the back of your neck and the junction between your collar and your jaw and working at those points with the patient. Impersonal dedication of water finding its level. I pulled the hood of the rain shell up and cinched it and started toward the service road. The service road was 1.5 miles of gravel and compacted dirt that ran from the lodge to the junction with the Forest Service Road, and in dry conditions it was an unremarkable walk, slightly uphill on the way out. The fir trees on either side in the meadow, visible through gaps in the tree line. The surface firm and easy. In current conditions it was a different experience. The road surface had been taken over by water moving downhill in continuous shallow sheets, and the gravel that was normally embedded in the compacted surface had been loosened and distributed, so that each step required a small additional calculation about footing that was not normally part of the equation. The headlamp lit a circle of moving water and wet gravel, and the dark columns of fir trunks on either side. And beyond that circle everything was the uniform, pressing black of a forest at night in a coastal storm. I reached the trailhead junction in approximately 30 minutes longer than the distance should have taken, the conditions accounting for the difference. The trailhead gate was closed and locked, as it should have been. I unlocked it, passed through, relocked it behind me, and started up the trail. The main trail from the northern trailhead climbed steadily for its first mile and a half. Not steeply, but persistently. The kind of grade that does not seem demanding at the start and has accumulated significant elevation by the time you notice it is asking something of you. The trail surface here was well maintained, with drainage channels cut at regular intervals to prevent the kind of damage I had been flagging earlier in the day on the northern section, and it held its definition reasonably well even in heavy rain. My headlamp found the trail edge at each step, and I moved at a steady pace, neither rushing nor lagging, the pace of a person who has learned that the fastest sustainable speed is the only useful metric on a night response. The forest was loud in the rain, the sounds counterintuitive. The forest at night in dry conditions is notable for its quiet, and I described it that way many times to people who asked about night work in the backcountry. The way the absence of wind reduces everything to the smallest sounds. A mouse in the leaf litter, the settling of a branch, the far-off call of a barred owl. In rain, the opposite was true. The rain on the canopy above produced a continuous, layered sound, the high, sharp percussion of drops on broad-leafed understory plants. The lower and more diffuse sound of the same rain filtered through the fir canopy and arriving at the ground in a secondary fall. And underneath both of these, the sound of water moving in every drainage and depression and along every root channel, a continuous, multi-directional conversation of moving water that filled the acoustic space completely and made a detection of any sound within it that was not rain almost impossible. I noted this. I noted it as a practical fact rather than an atmospheric one. The rain was loud and its loudness was relevant, because a person in distress 2 miles up this trail could be calling out, and I would not hear them from any significant distance. And I should not rely on sound as an early detection tool and should instead focus on visual range and on the signal location data. At approximately the 1 mile mark, the trail crossed a small creek on a log bridge that the trail crew maintained and inspected annually. The creek, in dry conditions, ran perhaps 8 inches deep and 3 feet wide at the bridge crossing. Tonight it was running full bank to bank, and the bridge was submerged under 2 inches of moving water. The downstream edge of the logs invisible in the dark, the handrail cable the only reliable indicator of where the crossing was. I crossed it slowly, one hand on the cable, feeling the cold water over my boot tops and the pull of the current against my feet, and thought that if the subject I was looking for was somewhere between here and the signal location and was injured or disoriented, the creek crossing was a significant obstacle to their self-rescue. I filed that and continued. The second mile of the trail moved into older growth. The trees larger and more widely spaced, the understory somewhat less dense. The trail surface softer and more deeply padded with accumulated needlefall. The headlamp reached further here, the beam finding tree trunks at 20 and 25 yards rather than the 10-yard visibility of the denser lower section. I scanned as I moved, sweeping the beam in a regular pattern from the trail surface to the middle distance on both sides. The standard visual search pattern for a night response, when the subject location is approximate rather than precise. I was approximately a quarter mile from the signal location when I stopped. Not because I heard anything. Not because I saw anything. I stopped because something in the aggregate of the conditions, the rain, the dark, the empty follow-up field on the system display, the trail with no reservation bookings and no permitted users for 2 weeks, had produced in me a specific quality of attention that I had learned, over 6 years, to take seriously. It was not alarm. It was not fear. It was the particular heightened presence of a person who has been in enough situations to know when a situation is asking to be paid attention to, and who is paying attention. I stood still on the trail in the rain, and I swept the headlamp beam in a slow arc across the forest on both sides. The trees stood in their rows. The rain fell through the beam in silver needles. The understory moved slightly in the wind, the sword ferns nodding their wet heads in the irregular rhythm of plants responding to air movement they cannot predict. Nothing else moved. I continued toward the signal location, the thing I have thought about most in the 16 months since that night is not what happened when I found him, and not what happened in the forest afterward, but the quarter-mile walk between the moment I stopped and the moment the headlamp beam found something standing 10 yards off the trail that was not a tree. Because that walk was the last time I was in possession of the full, unrevised version of what I thought I was doing up there, and I have not been able to get that version back since. As the headlamp beam swept its regular arc through the rain and the old-growth fir and the moving curtain of silver needles that the storm was drawing continuously across every plane of visibility, I covered the final quarter-mile to the signal location with the methodical, unhurried attention of a person who has learned that the quality of observation at approach is frequently more useful than any observation made after arrival, because approach is when the situation is still revealing itself, and arrival is when it has already decided what it is going to be. The signal location, as the district system had placed it, corresponded to a section of trail I knew well. A slight widening of the path at the crest of a low ridge where two large Douglas fir had fallen across each other at some point in the past decade, their root masses upended and visible from the trail as a wall of dark earth and exposed root system. The trunks themselves extending away into the forest on both sides and serving, in the years since their fall, as nurse logs for a dense secondary growth of fern and moss and young hemlock. It was a distinctive landmark, the kind that appeared in trip reports and ranger notes as a reliable waypoint, and I had used it as a reference point in trail descriptions more times than I could count. I came around the last bend before the ridge crest, and the headlamp found the root mass wall and the fallen trunks in the secondary growth, and I stopped and swept the beam across the full width of the trail, and both margins and the middle distance on either side. No one was there. I stood at the edge of the signal location for a moment, the rain working at the collar of my shell and the wind moving through the canopy above me, with a sound like a very large, very slow exhalation, and I conducted the specific recalibration that a wilderness responder performs when the expected situation is not at the expected location. Not alarm, not confusion, but the methodical adjustment of the search parameters to account for the possibility that the signal location data was approximate, that the subject had moved since activation, or that the device had been activated accidentally, and its owner was somewhere other than where the system had placed them. I activated the heavy flashlight and began a systematic sweep of the area around the signal location, moving in a widening spiral from the trail center and covering both sides of the path and the forest margin to a depth of roughly 30 yards on each side. The flashlight's beam reached further than the headlamp and held its intensity at the margins of its range in a way the headlamp did not, and in the old growth section the wider tree spacing gave it room to work. I found nothing on the first sweep. No pack, no gear, no footprints legible in the needle-padded trail surface. No sign of recent human presence at the location or in its immediate surroundings. I keyed my radio and updated the coordinator. Signal location searched. No subject located. Expanding the search radius, requesting confirmation of the device's GPS data. The coordinator came back within 2 minutes confirming the location data as accurate to within 15 meters, and noting that the device had not transmitted any additional signals since the initial activation. I said I would continue searching and would update in 15 minutes. I widened the spiral. It was on the third pass of the widening search, moving through the forest roughly 25 yards east of the trail, on the downhill side of the ridge, that the flashlight beam found him. He was standing. That was the first thing. Not sitting, not lying down, not in any of the postures that a person in genuine distress in a storm at night in a wilderness area typically presents in, standing upright between two large fir trunks, perhaps 10 yards from the point where my beam reached him, with his face turned toward the light. I stopped moving and held the beam on him and said, in the clear, carrying voice that search and rescue training specifies for initial contact in low visibility conditions, "I am a park ranger. Are you injured?" He did not answer. I took 2 steps closer, keeping the beam on his face, and repeated the question. The rain was loud between us, and I raised my voice to account for it, and asked again, "Are you injured? Do you need medical assistance?" He did not answer. He did not move. He stood between the 2 fir trunks with his face turned toward the light, with the particular stillness of a person who is either in severe shock or is entirely aware of what they are doing and is choosing not to respond. And in the beam of the flashlight, I could see enough of him to begin forming an impression that was, in several specific ways, inconsistent with what I had expected to find. He was not dressed for the backcountry. This was the first inconsistency, and it was significant. He was wearing what appeared to be regular street clothing, dark pants, a jacket that was clearly not waterproof given the way it was hanging on him, saturated and heavy with accumulated rain, no hood, no pack, no headlamp or flashlight of any kind, no visible gear of any description. The satellite messenger that had sent the SOS signal was not visible on his person. I looked specifically for it. The standard carry position is clipped to a shoulder strap or a hip belt, and the Garmin devices have a distinctive shape and color that are recognizable at a reasonable distance. There was nothing on him that resembled it. No pack straps to clip it to, no hip belt. Nothing. The second inconsistency was his face. Even at 10 yards in the moving rain and the flashlight's beam, I could see that his expression was wrong for the situation. Not frightened, not relieved, not the expression of a person who has been lost or injured in a wilderness area at night in a storm and has just been found by a rescuer. His expression was difficult to read precisely in those conditions, at that distance with the rain between us, but what I registered in that first moment of contact was the absence of the expected responses, the absence of relief, the absence of distress, the absence of the particular vulnerability that people in genuine need carry in their faces and their bodies when help finally arrives. I took another step closer and said, "I need you to come toward me and get back on the trail. Can you do that?" He looked at me. The rain came down between us, and then he ran. Not stumbled, not backed away, not turned and walked, ran, with the sudden and committed acceleration of a person who has been waiting for a specific moment and has decided this was it, moving away from me through the old-growth fir in the direction of the deeper forest. Away from the trail, away from the ridge, down into the slope below. I stood still for a full 3 seconds. This is longer than it sounds when you are standing in the rain in a dark forest, watching a person sprint away from you into the trees. I keyed the radial immediately and told the coordinator what had happened. Subject located approximately 25 yards east of the trail. No visible gear or emergency device. Non-communicative. Has just fled into the forest moving east-northeast down slope. I gave the coordinator the best description I could manage in the time available. Approximate height, dark jacket, no pack, no backcountry equipment. The coordinator asked if I was in pursuit. I said I was not in pursuit. I said I was returning to the trail to assess. I want to be precise about that decision because it has been in the 16 months since, the one I have examined most carefully. Search and rescue protocol does not require a solo responder to pursue a fleeing subject into off-trail terrain at night in a storm. The protocol exists for a specific reason. A solo responder who follows a subject into dense backcountry at night in poor conditions has reduced their own safety margin to the point where a single injury or navigation error converts the situation from 1 rescue to 2. The protocol is not timid. It is mathematical. I knew the protocol. I followed it. I went back to the trail, but standing on the trail in the rain, with the flashlight aimed at the dark slope where the man had disappeared into the trees. I was conducting a parallel assessment that the protocol did not cover, an assessment not of what the correct procedure was, but of what the situation actually was. And those two things, I was beginning to understand, might not be the same thing. A person who activates a satellite SOS device in a wilderness area and then, when found, runs away from the responder, is not behaving like a person in distress. The behaviors are not compatible. Genuine distress produces movement toward help, not away from it. Even disoriented or delirious subjects, and I had encountered both, in 6 years of search and rescue work, generally respond to the presence of a rescuer with some version of approach rather than flight, even if the approach is confused or erratic. This man had not been confused. His flight had been immediate and directional and fast. The movement of a person who knew exactly where they were and exactly where they were going. I stood on the trail and thought about the empty follow-up field on the system display. I thought about the Garmin device that had not been visible on his person. I thought about the fact that the trail was closed to public access and had no reservation bookings for 2 weeks, and about the distance from the nearest trailhead, and about the absence of any vehicle at the trailhead gate when I had passed through it 45 minutes earlier. I thought about how a person without backcountry clothing or equipment comes to be standing in the dark in an Oregon wilderness area in a December storm, 2 miles from a locked gate, in possession of, or with access to, a satellite emergency messenger device worth several $100s. The rain came down. The forest was loud around me. The flashlight beam held its 30-yard reach into the darkness where the man had gone, and the darkness held it back without giving anything up. I keyed the radio again. I told the coordinator that I did not believe this was a standard distress situation. I said I thought the signal activation might have been deliberate rather than accidental. I said I was going to hold my position on the trail and requested that the county sheriff's team be elevated from precautionary alert to active response. The coordinator was quiet for a moment. Then they asked me to clarify what I meant by deliberate. I said, I think someone used the SOS signal to bring a ranger out here alone at night, and I think that someone is still in this forest, and I do not think they need help. The coordinator's response came back after a pause that was 2 seconds longer than the standard radio exchange pause, which told me something about how the coordinator was processing what I had just said. They told me to hold my position. They told me the sheriff's team had been elevated. They told me estimated response time to the trailhead was 45 minutes minimum given the road conditions. 45 minutes. I looked at the forest around me. The old-growth fir, the moving rain, the darkness pressing in on all sides of the headlamp and flashlight beams, the trail running north and south through the trees with its 2.5 miles back to the trailhead gate in one direction and more wilderness in the other. I noted with the particular clinical attention of a mind that was now operating on a different frequency than it had been 30 minutes ago, that the rain was loud enough to cover the sound of movement in the understory at any distance greater than perhaps 15 feet. I noted that I was alone. I noted that the man I had found had known where I was before I had found him, had been standing in the forest off the trail, in the dark, without a light, in the rain, waiting. And I noted, with the slow and unpleasant certainty of a conclusion that has been assembling itself from available evidence for the past several minutes and is now finished, that the question I should have been asking from the moment I saw him was not where is the person who sent the distress signal. The question was, why did they want me out here? The radio on my hip was silent for the next several minutes, and the forest was loud with rain, and I stood on the trail with the flashlight held low and the headlamp on, and 45 minutes between me and the nearest other person, and I thought about the protocol for holding position, and I thought about the dark slope where the man had gone, and I understood that holding position and being safe were not necessarily the same thing, and that the difference between them was what the next 45 minutes was going to be about. As the rain worked its horizontal pressure against every surface the forest offered, and the 45 minutes between me and the sheriff's response team arranged themselves in my mind not as a duration but as a distance, a specific, measurable gap between the situation I was in and the situation I needed to be in. I made the first of several decisions that night that the protocol did not cover and that I have thought about carefully in the 16 months since. I turned off the flashlight, not the headlamp. I needed the headlamp for basic navigation, and turning it off would have left me effectively blind on a trail I knew well, but not well enough to walk in absolute darkness at speed in a storm. But the flashlight I turned off and lowered and held at my side, because the flashlight's beam was the most visible thing about me in that forest at that moment, and I had just spent the last several minutes standing on the trail, sweeping it in arcs through the darkness, while a man who had been waiting for me in that darkness watched it from a position I did not know. The logic was simple. If he could see me and I could not see him, that was an asymmetry that favored him. Reducing the visibility of my position did not eliminate the asymmetry, but it narrowed it, and narrowing it was the best available option given what I had to work with. I moved off the trail center to the east margin, putting one of the large fir trunks between me and the open trail corridor, and stood still for a moment and listened. The rain gave me almost nothing to work with acoustically. I have described the sound of coastal Oregon rain and old-growth fir as filling the acoustic space, and standing still in it with my hood cinched and my breathing controlled and my attention directed outward was an exercise in the specific frustration of a sense being asked to perform beyond its available range. I could hear the rain on the canopy. I could hear the water moving in the drainage channels cut into the trail surface. I could hear, very faintly, the creek a mile down trail running in its flooded state, a low and continuous roar that was more felt than heard at this distance. I could not hear footsteps. I could not hear breathing. I could not hear movement in the understory. If a person were moving through the forest 30 feet from where I was standing in this rain, I would not hear them until they were considerably closer than 30 feet, and by that point the acoustic information would be arriving at approximately the same time as the physical information, which was not a situation I wanted to be in. I needed to think about the 45 minutes. 45 minutes was the coordinator's estimate for the sheriff's team to reach the trailhead. From the trailhead to my current position on the trail was 2.5 miles, and in current conditions, 2.5 miles on this trail would take an experienced team a minimum of an hour, probably closer to an hour and 15, which meant the realistic timeline for additional responders to reach my position was not 45 minutes, but closer to 2 hours. 2 hours was a different calculation than 45 minutes. I keyed the radio quietly with my body turned toward the fir trunk to muffle the transmission sound as much as possible, and asked the coordinator to confirm the sheriff's team's estimated arrival at my position rather than at the trailhead. There was a pause while the coordinator made the calculation I had already made, and then they came back with a revised estimate that confirmed my own, between 90 minutes and 2 hours, depending on trail conditions. I acknowledged and asked for a radio check every 15 minutes. The coordinator confirmed. I put the radio back on my hip and stood against the fir trunk and looked at the trail and the forest around it, and thought about the man and about the satellite messenger and about the specific sequence of events that had brought me to this section of trail at this time of night. The device had been activated at 9:47. I had left the lodge at approximately 10:15, reached the trailhead at approximately 10:45, and arrived at the signal location at approximately 11:20. Roughly an hour and a half between the signal activation and my arrival at the location. That was a known quantity. A person who had activated the device and then waited would have known that a responder was coming and would have had an approximate sense of the response timeline, having presumably observed or researched the standard response protocols for this area. The man had been waiting. He had been standing in the forest off the trail at the signal location, without a light, without making any sound or movement that I had detected on approach. He had waited until I arrived and swept the area and found him and established visual contact before he ran. Why wait to be found before running? I turned that question over carefully, the way you turn a tool in your hands when you are trying to understand what it is designed to do. He had waited to be found. He had allowed me to establish his location, his approximate physical description, the direction of his flight. He had given me a data point, and then moved away from it into the deeper forest, drawing my attention and potentially my pursuit in a specific direction. The word that arrived, assembling itself from the available evidence with the quiet finality of a conclusion that has been waiting for its components to align, was bait. Not the signal alone. The signal was the first stage. It brought me out of the lodge and onto the trail. The man in the forest was the second stage. He gave me something to find, something to follow, a direction to move in. If I had followed him, as the instinct of a search and rescue responder to stay with a located subject would have urged me to do, I would currently be moving east-northeast through off-trail old-growth fir in a storm, following a person who knew this terrain, and I did not know it in the dark, away from the trail, away from any route that the sheriff's response team would use to reach me, deeper into a situation whose parameters were being set by someone else. I had not followed him. The protocol had held. But, holding position on the trail while a person with unknown intentions moved through the surrounding forest, was not a neutral state. It was a situation with its own specific vulnerabilities, and the primary vulnerability was the one I had already identified. The rain covered movement, and movement covered approach, and I could not monitor all directions simultaneously, and the trail was a linear feature that constrained my own movement while not constraining his. I had a decision to make about whether to hold position or to move, and if to move, in which direction. The protocol said hold positioned. The protocol was written by people who understood wilderness search and rescue operations and had thought carefully about the risks of solo responders making independent decisions in the field without full situational awareness. The protocol was not wrong. But the protocol had been written for situations in which the responder was the only person in the field who was in potential danger. It had not been written for situations in which the responder was the intended subject of the operation rather than its conductor. I thought about the direction the man had run, east-northeast, downslope, into the deeper forest away from the trail. He had moved fast and with direction, the movement of a person who knew where they were going. If this section of the forest was familiar to him, familiar enough to navigate in the dark and in the rain without a light, then he had been here before, probably multiple times, and he knew the terrain features and the routes and the places where a person could move without being visible from the trail. He also knew where I was. He had watched me arrive. He knew my position on the trail, my equipment loadout to the extent it was visible, and the fact that I was alone. I knew approximately which direction he had gone, and approximately how fast he had been moving when last visible. That was the entirety of my information about his current position. The asymmetry had not been eliminated by turning off the flashlight. It had been reduced marginally and was still fundamentally operative. I thought about the trail, 2.5 miles to the trailhead, moving south, downhill, on terrain I knew at all conditions, with a locked gate at the end that represented a clear boundary between the wilderness area and the service road and the lodge, and the radio setup and the locked door. Moving south toward the trailhead would reduce the distance between me and the response team, increase the distance between me and the location where the man had last been seen, and put me on a route that was linear and known rather than linear and unknown, the way the deeper forest was unknown. Moving north, further up the trail, would take me away from the response team and further into the wilderness area, which was not a direction the situation recommended. The decision was becoming clear. I want to be honest about the fact that it did not feel clear in the moment. It felt contested, the way decisions feel when the right answer and the instinctive answer are in tension. When training is pulling in one direction, and the body is pulling in another, and the mind is trying to arbitrate between them in real time with incomplete information and poor conditions. The training said, you located the subject fled, you have radioed your situation, you should move toward the response team and maintain contact with the coordinator. The body said, something is in this forest, and it is not in distress. And it knows where you are, and you do not know where it is. and the rain is loud and you are alone. I started moving south, toward the trailhead. I moved at a pace that was faster than my approach pace had been, and slower than running. The controlled, efficient movement of a person covering ground deliberately without sacrificing the attention that the situation required. I kept the headlamp on and the flashlight off. I kept my body angled slightly to the right so that my peripheral vision covered the east side of the trail, the direction from which the man had fled, while the headlamp's beam covered the trail ahead. The rain had not lessened. The wind had picked up slightly, moving through the canopy in the irregular gusts of a front that had not yet finished its work, and the sound of it added a variable percussion to the continuous rain noise that made the acoustic environment even less useful as a detection tool than it had been when I arrived. I reached the 1-mile mark, the fallen log pair and the root mass wall, and passed it without stopping. I was at the 3/4 mile point, moving well, the trail descent giving me a slight speed advantage, when the radio on my hip came to life. It was the coordinator. 15-minute check. I stopped and keyed back, confirming my position and my direction of movement and my status. The coordinator acknowledged and confirmed the sheriff's team was on the service road, now estimating arrival at the trailhead in 35 minutes. 35 minutes to the trailhead. I was 3/4 of a mile from the trailhead. In current conditions, 3/4 of a mile on this trail would take me approximately 20 to 25 minutes. The timing was workable. I would reach the trailhead gate before or approximately concurrent with the sheriff's team arriving on the other side of it. I put the radio back and started moving again. I had taken perhaps 40 steps when I stopped. The creek. The creek crossing was a 1/4 mile ahead of me. The submerged log bridge, the handrail cable, the flooded channel running bank to bank. I had crossed it on the way in moving carefully, one hand on the cable, with the water over my boot tops and the current pulling at my feet. Going south, the crossing would be the same, manageable, known, requiring care and reduced speed, and both hands occupied, one on the cable and one for balance, for a period of perhaps 30 to 40 seconds. 30 to 40 seconds during which I would be stationary, facing downstream, with both hands occupied and my attention necessarily divided between the crossing itself and the forest around me. I thought about the man who had run east-northeast, downslope, into the deeper forest. East-northeast from the signal location, downslope, moving at speed through familiar terrain, would bring a person toward the creek, not at the bridge crossing. Further upstream, where the channel was narrower and more easily crossed by someone who knew where the crossable points were. Someone who knew this terrain in the dark. Someone who might, moving fast on a known route through the forest, arrive at the creek and cross it and come back to the trail somewhere between the crossing and me, ahead of me rather than behind. I stood on the trail in the rain, and I looked at the darkness ahead of me, and I thought about the log bridge and the handrail cable, in 30 to 40 seconds with both hands occupied. Then I keyed the radio and told the coordinator my position, and told them I was approaching the creek crossing and that I wanted them to stay on the open frequency until I confirmed I was across. The coordinator said, "Copy that. We are here." I moved toward the crossing. I've gone over the creek crossing many times in memory, and what I return to is not the crossing itself, but the 15 seconds before it, standing at the south bank with the headlamp on the submerged bridge and the flooded channel and the handrail cable and the dark forest on the north bank where the trail continued, and understanding, with a clarity that arrived too late to be fully useful, that the question was not whether I was going to make it across. The question was, what was waiting on the other side, as the headlamp beam held the submerged log bridge and the moving water above it, and the handrail cable running its pale, taut line across the flooded channel. I stood on the south bank for a moment and conducted the most compressed version of a risk assessment that 6 years of fieldwork had made available to me, not the deliberate, structured process of a person with time and information, but the rapid, instinctive triage of a person who has one decision to make and approximately 10 seconds to make it in. The crossing itself was not the risk. I had crossed this bridge in worse conditions than tonight's, and the handrail cable was sound, and the log surface beneath the water was familiar, and the depth of the flooding was not, by itself, dangerous. The crossing would take 30 to 40 seconds of divided attention and reduced mobility, and I had already calculated that and accepted it as the cost of moving south toward the response team. The risk was the north bank. The trail emerged from the north bank crossing point and continued through approximately 8 yards of open ground before the tree line reasserted itself on both sides, and the trail became a corridor. Again, 8 yards of open ground and headlamp range, visible from the south bank before I committed to the crossing. If something was waiting on the north bank, it would be visible in that open section. If something was not visible in that open section, it did not mean the north bank was clear. It meant that anything present had positioned itself in the tree line rather than the open ground, which was itself a piece of information about intention. I swept the flashlight across the north bank. I held the beam on the open ground and the tree line on both sides and watched for 15 seconds. The open ground was empty. The tree line was the tree line. Dark trunks, moving understory, the rain falling through the beam in its continuous silver needles, nothing resolving itself out of the darkness into a shape that was not a tree or a fern or a branch moving in the wind. I put the flashlight back in its clip and took the handrail cable in my right hand and stepped onto the submerged bridge. The water was higher than on the way in, not dramatically. Perhaps another inch, the creek having continued to rise in the hour and a half since I had crossed going north. But the current was stronger, and the downstream pull against my feet was more insistent, the kind of pull that does not threaten to knock you down, but reminds you continuously that it could if you gave it a reason. I moved across in the deliberate, weight-transferred sequence of a person for whom this is a practiced action. Each step placed with full confirmation before the weight shifted, the cable taking some of my balance and returning it in the modified form of a fixed reference point in a moving medium. I was halfway across when the second SOS ping came through. Not on the radio stayed silent. On the district system notification that ran on the satellite communicator clipped to my packed shoulder strap, the device that mirrored the signal data that the coordinator was monitoring at the lodge. The communicator vibrated twice against my shoulder strap in the pattern that indicated a new signal activation, and the small indicator light on its face pulsed orange twice and then held steady. I did not stop moving. I completed the crossing, both feet on the south bank, one hand still on the cable, and I looked at the communicator and confirmed what I had already understood from the vibration pattern. A second activation from the same garment device, or a device registered to the same account, originating from a new location. I keyed the radio with my free hand while my other hand released the cable. The coordinator confirmed it before I finished asking, yes, a second ping. Same device identifier, new location, approximately a quarter-mile east-northeast of the first signal location. East-northeast. Downslope from the first location. In the direction the man had run. I stood on the south bank of the creek in the rain and looked at the communicator and felt the particular quality of understanding that arrives when a pattern completes itself. Not surprise, because the components of this pattern had been assembling since the moment I found the first signal location empty. But the specific, settling weight of a thing that has been suspected and is now confirmed. He had the device. He had carried it when he ran, or he had gone to where it was, and he had activated it a second time from a new location to the east-northeast, which was further from the trail, further from the trailhead, further from the response team, deeper into the forest. A quarter-mile east-northeast of the first signal location in old-growth fir in a December storm, at approximately 23 minutes past midnight. The coordinator was asking me something. I realized I had not responded since acknowledging the second ping, and that the coordinator had moved from the ping confirmation into a question about my intentions. I said, I am on the south side of the creek crossing. I am continuing south toward the trailhead. I am not responding to the second signal. There was a pause. The coordinator said, confirmed. Sheriff's team is at the Service Road Junction, approximately 20 minutes from the trailhead. 20 minutes. I was 3/4 of a mile from the trailhead. I would reach the gate in approximately 15 to 20 minutes at my current pace. The timing remained workable. I started south again. The trail south of the creek crossing descended more steeply than the section above it, the gradient increasing as the trail moved off the ridge and down into the lower valley terrain, and the steeper descent meant faster travel but less stable footing. The wet trail surface more treacherous on the downhill angle than it had been on the climb. I adjusted my pace, slightly slower than the section above the creek, the extra care on the footing trading some speed for the assurance of not going down on a wet route or a loose section of trail surface, which would be a conversion of the current situation into a worse one that I was not willing to make. I was moving well. I was making ground. The trailhead was ahead of me, and the response team was on the service road, and the distance between my position and safety was measurable and decreasing. I thought about the second ping. I thought about it not because it changed anything about my current course of action. I had decided not to respond to it, and I held that decision without second-guessing it, but because it was a data point that deserved examination rather than dismissal, and examining it was something I could do while moving south on a trail I knew well enough to walk at functional speed, without devoting my full conscious attention to navigation. The second ping was a 1/4 mile east-northeast of the first. The man had run east-northeast from the first location. The second ping placed him at a point consistent with his direction and speed of travel from the first location, which meant either he had continued in the same direction after the first signal and activated the device again from that point, or someone else with access to the same device or a linked device had activated it from that location. The second interpretation required 2 people. I filed it and continued. The first interpretation, one person moving east-northeast, activating the device a second time from a point consistent with his direction of travel, produced a question that the protocol did not answer and that I was now asking with full attention. Why activate it a second time? The first activation had served its purpose. It had brought me out of the lodge and onto the trail. The first activation had done its job. A second activation from a new location was either a continuation of the original purpose, bringing me further into the forest, away from the trail, in a specific direction, or it was something else, something I was not yet seeing clearly. I thought about what the second activation looked like from a coordinator's perspective, and from the sheriff's team's perspective, and from the perspective of any after-action review that might be conducted of the events of this night. A second SOS ping from a different location, transmitted from the same device, in a wilderness area where a ranger had already made contact with a subject who then fled. That was not a signal that could be easily ignored, regardless of my own assessment of the situation. That was a signal that would appear in the official record as a second distress call from a subject who had last been seen moving in the direction the second signal was now coming from. It was a signal that would make it very difficult to justify, in retrospect, a decision not to respond. That was the function of the second ping. Not to bring me to the location, to create a record that made not going to the location look like a failure of duty, to generate after the fact the question of why the ranger on scene had not responded to a second confirmed distress signal from a subject already located and lost. I stopped walking. I stood on the trail with the rain on my back and the headlamp lighting the path ahead of me, and I felt something move through my chest that was not fear and was not anger, but was the specific, cold clarity of a person who has understood something important and is taking a moment to let the understanding settle into all its implications before they move again. He had thought about this carefully. Not the individual actions, not the waiting in the forest or the running or the second ping as isolated choices, but the sequence of them as a system, a series of moves designed to produce a specific outcome regardless of which response they generated. If I pursued after the first contact, I followed him into the forest. If I held position, the second ping created pressure to respond to the new location. If I continued south toward the trailhead, the second ping created a record of a subject in distress who had not been reached. Every available response had been anticipated and accounted for. I was moving again before I had fully finished the thought, because the thought's conclusion was clear and did not require elaboration. The sophistication of the planning was information about the person who had done the planning, and the information was that this was not impulsive or opportunistic, but deliberate and prepared, and the appropriate response to deliberate and prepared was to close the distance to the response team as quickly as the trail conditions allowed. I keyed the radio and told the coordinator that I believed the second signal was not a genuine distress call, that I believed it was a deliberate attempt to draw my response further into the backcountry, and that I was continuing south and requesting the sheriff's team be advised of my analysis. The coordinator acknowledged. They said the sheriff's team had been advised of the full situation on the service road and was treating the response as a potential threat situation rather than a standard search and rescue. Good. That was good. I moved faster. The lower section of the trail was familiar in the particular way of the last stretch of a known route. Not the conscious familiarity of active navigation, but the deeper familiarity of a path the body has memorized through repetition, the specific cadence of the terrain encoded in muscle and balance, so that the mind can run a parallel process while the body handles the mechanics of movement. I use that parallel capacity now, running the situation through its remaining variables while my feet found the trail and my headlamp lit the corridor ahead. The man was in the forest to my east. He had the satellite device. He had clothing and footwear inappropriate for the backcountry, which meant either he had been in this forest long enough to develop a local competence that compensated for the equipment deficit, or he was operating close enough to an alternate exit point that the equipment deficit was not a meaningful constraint. An alternate exit point. I'd been thinking about the trailhead as the only point of access and egress, because it was the only managed access point, the gate, the service road, the connection to the county highway. But the wilderness area boundary was not defined by the managed access points. It was defined by the survey lines, and the survey lines ran through terrain that was accessible on foot from multiple directions regardless of the gate. Someone who knew this forest well enough to move through it at night in a storm, without a light, without waterproof clothing, without apparent distress, was not someone who had arrived through the managed trailhead, and was not necessarily planning to leave through it. I filed this and kept moving. Half a mile from the trailhead, the trail was descending, the gradient easing now as the valley floor approached, the tree spacing opening slightly, the understory thinning. My headlamp reached further here. The trail ahead was visible for 20 yards, then 30, the familiar sequence of trail features assembling themselves out of the dark in their expected order. The radio vibrated on my hip. I keyed it without stopping. The coordinator's voice was different from the previous transmissions. Not alarmed, but carrying a specific quality of careful delivery that I had learned, over 6 years of radio communication in the field, to pay close attention to. They said, "The sheriff's team is at the trailhead gate. They are requesting you confirm your position." I confirmed my position, half a mile south of the creek crossing, moving south, approximately 10 minutes from the gate. The coordinator said, "Copy. The team wants you to know they found a vehicle parked on the Forest Service Road shoulder, approximately 100 yards south of the trailhead junction. No plates. Engine cold." I absorbed this. A vehicle parked on the Forest Service Road, engine cold, no plates. South of the trailhead junction, which placed it between the trailhead and the county highway, on the road I would have driven out on after my shift, on the road the response team had just driven in on, not at the trailhead, south of it. Positioned not for access to the trail, but for access to the service road itself. I thought about the engine being cold enough that the sheriff's team had noted it, which meant cold enough to be notable in the current ambient temperature, which meant the vehicle had been parked there for a significant period before the response team arrived, before I left the lodge, possibly before the first SOS ping at 9:47. I kept moving. The trailhead gate was visible now, and the headlamp beam, the metal crossbar and the chain and the lock, and beyond it the gravel of the service road, and on the service road the headlights of the sheriff's team's vehicle and the figures of 2 deputies standing at the gate with their own lights. and the particular quality of arrival that belongs to the end of a movement through darkness towards something lit. I reached the gate and unlocked it and passed through and locked it again. And one of the deputies put a hand on my shoulder and said, "You all right?" I said I was all right. He looked at me for a moment with the assessing expression of a person checking whether the answer they received was the accurate one. Then he nodded. I stood in the headlights of the sheriff's vehicle and felt the cold of the air on my face, and the weight of the pack on my shoulders, and the specific, residual alertness of a body that has been operating on elevated attention for the past 2 hours and has not yet received the signal that it can stand down. I looked back at the gate, and the dark trail beyond it, and the forest pressing in on both sides, and I thought about the man standing between the 2 fir trunks, with his face turned toward my light, absolutely still, not frightened and not relieved. I thought about what he had been, standing there, patient. The deputies had questions and I answered them. And the cold at the trailhead was a different cold from the cold in the forest. Sharper and more honest. The cold of a place that was not trying to be anything other than what it was. And I stood in it and answered the questions and did not look back at the trail again, because looking back at the trail felt, in that moment, like an action with possible consequences I was not prepared to calculate. As the sheriff's vehicle headlights held their practical, unsentimental illumination against the trailhead gate, and the rain continued its lateral work, against every surface the night offered, I sat in the back of the deputy's vehicle with a thermal blanket across my shoulders that one of them had produced from a kit behind the rear seat, and I gave my account of the previous 2 hours in the methodical, sequential order that field reporting requires: start time, signal activation, response decision, approach route, contact location, subject description, subject behavior, second signal, route south, arrival at gate. The deputies listened without interrupting. The one in the passenger seat took notes on a pad balanced on his knee, writing in the compressed, abbreviated style of a person who has taken a great many field reports and has developed an efficient personal shorthand for the standard elements. The one in the driver's seat watched me in the rearview mirror with a specific quality of attention that I recognized from 6 years of working adjacent to law enforcement. Not skeptical, not credulous, but assessing, running the account through an internal framework that I was not fully privy to, and that was producing conclusions he was not yet sharing. When I finished, the driver asked 2 questions. The first was whether I had seen any other evidence of human presence on the trail on my approach. Any gear, any food wrappers, any indication that someone had camped or sheltered anywhere between the trailhead and the signal location. I said no. The trail had been clean. Nothing on the surface that was not trail surface and rain and the natural debris of the forest. The second question was whether the man I had found standing between the fir trunks had made any sound at all during the contact. Not speech, but any sound, any vocalization, any audible response to my presence or my questions. I thought about this carefully before answering, because it was a question I had not asked myself directly, and the answer, when I located it, was specific and carried a weight I had not fully registered at the time. No, he had made no sound at all, not when the flashlight found him, not when I called out, not when he ran. The flight itself had been silent. No vocalization, no impact sound from his feet on the needle-padded ground, nothing audible over the rain and wind. He had been standing in the forest making no sound, and he had left it making no sound. And the silence of him was a detail that had registered at the time as part of the general wrongness of the contact without my having isolated it as a specific data point. The deputy wrote something on his pad. Then he told me about the vehicle. It was parked on the right shoulder of the service road approximately 90 yards south of the trailhead junction, pulled far enough onto the shoulder that it would not have been visible in headlights approaching from the south until you were nearly alongside it. Dark blue or black. The color was difficult to confirm in the rain and the dark. A mid-sized sedan, older model, no front plate, rear plate obscured by mud that the deputy described as applied rather than accumulated, which was his way of saying someone had put mud on the plate deliberately, rather than driven through enough of it for it to stick naturally. The engine had been cold to the touch, not merely cooled. Cold, the cold of metal that has been sitting in 38-degree air for several hours rather than the residual warmth of an engine that ran recently and is cooled to ambient. The deputy estimated the vehicle had been parked there for a minimum of 3 hours, possibly longer. 3 hours before his team arrived, which was approximately 1:45 in the morning, placed the vehicle on the service road by 10:45 at the latest. I had passed the trailhead junction on foot at approximately 10:45, walking from the lodge to the trailhead on the service road. I had not seen a vehicle. The junction was a T intersection, and I had approached it from the north, walking the service road from the lodge direction, and the vehicle had been parked south of the junction, which was behind me relative to my direction of travel. I had walked past a parked vehicle in the dark and the rain and had not known it was there. I sat with this for a moment under the thermal blanket and felt the specific, retroactive unease of understanding that a thing was closer than you knew at the time. Not the fear of what could have happened, which was a different and less useful emotion, but the precise, informational unease of recalibrating how close the margins had actually been. The deputy said they had run the plate through the mud as best they could and gotten a partial that was being processed. He said a second team had been dispatched to walk the service road south toward the county highway, to check for any other vehicles or any signs of foot traffic crossing the road. He said the wilderness area's east boundary ran along a ridge approximately 2 miles from the trail, and that there were 2 jeep tracks on the far side of that ridge that connected to a county road on the east side of the coast range. He said if a person knew those tracks and the terrain between the eastern boundary and the trail, they could potentially enter and exit the wilderness area from the east without using the managed trailhead at all. He said this in the measured, informational tone of a person building a picture, and I understood from the way he said it that he was not speculating but was describing a route that had been used before, possibly by this person or possibly by others, and that its existence was a known element of the area's vulnerability rather than a new discovery. I asked if there had been other incidents in this wilderness area that resembled what had happened tonight. The deputy looked at me in the rearview mirror for a moment before answering. He said there had been one prior incident, approximately 2 years before tonight, involving an SOS activation in the same wilderness area. A different ranger had responded, not alone as I had been, because that activation had come in during a day shift when 2 rangers were on duty and had responded together. They had reached the signal location and found it empty, as I had found mine, and had searched the area and found nothing, and the activation had been classified as accidental. A device triggered in a backpack, the standard classification for an unaccompanied signal without follow-up communication. He paused. He said the ranger who led that response left the service within 3 months of the incident. She filed an incident report describing contact with an individual approximately a half-mile from the signal location on the return route to the trailhead, who had observed her and her partner from a distance and had not responded to their calls. The contact had lasted approximately 30 seconds before the individual moved into the forest and was not seen again. He said the incident report had been reviewed and classified as an unconfirmed sighting, possibly a day hiker who had been startled by the ranger's approach and moved off trail to give them room. He said this in a tone that made clear what he thought of that classification. I looked through the rain-streaked window of the sheriff's vehicle at the trailhead gate and the dark trail beyond it. I said she saw him from a distance. He did not approach. The deputy said, correct. I said, tonight he let me find him. He stood close enough for me to see his face, and he waited until I had established his position and his description before he ran. The deputy said, we noticed that. We sat with that for a moment. The rain on the vehicle's roof and the headlights on the gate and the thermal blanket across my shoulders radiating its modest, reliable warmth. I asked what they thought the vehicle on the service road meant, whether it was his vehicle or whether it was placed there for a specific purpose. The deputy in the passenger seat spoke for the first time since the initial questions. He was younger than his partner, with the careful, measured delivery of someone who had learned to think before speaking in situations where the words mattered. He said the vehicle's position was interesting, far enough south of the junction to be invisible to someone approaching the trailhead from the north. which was the direction a ranger responding from the lodge would approach from, but close enough to the junction to allow rapid foot access to the trailhead and the service road in either direction. He said it was positioned in his assessment not as a getaway vehicle but as an observation point, or had been before the rain made it impractical to sit in a parked vehicle on a forest road without drawing attention. He said if you had not made the decision to move south when you did, if you had held position at the signal location, or followed the subject east, you would have been in the backcountry for a considerably longer period. The vehicle on the service road would have been in position for that entire period. I heard what he was not saying directly. I heard it clearly, and I did not respond to it directly, because responding to it directly would have required me to say out loud the thing that I had been carrying since the moment I turned off the flashlight and moved to the east margin of the trail, and I was not ready to say it out loud yet in the back of a stranger's vehicle in the rain. The thing was this: the plan, whatever its full shape had been, had required me to be in the backcountry for longer than I was. The second SOS ping had been the mechanism for extending that duration, drawing me further in, or creating the record that justified a longer search, or both. The vehicle on the service road had been positioned for the period when the plan was operating as intended. The plan had not operated as intended because I had made two decisions that the plan had not fully accounted for: turning off the flashlight and moving south rather than holding position, and because the protocol, which I had spent the last 2 hours in tension with, had ultimately held. The deputy's radio came to life with a transmission from the second team on the service road. They had found foot tracks crossing the road shoulder approximately 400 yards south of Trailhead Junction, moving east from the forest margin to the road edge, and then south along the road shoulder for approximately 30 yards before disappearing onto the pavement. The tracks were fresh enough to be legible despite the rain, which meant they had been made recently, within the last hour, possibly less. East to the road and south, moving toward the county highway, moving away. I closed my eyes for a moment under the thermal blanket and listened to the rain on the roof, and felt the residual alertness in my body beginning, very slowly, its first tentative movement towards something that was not quite rest, but was at least the direction of rest. He was gone. He had exited the forest on the east margin and walked south on the service road shoulder and reached the pavement, and the tracks ended because pavement does not hold prints the way a rain-soaked road shoulder does, and he was somewhere south of this point on a road that connected to the county highway and to everything beyond it. The deputy in the passenger seat asked if I felt up to going to the sheriff's station in town to give a full recorded statement. I said I did. He said they would come back to the vehicle on the service road in the morning with a forensics team, and that I should not be concerned about the lodge or the service road overnight, that a deputy would be stationed at the county highway junction until the morning. I thanked him. He looked at me with the same assessing expression his partner had used and said, "You made good decisions tonight." I said I had made the decisions the protocol required. He said that is not always the same thing, and tonight it was, and that matters. I looked at the trailhead gate one more time through the rain-streaked window. The metal crossbar, the chain, the lock, the dark trail beyond it running north into the old grove forest, where the rain was coming down on a trail that was now empty, where the second hollow and the first signal location and the two fallen Douglas fir with their root mass wall were returning to the state they had been in before 947, patient and dark and entirely indifferent to what had happened among them. I turned away from the window. The deputy started the vehicle and we drove south on the service road, the headlights finding the gravel and the rain and the dark fir on either side. And somewhere south of the trailhead junction, the headlights found the parked sedan in the right shoulder, dark blue in the beam, the mud-obscured rear plate, the cold engine, and we drove past it without stopping and continued south toward the county highway and the town and the lit interior of a sheriff's station, where I would sit at a table and say everything I have just written into a recorder for the official record. The thermal blanket was still across my shoulders when we reached the county highway, and I kept it there for the entire drive to town, not because I was cold anymore, but because its weight felt In a way I did not try to examine directly, like the specific and temporary comfort of a thing that is doing its job simply and well. And I thought, briefly, about the wood stove in the lodge and the coffee I had put in the sink, and whether the stove had gone out by now, and whether the drying rack above it still held my wet outer layer in its careful, domestic arrangement, and whether any of it would look the same when I went back, as the sheriff's station in town held its fluorescent, practical warmth against the rain-soaked December night outside its windows, and the recorder on the table between me and the investigating deputy ran its small, steady red light through the 2 hours it took me to give the full account of the evening's events. I became aware of something that I want to describe carefully, because I think it is specific to the experience of giving a formal statement about something that has frightened you, and because it is relevant to what happened in the weeks after. The act of giving a formal statement imposes a structure on events that the events themselves did not have while they were occurring. You are asked to proceed chronologically. You are asked to distinguish between what you observed directly and what you inferred. You are asked to use precise language about distances and times and the specific words that were and were not spoken. The structure is useful. It produces a record. It establishes a timeline. It creates the kind of documentation that subsequent investigation can work from. But it also does something else, something that is a side effect rather than a purpose. It makes the events feel finished, not resolved. The distinction matters. The events of that night were not resolved. The man had not been identified or located. The vehicle on the service road had not been traced. The question of what the plan had been in its full shape had not been answered. None of the things that would constitute actual resolution had occurred, but the act of narrating the events in sequence, from the 9:47 ping to the trailhead gate, imposed a kind of formal closure on them that was separate from and prior to their actual resolution. The way a period at the end of a sentence closes it grammatically regardless of whether the thought it contains is complete. I gave the full account. The deputy asked clarifying questions at several points. The specific direction of the subject's flight, the interval between the first and second pings, the details of the vehicle's position on the service road as I understood them from the other deputy's description. I answered each question with the precision the format required. The recorder's red light held its steady attention. When the recording concluded, the deputy thanked me and told me what would happen next. The forensics team on the service road in the morning, the partial plate being processed through the state system, a request going out to the satellite device manufacturer for the account information associated with the device identifier, the incident being cross-referenced with the prior event 2 years ago, and with any similar incidents in adjacent wilderness areas and counties. He said these things in the measured, procedural tone of a person describing a process they have confidence in, and I received them in the specific register of a person who was very tired and who was trying to determine how much confidence the described process warrants. I did not ask the question I was thinking. The question I was thinking was whether the prior incident 2 years ago had generated any of the same subsequent investigation steps he was describing, and whether any of those steps had produced anything, and what the answer to those questions suggested about the likelihood of the current steps producing anything. I did not ask it because I already knew the shape of the answer, and asking it out loud in a recorded facility at 2:30 in the morning served no one. A deputy drove me back to my truck, which was still parked at the lodge on the service road, at approximately 3 in the morning. The drive-in was quiet. The deputy at the county highway junction nodded as we passed. The service road was empty and dark. The rain had eased to a fine, persistent mist that the headlights turned to a moving gauze. When we reached the lodge, I thanked the deputy and got out and stood for a moment in the mist and looked at the building. The wood stove had gone out while I was gone. The lodge was cold in the settled, thorough way of a space that has lost its heat source and has had several hours to reach equilibrium with the outdoor temperature, which was 36 degrees. I turned the stove damper and rebuilt the fire from the kindling box and stood close to it while it caught, my hands extended toward the warmth that was not yet there. was beginning to become there, the first small flames working their way into the larger split wood with the patient, incremental process of heat finding its foothold. The wet outer layer was still on the drying rack above the stove. I'd been gone for approximately 4.5 hours, and it had dried partially. The outer shell was dry, the inner fleece still holding some moisture at the seams. I left it where it was. I sat at the desk and looked at the system display. The incident was logged and closed for the night, pending in the system's terminology, which was the classification for an event that had generated a response and a report, and was now in the hands of the subsequent process. The signal location data was still on the screen, the 2 ping locations marked in the standard notation. The first at the signal location 2 miles up the main trail, the second a quarter mile east-northeast, the 2 points connected by the system's automatic line indicating the movement of the device between activations. I looked at the line for a moment, then I closed the display. I made coffee, not because I intended to stay awake, but because the process of making it was something to do with my hands, and because the smell of it in the cold lodge was the most straightforwardly normal thing available to me at 3:15 in the morning in a building that had, 4.5 hours ago, been the last heated structure between me and a man in a forest who had been waiting for me. I drank half of it and put the rest in the sink. I did not sleep at the lodge. This was a decision I made without deliberating about it, the way certain decisions make themselves. I was there, the cot was there, the fire was now generating its modest warmth, and I looked at the cot and understood simply and without drama that I was not going to use it tonight. I sat in the desk chair instead, with the stove and the fire and the radio on its frequency, and I waited for the shift to end at 8 in the morning. And what I thought about was not the men or the forest or the vehicle on the service road. What I thought about for most of those 4.5 hours was the ranger from 2 years ago. She had seen him from a distance. He had observed her and her partner from a distance and had not approached. The incident had been classified as an unconfirmed sighting. She had left the service within 3 months. I thought about what those 3 months had been like. Whether she had continued doing night shifts in the same wilderness area, whether she had made the same drive on the same service road in the dark, past the same trailhead junction, knowing that the classification of her incident had been unconfirmed sighting rather than what she knew it to have been, whether the gap between the official version and the version she carried in her own body had widened over those 3 months until the carrying of it became more than the job was worth. I thought I understood that gap now in a way I had not understood it at 10 in the evening, before the shift extended itself into something the shift description had not covered. The morning came in gray and wet, the mist having consolidated itself back into proper rain sometime before dawn, and at 8 o'clock I logged the end of my shift on the system and got in my truck and drove south on the service road. The forensics team was already at the sedan when I passed. 2 figures in rain gear moving around the vehicle with the methodical attention of people conducting a scene examination, a third photographing the exterior. I slowed, but did not stop. One of the figures raised a hand in the brief acknowledgement of a person who is busy and recognizes you, but does not need you to stop. I raised mine in return and continued south. At County Highway Junction, the overnight deputy was being relieved by a day shift officer, the 2 of them standing at the junction in the rain with the unhurried patience of a handoff that happens at this junction on other mornings, for other reasons. I drove past and turned south on the county highway toward the town where I rented a house, and the rain on the windshield was the same rain that had been falling all night, and the trees on both sides of the highway were the same coast range fir that bordered every road in this part of Oregon, and the morning was doing its ordinary work of becoming itself regardless of what the night had been. I slept for 6 hours. I woke at 2 in the afternoon and lay still for a moment in the specific post-sleep disorientation of a person who has slept at the wrong time of day. The light through the bedroom curtains, carrying the low, flat quality of a December afternoon rather than a morning, the house quiet around me in the way. Houses are quiet when nothing is required of them. I thought about the man standing between the 2 fir trunks with his face turned toward my light. The absolute stillness of him. The silence, the face that carried no relief, and no distress, and no surprise, and nothing that I had been trained to expect from a person in a wilderness area at night, in a storm, who has been found by a ranger, responding to their signal. What it carried instead was something I had been circling around since the moment of contact, and had not yet named directly, and lying in the afternoon quiet of my bedroom, I finally named it. Recognition. Not of me specifically. I did not believe he knew me as an individual, but recognition of the situation, recognition of the moment, recognition of the specific configuration of things that my arrival had produced. The headlamp and the flashlight, and the rain gear and the radio on my hip, and the pack with the rescue kit, all of it adding up to a person who had come from a known direction at approximately a known time in response to a known signal, and who was now standing where the plan had required someone to stand. He had looked at me the way a person looks at something they've been expecting, and then he had run, because the looking was enough. Because the looking was the last confirmation required before the next stage. And the next stage had been the second ping and the east-northeast direction and the deeper forest, and everything I had not followed him into. I got up. I made food. I sat at the table in my rented house, with the rain on the windows and the afternoon light going early toward dark, and I thought about what I was going to do about the next shift. The next shift was in 2 days, 4 in the afternoon to midnight. The same rotation I had been working for 6 years, the same service road and the same lodge and the same trail system and the same radio on the same frequency. I thought about the ranger from 2 years ago and her 3 months, and the gap between the official version and the version she carried in her body. I thought about the forensics team on the service road and the partial plate and the device manufacturer and the cross-referencing with prior incidents. And I thought about what the prior incidents classification suggested about how the current incident would look in 12 months. I thought about the man's face turned toward my light, patient and still and entirely expecting me. And I thought about the second ping cockant, the quarter-mile east-northeast, the deeper forest, the direction I had not gone. And I thought about what was in that direction, and what would have been waiting at the end of it. And I thought about these things with the specific and unresolvable quality of a person contemplating the shape of a thing they cannot fully see and are not sure they want to. The rain came down outside the window. The afternoon finished its work of becoming evening. The house held its warmth around me in the simple, structural way of a building doing what buildings are built to do. I sat at the table until it was fully dark. I went back for 2 more shifts before I made the decision I had already made, which is the way decisions of that kind tend to work. The making of them is a formality that follows the having made them, by a distance that varies from person to person and situation to situation. And in my case, the distance was 2 shifts and 11 days. And I want to write about those 11 days honestly, because I think the honesty is the only thing that makes the account worth anything. As the 11 days between the night of the second ping and the morning I submitted my resignation arrange themselves in memory, I find that what I return to is not the 2 shifts I worked during that period, though I will describe them because they are part of the honest account, but the texture of the ordinary hours between them, the specific quality of daily life in that interval when I was still a wilderness ranger in the northern Oregon Coast Range, and also, simultaneously, already not one, the forensics team's report on the sedan came back 4 days after the incident. I received a summary through the district coordinator, not the full report, which went to the sheriff's department and to the district's law enforcement liaison, but a factual summary of the findings, which were these. The vehicle had been reported stolen from a long-term parking facility in Portland approximately 3 weeks prior to the incident, which accounted for the engine's coldness and the applied mud on the plate. The interior had been wiped. The forensics team found no usable prints, no identifying materials, no personal items of any kind. The floor mats had been removed. The vehicle was, in the precise language of the summary, consistent with deliberate preparation for anonymized field use, which was the forensics team's careful way of saying that someone had stolen a car and cleaned it and parked it on a Forest Service road in the rain, and had done all of these things with sufficient forethought that nothing useful remained. The satellite device manufacturer responded to the district's request for account information 6 days after the incident. The device had been registered to an account created 11 months prior, using a prepaid email address and a prepaid debit card, both of which had been used once each for the registration and never again. The account had one device registered to it. The device had been activated a total of 4 times. The 2 activations on the night of the incident, one activation approximately 2 years prior in the same wilderness area, and one activation 14 months prior in a different wilderness area in the northern Cascades of Washington state. I read this summary twice, sitting at the desk in the lodge on the morning of my first post-incident shift, with the wood stove working at the cold air and the rain on the roof in its familiar, indifferent register. 4 activations. 2 in my wilderness area, the incident 2 years ago, and the night of the second ping. 2 others, in other wilderness areas, in other years. I thought about what 4 activations meant in terms of the prior incidents in those other locations, and I thought about whether those incidents had generated reports, and whether those reports had been classified as unconfirmed sightings and accidental activations, and whether the rangers involved had stayed in their positions, or had made the calculation that the ranger from 2 years ago had made, and that I was beginning to make. I thought about the Cascades activation 14 months ago, and what had happened in that wilderness area on the night or day it had occurred, and I understood that I did not have access to that information through my district channels, and would have to make a specific, formal request to obtain it, and that making that request would require me to explain why I was asking, and that explaining why I was asking would require me to say out loud the thing that the official classifications had consistently declined to say. I made the request. I framed it as a follow-up to the current incident investigation, which was accurate. I sent it through the coordinator and waited. The first post-incident shift was quiet. I worked it the way I had worked the hundreds of shifts before it. The service road drive in the afternoon dark, the lodge, the stove, the radio, the trail conditions report, the system checks. The trail was closed and empty, and the winter rain did what winter rain in coastal Oregon does, which is fall continuously and without apparent ambition beyond the immediate task of falling. I did not do a night trail walk. This was a deviation from my standard practice on night shifts when the trail conditions required monitoring. I would ordinarily have walked the first mile of the main trail at some point between 8 and 10 in the evening, checking the drainage and the surface condition and making notes for the morning report. I did not do this on the first post-incident shift, and I did not record in the shift log that I had deviated from the standard practice, and I am recording it here because the honest account requires it. I sat at the desk and monitored the radio and watched the system display and drank coffee, and did not walk the trail, and the shift ended at midnight, and I drove south on the service road past the junction where the stolen sedan had been parked, and turned onto the county highway, and drove home, and the deviation did not feel like fear exactly, and it did not feel like prudence exactly, and I did not have precise language for what it felt like, and I still do not. The second post-incident shift was 6 days later, after a 3-day break that I spent largely in the house, reading and cooking, and doing the ordinary maintenance of a domestic life. Laundry, groceries, a long walk on the beach at the coast where the rain came off the Pacific in the flat, salt-heavy way it does in December, the surf loud and gray, and entirely uninterested in anything I was carrying. The response to my Cascades inquiry arrived on the morning of the second shift's eve. It came to the coordinator as a forwarded summary from the Washington district, brief and professional, and written with the specific restraint of an official document that is conveying information it is not entirely comfortable conveying. A ranger in the Cascades wilderness area had responded to an SOS activation 14 months ago. The activation had come in during a night shift. Single ping, no follow-up communication, no reservation bookings in the affected area. The ranger had responded alone. The The district was understaffed at the time, a detailed summary included without comment. The ranger had reached the signal location and found it empty. On the return route to the trailhead, the ranger had reported contact with an individual in the forest, off-trail, who had not responded to the ranger's calls and had moved deeper into the forest when the ranger approached. The ranger had returned to the trailhead and reported the incident. The ranger had taken a medical leave of absence 2 weeks after the incident. The leave had extended and had ultimately converted to a resignation. The summary noted this without elaboration in the neutral, factual tone of a document that is aware of what it is implying and has chosen the passive voice as its instrument. I read the summary at the desk in my house at 7 in the morning, with the coffee going cold beside me and the rain on the windows and the ordinary sounds of the neighborhood assembling themselves outside. A car on the wet street, a dog, a door, the specific acoustic texture of a world that was proceeding with its day. 2 rangers in my wilderness area, 1 in the Cascades. All 3 of us had seen him, or someone using the same device, operating the same sequence. All 3 of us had left our positions within months of the contact. The current incident, my incident, was the 4th activation of the device and the first in which the subject had allowed close contact, had stood within flashlight range and allowed themselves to be seen clearly, had waited for the moment of recognition before running. The escalation was legible. I am not certain that word is correct, but it is the word I return to when I think about the sequence of 4 activations across 3 wilderness areas and the consistent aftermath of each. The rangers who left, the official classifications that declined to name what the rangers had reported, the growing proximity of each contact. I drove the lodge for the second post-incident shift and worked it as I had worked the first. The stove, the radio, the system checks, the coffee, the deviation from the standard trail walk that I again did not record in the shift log. The shift was quiet. The trail was empty. Nothing activated on the system display. The radio stayed on its frequency and said nothing that required a response. At 10:30 in the evening, sitting at the desk with the second cup of coffee and the rain on the roof and the stove at its steady amber work, I opened a blank document on the laptop I kept at the lodge for report writing, and I began to write. Not the resignation. That came later in its proper official form, submitted through the proper channels with the standard 30-day notice and the standard language about personal reasons and the standard expressions of appreciation for the 6 years in the mole, position, and the district. That was a different document, and it was written appropriately, and I do not have strong feelings about its language because it was a form performing a function, and forms are not required to be honest about the things that make them necessary. What I began writing at 10:30 on the night of the second post-incident shift was this account, not in the form it now has. The early version was rougher and more immediate, written in the present tense in places in the past and others. The chronology not yet fully ordered. The details still carrying the warmth of recent events rather than the cooler clarity that time and distance eventually provide. But the essential account was there from the beginning. The 947 ping. The empty signal location. The man between the 2 fir trunks. The second ping. The creek crossing. The trailhead gate. The stolen car. The device registered to a prepaid account. The summary from the Cascades district. I wrote until 2 in the morning, which was 2 hours past the end of my shift. And when I stopped, it was not because I had finished, but because the shift had ended and I needed to drive home and the account needed the distance that only time could provide, and I understood both of these things clearly and acted on them. I drove south on the service road. I passed the trailhead junction. I turned onto the county highway. The rain was the same rain it had always been on this road. The fir on both sides. The same fir. The dark, the same dark. I submitted the resignation 11 days after the incident. I worked the 30-day notice period without incident, which is to say without any further SOS activations in my wilderness area, and without any further contact with anything that required more than the standard responses the job had always required. The trails were empty and cold, and the rain fell on them continuously, and the stove in the lodge burned through its wood, and the radio said the ordinary things radios say on quiet shifts in low visitation wilderness areas in December and January. On the last day of my notice period, I drove the service road for the final time, loaded the small number of personal items I kept at the lodge into my truck, and sat for a moment on the covered porch in the rain, looking at the meadow. The meadow was flooded, as it always was in winter, the standing water catching the flat gray light and holding it without reflection. The grass at the margins brown and matted from months of rain. A great blue heron stood at the water's edge on the far side, absolutely still, its long neck folded into the patient S-curve of a bird that has been waiting in exactly this posture for a very long time, and has no particular investment in when the waiting ends. I watched it for several minutes. Then I drove south, and the service road gave way to the forest road, and the forest road gave way to the county highway, and the county highway gave way to the state highway, and the state highway carried me east through the coast range and down the other side toward the valley and the city where I had arranged a temporary place to stay while I figured out what came next. The heron did not move while I watched it, and I do not know if it moved after I left. And I have thought about this in the 16 months since, in the specific, useless way you think about things that cannot be resolved by thinking about them, and that stay in the mind anyway, patient and still, folded into their posture of waiting. I have one more thing to write, and it concerns not what happened in the wilderness area, but what happened 8 months after I left it. On an ordinary Tuesday afternoon in the city, when I was sitting at a coffee shop table with my laptop and a cup of coffee going cold beside me, and I looked up for a reason I cannot account for, and through the window of the coffee shop, on the sidewalk outside, a man was standing still on the pavement looking at the window. I will write it in the final part. As the 8 months between the last day of my notice period and the Tuesday afternoon in a coffee shop arranged themselves in memory, I find that they have the quality of a corridor, not featureless, not without their own specific texture and incident, but defined primarily by the spaces at either end of them, rather than by their own content. The way a hallway is defined by the rooms it connects, rather than by what it contains in itself. I want to describe those 8 months honestly before I describe the Tuesday, because the Tuesday requires context to be understood accurately, and the context is not only the night in the wilderness area, but also what the months after were like and what they did to the specific quality of my attention. The way prolonged and unresolved alertness changes a person's relationship to ordinary perception in ways that are useful and also costly and sometimes difficult to distinguish from each other. I moved to Portland. This was a practical decision as much as anything else. I knew the city, I had friends there. The job market was reasonable for the kind of work I was qualified for and was now considering, and the distance from the Coast Range wilderness area was sufficient without being excessive, which was the metric I had found myself applying to the question of where to live in a way I had not applied it before, and which I recognized as a new parameter in my decision-making without fully understanding yet what its presence meant. I found an apartment in the northeast part of the city, in a neighborhood of older houses and small commercial blocks, and the particular urban density that produces, as its primary acoustic environment, the continuous low-level texture of human activity, traffic, voices, the specific rhythm of a residential street going about its day. After 6 years of living in a rented house on the rural edge of a small coastal town, the density was an adjustment, not an unwelcome one. The presence of other people, audible through walls and visible through windows and encountered on sidewalks and in coffee shops and grocery stores, had acquired a specific value that it had not had before the night of the second ping, a value I found difficult to articulate precisely, but that had something to do with the reassurance of a world that was proceeding normally in all directions and was willing to be witnessed proceeding normally. I took a job in early February, 6 weeks after moving to the city. It was an environmental consulting position, fieldwork and reporting for a firm that contracted with government agencies and private developers on habitat assessment and mitigation projects. The fieldwork took me outdoors, sometimes to rural and forested sites, sometimes alone. I want to be honest about how I managed this because it is relevant to the account. The first solo field assignment was in late February, a riparian habitat assessment on a property in the Willamette Valley, mostly open agricultural land with a creek corridor running through it, mature cottonwood and Oregon ash along the creek, blackberry and reed canary grass in the transitional zones, a pair of red-tailed hawks working a field margins in the flat February light. It was unremarkable terrain and unremarkable conditions, and I moved through it with the professional attention the work required, taking my notes and my photographs and my plant community data, and at no point during the 4-hour assessment did I find myself doing anything that resembled what I had done on the trail in the old-growth fir in the rain. I noted this. I noted it with the specific, careful attention of a person who is monitoring their own responses and is genuinely uncertain about what they will find. And what I found was that the open agricultural land and the creek corridor and the February light were simply what they were. A piece of valley floor doing its ecological work without reference to me or to anything I was carrying, and that I was able to be in them without the particular quality of alertness that had been operating since December. The second solo field assignment was in late March, a wetland delineation on the margin of a managed forest in the Coast Range foothills, not the wilderness area, a different drainage, a different district, lower elevation, and younger timber, and a management history that left it a different kind of forest than the old growth I had worked in. I drove the access road in the morning and parked at the property gate and got out and stood for a moment looking at the trees before I started. The trees were second-growth Douglas fir, 40 or 50 years old, their canopy closing overhead in the specific way of managed timber rather than the cathedral spacing of old growth. The understory was denser and more chaotic than old growth understory. The vine maple and sword fern and salmonberry, competing without the suppression that an ancient canopy provides. I stood at the gate for 2 minutes. Then I went in and did the work. I am describing this because I want to be honest about the recovery, which was neither complete nor linear, but which was real and progressing in the specific, incremental way that real recoveries proceed, not the dramatic restoration of a prior state, but the gradual construction of a new one, with different parameters and different calibrations and a different relationship to certain categories of experience that I was still in the process of mapping. What I had, and still have, and expect to continue to have for the foreseeable future, is a heightened baseline attention in forested environments, particularly at night, and particularly when alone. This is not fear in the sense of a response that prevents function. I function well. I do the work. I move through forests without the paralysis that genuine fear produces. It is more like a recalibration of the threshold at which the body's monitoring systems engage, a lowering of the trigger point that I had not chosen and would not choose if the choice were available, but that I have come to understand as the body's reasonable response to a specific prior experience rather than as a malfunction. I have also, and this is harder to describe precisely, a changed relationship to the category of human behavior that operates outside the expected range. The person who does not respond the way a person in their situation is supposed to respond. The person whose face carries none of the expressions the situation calls for. I notice this category more readily than I did before. I notice it in ordinary urban contexts, in coffee shops and on sidewalks, and in the peripheral range of my vision. When I am sitting with my back to a wall in a public space, which is a seating preference I had not had before and now have consistently. These changes are the honest account of what the night of the second ping cost me, and the specific currency of the way I move through the world. The investigation had not produced an arrest by the time I left the position. It had not produced an arrest by the time I filed the account with the district's official record, which I did in April, 4 months after the incident, submitting the full version of what I had observed and inferred and concluded, together with the forensic summary and the device registration summary and the Cascades District summary and my own analysis of the 4 activations as a sequence rather than as isolated incidents. The district's law enforcement liaison acknowledged receipt. The investigation remained open. I do not know, as I write this, whether it is still open or whether it has been reclassified, or whether anything has been found. I have not followed up since April. I made the decision not to follow up, not from indifference but from the specific, self-preserving clarity of a person who has understood that continued active engagement with an unresolved situation is not the same as continued safety, and that the two can be in tension, and that in this particular case the tension resolves in favor of distance. The account had been taking its current shape since the night of the second post-incident shift, growing through the months in the specific, accretive way of a document that is being written toward an understanding that is itself still in formation. By August I had most of it: the sequence of events, the analysis of the device activations, the forensic summary, the cascades parallel. What I did not have was the ending, because the ending had not happened yet. The title came in July, sitting at the desk in my apartment in the northeast Portland neighborhood, with the window open to the specific summer sound of that block. A lawnmower 2 houses down, children somewhere at the far end of the street, the unhurried traffic of a residential neighborhood on a Tuesday afternoon. It arrived the way the right title arrives, not as a decision, but as a recognition, a thing that had been waiting to be identified rather than invented. The second ping. I wrote it at the top of the document and knew immediately that it was correct. Not because it was dramatic or evocative, but because it was precise, because it named the specific mechanism that had changed the shape of the night and of everything after it, because it was the moment at which the situation had declared its own intelligence, the moment at which the plan had revealed that it had anticipated the first response and had a second response prepared. The second ping was the moment I understood what I was dealing with. Everything before it had been responding to a situation whose nature was still ambiguous. Everything after it had been responding to a situation whose nature was clear. By August the account was complete in all but its final section, which I knew was coming, but did not yet have the material for. I had written a placeholder at the document's end, a single line that said the account is not finished yet, which is an unusual thing to write in a document you are writing toward completion, but which felt accurate and necessary, the way certain sentences are necessary regardless of their elegance. September passed. October. The city moved through its seasons with the reliable indifference of a large organism that does not organize its rhythms around any individual's internal weather. The maples in the neighborhood went yellow and then orange and then the wet, matted brown of Portland October. The leaves accumulating in the gutters and on the sidewalks and on the small patch of front yard that belonged to my apartment building and that the landlord raked approximately once a fortnight with. The unhurried regularity of a person who has done this task for many years and has found its natural pace. I walked to the coffee shop on the corner of my block most mornings, and sometimes in the afternoons when the apartment felt too enclosed and I needed the specific comfort of other people at their own tables with their own concerns. It was a small place, 4 tables inside and 2 on the sidewalk that were unusable for most of the year given the Portland climate, but that appeared in the forecast optimistic way of outdoor seating every time the weather suggested they might be worth setting out. I had a preferred table, inside against the east wall, with a clear sight line to both the door and the window facing the street. On the Tuesday in November, 8 months after leaving the wilderness area, I was at my preferred table with the laptop and a cup of coffee that had gone cold, because I had been writing and had forgotten to drink it, which was a thing that happened regularly and that I had stopped regarding as anything other than a feature of extended writing sessions. I looked up. I do not know why I looked up at that specific moment. There was no sound from outside that I registered. No movement in my peripheral vision that I can account for. I simply looked up from the screen, in the way you sometimes do when something in the background of attention has shifted, without announcing itself clearly enough to be identified as a specific stimulus. Through the window, on the sidewalk outside, a man was standing still, not walking past, not waiting for someone at the corner, not looking at his phone or at something across the street. Standing still on the sidewalk facing the coffee shop window, at a distance of perhaps 15 feet from the glass, in the specific posture of a person who is looking at something inside, looking at me. He was wearing a dark jacket, not the saturated rain-heavy jacket of a man who has been standing in a December forest without waterproof clothing, but a dry, ordinary jacket of the kind that half the people on any Portland sidewalk are wearing on a November afternoon. His hair was shorter than I remembered, or perhaps I did not remember his hair at all, given the conditions of our contact, the rain and the dark and the distance. His face was the face of a man in his 40s, unremarkable in the specific way of faces you would not remember if you passed them on the street. I would remember this one. He was not moving. He was doing what he had done in the forest between the two fir trunks, standing still, face forward, looking at the thing in front of him with the patience of a person who has been in this posture before and knows how to maintain it. I did not move for what I estimate was 5 seconds. 5 seconds is a duration that sounds brief and is not brief when you are sitting in a coffee shop on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon looking through a window at a man who is looking back at you from 15 feet away and is not moving and is not doing anything that could be described to another person as threatening and is doing the single most frightening thing you have experienced since December. I looked away from him and down at my phone on the table beside the laptop, and I picked it up and I dialed without looking up again. The call connected on the second ring. I said in a voice that was quieter than I intended it to be that I needed to speak to the detective handling a wilderness area incident from December of the previous year, case number, which I had memorized in February for reasons I had not fully articulated to myself at the time, and that I needed to speak to them now, and that the subject of the incident was currently standing on the sidewalk outside my location, and that I was giving my address. The dispatcher confirmed and told me to stay on the line. I looked up. The sidewalk was empty. The space where he had been standing held nothing but the wet November pavement and the ordinary foot traffic of a Tuesday afternoon, people moving past with their umbrellas and their coffee cups and their phones, the city proceeding with its unremarkable day. He was gone. I sat with the phone to my ear, and the dispatcher's voice asking me to confirm my location and the cold coffee on the table, and the laptop screen still showing the document I had been writing, the cursor blinking at the end of the last sentence I had written before I looked up. The account is not finished, yet had been the placeholder at the document's end. I deleted it. 2 officers came to the coffee shop within 8 minutes, and took a description and canvassed the block and found nothing, which is the word the official record will use, and which is accurate as far as it goes, and which does not go far enough. And I have been sitting with the distance between those two things, what the record says and what I know, for the 3 weeks since the Tuesday, and I am going to write the final part of this account tomorrow, and then I am going to do what needs to be done with it, which I have finally understood is not the same as filing it and waiting. As the 3 weeks between the Tuesday in the coffee shop and the morning I am writing this final section arrange themselves into the specific, altered texture of days that are ordinary on their surface and are not ordinary underneath, I made several decisions that I want to describe in the order I made them, because the order matters, and because the account has been precise about sequence throughout, and I do not want to lose that precision at the end. The first decision was where to sit in the apartment. This sounds trivial. It was not trivial. After the Tuesday, I rearranged the furniture in the apartment's main room so that the desk where I write faced the door and the window simultaneously, with the wall at my back, and the full width of the room between me and both points of entry. I did this on the Tuesday evening after the officers had taken the description and canvassed the block and left, moving the desk from the east wall, where it had been since I moved in, to the south wall where it is now, and repositioning the chair so that nothing requiring my attention was behind me. I note this not because it is dramatic, but because it is honest, and because the honest account of what an experience like this does to a person includes the small, practical rearrangements of daily life that do not appear in official reports and that are, in some ways, the most accurate register of what has actually changed. The second decision was to contact the 3 other rangers. I had the name of the ranger from 2 years ago in my wilderness area from the incident summary the coordinator had shared. I had the name of the Cascades Ranger from the Washington District summary. Finding contact information for both of them required effort that I will not detail here except to say that it was possible and that both of them agreed to speak with me, and that the conversations happened over 2 successive evenings in the week after the Tuesday, and that they were the most useful conversations I had in the 3 weeks between the coffee shop and this morning. The ranger from 2 years ago in my wilderness area was living in Bend. She had left the service 8 months after the incident. Not 3 months as the summary had indicated. The summary had given the date of her medical leave rather than her resignation, a distinction the document had not clarified. She was working in landscape restoration, outdoor work on her own schedule, and she spoke with the specific, measured composure of a person who has done considerable work on something and has arrived at a functional relationship with it without having resolved it. She confirmed what I had expected. She had seen him from a distance, off-trail, on the return route to the trailhead. He had not approached. He had watched her and her partner from a position in the tree line, and had not responded to their calls. She had filed the incident report, and the report had been classified as an unconfirmed sighting, and she had spent 8 months trying to convince herself that the classification was adequate. She said, "I knew it was not adequate on the day I filed it. I filed it anyway because I did not have language for what I had seen that would fit into an incident report category." I asked her if she had seen him since leaving the service. She said no. She said she had moved from the coast to the high desert specifically to be in a landscape that did not resemble the one in which the contact had occurred, and that the high desert had a different quality of silence than coastal old-growth forest, a silence that was open rather than enclosed, and that the openness had been important to her in ways she had not anticipated. I said I understood that. She said the thing that stayed with me was not the contact itself. It was the fact that he had been there before I knew he was there, for however long before the contact, watching, and that I would never know how long that was. I said that was the thing that had stayed with me as well. The Cascades Ranger was living in Missoula, Montana. He had left the service and was teaching outdoor education at a high school, which was a position that put him in forested terrain regularly, and which he had chosen in part, he said, because it put him in forested terrain with groups rather than alone, and that this was a distinction his body had asked him to honor, and that he had decided to honor it rather than argue with it. He had seen the man from closer than the ranger from my wilderness area, perhaps 20 yards. Briefly illuminated by his headlamp on the return route to the trailhead. The man had been standing at the margin of a clearing, not moving, facing toward the headlamp's beam. The contact had lasted perhaps 10 seconds before the man stepped back into the tree line and disappeared. He said, "The thing about him that I've thought about most is the stepping back, not the running." He did not run. He stepped back. 1 step, maybe 2, very controlled, and then he was gone, like he had decided the contact was complete rather than being startled. I said mine ran. At the signal location when I found him, he ran. The Cascades Ranger was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yours was closer. He let you see his face clearly." I said yes. He said that is different from what happened to me and from what happened to the ranger in your area. That is a different stage of something. We sat with that for a moment across the distance of a phone call between Portland and Missoula on a November evening. He said, "Have you seen him since you left the service?" I told him about the Tuesday in the coffee shop. I described the posture, the stillness, the 15 feet of glass between us, the 5 seconds before I looked away to call, the empty sidewalk when I looked back. He was quiet for longer this time. He said, "You need to tell the detective everything, not the incident report version. Everything." I said I was in the process of doing that. He said, "And you need to not be alone as much as possible for a while." I said I understood. He said, before we ended the call, that he had spent 14 months trying to identify what the man had wanted and had not arrived at a satisfying answer. He said the behavior was consistent with a specific category of predatory behavior that had been documented in wilderness areas in several western states over the past decade, always with the same general signature: the managed approach, the escalating proximity, the use of distress signals as bait. But that the motivation was unclear, and that the investigators he had spoken with had theories but not conclusions. He said, "The uncertainty is the part I have had to make peace with. Not knowing what he wanted or how much of a plan there was beyond the wanting of it, I have had to accept that I may not get that knowledge, and that the not getting of it does not change what the experience was, or what it requires of me now." I said I was working on that. He said he thought I was further along on it than I knew. The third decision, made in the second week after the Tuesday, was to meet with the detective handling the case in person rather than by phone. I drove to the district office and sat across a desk from a detective who had been assigned to the case in February after I submitted the full account, and who had, in the months since, been building the cross-referencing file that now included my wilderness area incidents, the Cascades incident, the stolen sedan, the prepaid device account, and 3 additional incidents in wilderness areas in Idaho and Northern California that had been identified through the cross-referencing as consistent with the same signature. 6 incidents across 5 states. A device activated a total of 7 times, the account having been updated since the summary I received in January to include the 3 additional identified incidents. A signature consistent enough across the incidents to suggest a single operator or a very small and coordinated group. No arrests, no identification. The detective was precise and thorough, and spoke with the specific, contained frustration of a person who has a sophisticated understanding of a problem and limited tools for resolving it. He said the coffee shop sighting was significant. It was the first documented contact outside a wilderness area, the first indication that the operator's activity was not confined to the backcountry context, the first evidence of what might be described as surveillance in an urban environment. He said he did not want to speculate about what that shift represented because speculation without evidence was not useful, but that he wanted me to understand that the urban contact changed the nature of the investigation and had elevated the case's priority within the district. I said I was glad to hear that. He said, "I want to ask you something, and I want you to think carefully before you answer." I said I would. He said, "In your assessment, based on everything you observed in the wilderness area and in the coffee shop, do you believe the contact in the coffee shop was intended to be seen by you, or do you believe you saw something that was not intended to be visible?" I thought about this carefully, the way he had asked me to. I thought about the man standing between the 2 fir trunks with his face turned toward my light, the absolute stillness of him, the patience. I thought about the 15 feet of glass and the Tuesday afternoon foot traffic moving past him on both sides, and the specific quality of his stillness against the movement of the ordinary city going about its day. I thought about the 5 seconds in the empty sidewalk. I said, he was visible because he chose to be visible. The coffee shop window was not a concealment failure. It was the same thing as standing between the 2 trees at the signal location, a controlled reveal at a chosen distance for a chosen duration. The detective looked at me for a moment. He said that is consistent with our assessment. He said, which means he wanted you to know he was there. I said yes. We sat with that in the quiet of the district office, the fluorescent light above the desk, and the rain on the window behind the detective's shoulder, and the file between us with its documented sequence of activations, and its photographs of the stolen sedan and its cross-reference incidents across 5 states. The detective said he was going to recommend a specific set of precautions, none of which he expected to be permanent, and all of which were standard for situations of this kind. He described them and I agreed to them, and I have been following them since. And I am not going to describe them in this document because this document is not a private security plan, and its value is in what it describes accurately rather than in what it withholds usefully. I drove home from the district office in the afternoon dark of a November Wednesday, through the wet streets of Portland with the wipers running and the city lit against the early dark in its ordinary inhabited way, and I thought about what the detective had said, and what the Cascades Ranger had said, and what the Ranger in Bend had said, and I thought about the sequence of 4 contacts across 3 wilderness areas and 1 coffee shop window and the specific escalating proximity of each. I thought about what the second ping had been, the mechanism for extending the contact, the move that had declared the intelligence of the operation, the moment at which I had understood what I was dealing with. I thought about what the coffee shop window was. The coffee shop window was the second ping of the urban sequence. The first had been something I had not identified until the detective and I discussed it in the third week. A moment I had filed as coincidence, and that I now understood differently. A moment from 6 weeks after moving to Portland. A morning in early February when I had been walking the neighborhood and had passed a man on the sidewalk whose face I had not looked at directly, but whose stillness as I passed had registered in the background of my attention, and been filed as the ordinary stillness of a person waiting for something. I had not looked directly. I had not stopped. He had been there in February, and I had not known it until November, which meant the interval between the first contact and the second was 9 months, and the interval between the second contact and the moment I sat down to write this final section was 3 weeks, and I do not know what the interval before the third contact will be, or what form it will take, or in what context, and at what distance, and with what degree of visibility he will choose to be seen. I know that the account is finished now, in the sense that every account is finished at the point where the writing stops and the living continues, and that finished is not the same as resolved, and that this particular account may never be resolved in the sense of reaching a conclusion that corresponds to the word conclusion, an arrest, an identification, an explanation of motive, a clear answer to the question of what the plan was beyond the patient, escalating approach toward proximity that has not yet been reached. I know that the Cascades Ranger in Missoula was right, that I have to make peace with the uncertainty, and that making peace with it is not the same as accepting it as permanent, but is rather the practical acknowledgement that the resolution is not within my control, and that acting as if it is costs more than it returns. I know that the Ranger in Bend was right, that the openness of a landscape matters, that the quality of silence in a space you inhabit matters, that the body's requests about where to live and how to sit and what to face deserve to be taken seriously rather than argued with. I know that the detective is doing the work that the official process allows him to do, and that the official process has limits, and that living within those limits requires a tolerance for unresolved situations that I am building incrementally and do not yet have fully. I know that in the morning I am going to sit at the desk with the wall on my back and the door and the window both visible, and drink my coffee, and do my work, and move through the day with a recalibrated attention that is now the honest baseline of how I am in the world, and that this is what the account requires of me going forward. Not the dramatic reconstruction of a prior state, but the practical daily management of a changed one. Outside the apartment window, Portland is doing what Portland does on a November evening. The rain on the street and the orange-lit windows of the houses across the way, and the sound of the neighborhood settling into its nighttime register, the traffic thinning and the voices going inside, and the wet pavement holding its quiet reflection of the streetlights and the long dark mirrors of the puddles. The city is full of people and lit rooms. I am one of them. I have the wall at my back and the door in view, and the account finished on the screen in front of me, and the cursor is at the end of the last sentence. And in a moment I am going to save the document and close the laptop and make dinner, and do the ordinary things that ordinary evenings ask for. And I am going to do them in a lit room, with other people audible through the walls, and a detective working a case file in an office somewhere in the city, and 2 Rangers in Bend in Missoula who answered the phone and said what needed to be said. That is enough for tonight. That is what tonight has. What the water kept. I want to be honest about the condition I was in when I drove to Maine. I was not doing well. That is the cleanest way I can put it, and it is also, I think, the most honest. I was not sleeping more than 3 or 4 hours at a stretch. I had not responded to my sister's last 4 messages, and I had been eating in a way that could only be described as incidental. Whatever happened to be in the car, whatever required no preparation, whatever I could unwrap with one hand while I watched the road. My therapist, Dr. Polly Marsh, had used the phrase complicated grief in our last session, which I had found mildly insulting at the time, as though grief were something that could be uncomplicated with the right approach. Marcus had been gone for 2 years and 3 months when I made that drive. He had not drowned in the ocean, which is the thing people sometimes assume when I tell them where I ended up going. He had died in a hospital in Portland, Oregon, from a fast-moving infection that no one had expected and no one had caught in time. And the whole thing had taken 11 days from the first fever to the morning I sat in a chair beside his bed and understood, finally, that the particular sound a room makes when someone is no longer breathing in it is a sound that does not leave you. I was 52 years old. We had been married for 19 years. I had never once thought about what I would do without him, which is something I understand now as a form of arrogance, a quiet, daily arrogance that most people in long marriages carry without ever examining. The rental listing had described the property as a classic Maine cottage with water views and winter quiet, and I had booked it in 10 minutes at midnight on a Tuesday, which is not how I normally make decisions. I am a retired high school librarian. I plan things. I keep lists in small notebooks. I research. But something about the photograph, the porch, the gray water visible through bare birch trees, the single reading lamp casting a warm circle on a wooden floor, had bypassed whatever part of me usually asks questions. I drove up in early November, 14 hours over 2 days, with a night outside of Boston in a motel where the parking lot smelled of diesel and the sheets had been washed so many times they felt like paper. I remember lying in that bed looking at the ceiling and thinking, with complete irrelevance, that I had not had the oil changed in the car since before the summer, and that I should do it when I got back. My mind does that. It retreats. Dr. Marsh says it is a coping mechanism. I have come to think of it as something more like a reflex, the mental equivalent of flinching away from a bright light. I crossed into Maine on a Wednesday morning. The sky had dropped low and turned the particular color that is not gray and is not white, but is somehow both at once a color that exists, in my experience, almost exclusively in northern New England in November and in the memory of certain difficult afternoons. The trees along Route 1 had already finished with their leaves. The bare branches made a kind of intricate darkness against the sky, and the roadside stands selling lobster and blueberry jam had closed their shutters for the season, and the whole corridor felt like a place that had recently been vacated, like a party the morning after, when all that is left is the empty chairs. I stopped for coffee in Brunswick at a diner on Main Street called the Highlands, which had 4 tables, a counter with 6 stools, and a woman behind the counter who told me, without being asked, that the weather was moving in from the east and I should expect fog by nightfall if I was heading down the peninsula. I was. I told her where I was going, and she nodded in the specific way of someone who already knows the place you are describing and has formed a view of it. Harpswell is quiet this time of year, she said, refilling my cup without asking. I told her that was exactly what I was looking for. She set the coffee pot down and looked at me with the kind of attention that older women who work in diners sometimes give to people who are clearly not all right. Not pity, not quite, more like an assessment. The way a nurse takes your pulse while maintaining a completely normal conversation. "You been there before?" she asked. I had not. I told her so. She handed me my change and said, "Well, the water's nice in the morning before the fog settles. Best to get outside early." It did not seem like advice. It seemed like a fact she was passing along because I might need it. I drove south from Brunswick on Route 124 and then onto the peninsula roads, and the landscape changed with a specificity that surprised me. The trees pressed closer, the houses appeared less frequently, and the ones that did appear were set back from the road in the way of houses that belong to people who have thought carefully about distance. The salt smell arrived before the water was visible. A cold, living smell, low-tide mud and something mineral underneath it, the smell of depth rather than surface. And I felt something shift in my chest that was not quite comfort and was not quite dread, but was unmistakably a response to something real. The cottage sat at the end of a gravel road that curved through a stand of white birch and then opened onto a small clearing above the tidal flat. The water was maybe 120 yards out across the flat when I arrived, the tide running low, and the exposed mud was the color of pewter in the flat November light. The cottage itself was older than the listing photographs had suggested. The gray cedar shingles had that particular weathered quality that comes only from decades of salt air, and the porch railing had been replaced at some point with pressure-treated lumber that was the wrong color, and had not yet had the chance to age into the rest of the structure. There was a key in a small lockbox beside the door, as the owner had told me by email. I got my bags from the car and let myself in. The interior was warm. Someone, a caretaker I assumed, had run the electric baseboard heat the day before my arrival, and the small rooms held a dry, dusty warmth that smelled of old wood and something faintly floral that I could not immediately identify. The front room had 2 chairs and a reading lamp, and a low bookshelf along one wall filled with the particular mixture of paperbacks, local history titles, and outdated field guides that accumulates in rental properties over years of guests leaving things behind. The kitchen was clean and small. The bedroom looked east, toward the water. I put my bags in the bedroom and stood at the window for a long moment. The tide flat was visible from there, and the open bay beyond it, and in the distance the gray-green mass of one of the outer islands. A lobster boat was moving slowly across the middle distance, its navigation light already on in the failing afternoon. The fog the woman in Brunswick had predicted was beginning to form at the horizon, a soft indistinction where the water ended and the sky began. I thought, quite suddenly, and for no reason I could name, about the last conversation I had ever had with Marcus. Not the last words, which I have not been able to reconstruct with certainty, but the shape of it, the unhurried ease of it, the way he had been reading in the chair by the window, and had looked up at me and said something ordinary. I cannot tell you what it was. Something about dinner. Something about the light being good. I turned away from the window and went to the kitchen to put on water for tea. The kettle was on the stove, old and speckled and heavier than it looked, and I filled it at the tap and set it on the burner. And the small act of it, the ordinary, necessary small act, steadied me in the way that small acts sometimes can. Outside, the fog was moving in from the east, just as the woman had said it would. Something about the way the cottage held its warmth that first evening made it very easy to believe, for a few hours, that the water outside was simply water, and the silence was simply silence, and that whatever I had driven all this way toward had not yet found me. I woke before 6, which had become a habit I could not shake since Marcus died. Not an alarm, not a sound from outside, just the sudden, complete return to consciousness that grief installs in place of normal sleep, the way a damaged lock sometimes snaps open without a key. I lay in the dark of the cottage bedroom and listened to the water. The tide had come in during the night, and I could hear it now. A slow, repeated sound against the rock shelf below the property, less a crashing than a conversation, patient, low, unhurried, something the water was saying to the land already knew. The bedroom was cold. The baseboard heat had cycled down overnight, and the air near the floor had a sharp edge to it, the particular cold of a building that is old enough to breathe. I pulled the wool blanket up around my shoulders and stayed there for a few minutes, not thinking about anything in particular, which is a condition I have learned to treat with great care. The mind, when it goes quiet like that in the early morning, is not resting. It is gathering. I got up and dressed and put on the kettle, and while I waited I looked out the kitchen window at the bay. The fog had settled in the way the woman in Brunswick had predicted, but it had not behaved the way I had expected fog to behave. It was not a uniform bank of gray. It moved. It thinned at the center of the bay and thickened near the shore, and in the places where it thinned, the water below was black and perfectly still, a stillness that did not belong to moving water. The outer island I had seen the evening before had disappeared entirely. In its place was simply the fog, layered and patient, as though the island had never been there at all. I took my tea to the front room and sat in one of the chairs. The bookshelf was directly across from me, and in the gray morning light I could read the spines. Cruising Guide to the New England Coast, its cover soft with handling, a paperback thriller with a cracked spine and someone else's name written in blue pen inside the front cover. Patricia, if I was reading it correctly from across the room, a slim volume with a dark green cover that had no title on its spine at all. I noticed that last one, the way you notice a door that is standing very slightly open in a room where all the other doors are closed. I did not go to it immediately. I finished my tea and rinsed the cup and put on my coat and went outside, because the woman in Brunswick had told me the water was nice in the morning before the fog settled, and the fog was settled now, which meant I was already late, but I went anyway. The path from the cottage to the water was a narrow dirt track through beach grass, and the grass was all gone to its winter state, pale and flattened and pointing inland, as though it had been leaning away from the water for a long time, and it simply stayed that way. The mud flat was covered now, the tide running high and slack, and the surface of the water where it met the gravel shore was absolutely without motion, which seemed wrong to me in a way I could not immediately articulate. Water at a shoreline is never still. There is always some movement, some indication of the energy beneath. But here, this morning in this fog, the surface was a plane of dark glass, and the fog sat on it without disturbing it. And the whole bay had the quality of something that had been paused. I stood there for longer than I meant to. Marcus had loved the water, not in the way of people who sail or fish or are drawn to it for any practical reason, but in the way of people who simply need to be near it periodically in order to feel correctly arranged. We had driven to the Oregon coast 3 or 4 times a year, always the same stretch of highway, always the same diner in Cannon Beach, always the same walk along the same strip of dark sand where the water came in cold and fast, and the horizon was uninterrupted for as far as the eye could locate an edge. He would stand at the waterline and look out and say nothing for a long time, and I would stand beside him and say nothing either, and it was one of the forms of companionship I had not understood the full weight of until it was no longer available. I thought about the oil in the car again. I thought about whether there was a service station in Brunswick or whether I would need to go back to the interstate. The mind does what it does. I went inside. The green book was still on the shelf, its blank spine facing the room. I went to it the way you go to something you have already decided to examine, but have been pretending to approach casually, and I took it down and brought it to the chair by the window. It was a local history, self-published from the look of the binding, the kind of book that gets printed in small batches by historical societies and ends up in libraries and rental cottages and the back rooms of town halls. The cover had a drawing of the peninsula in a style that was technically competent and entirely without warmth. A cartographic illustration, coastline and water, and the names of the major coves and inlets in small serif lettering. The title, printed in plain black type across the top, read, Harpswell Waters, Notes on the Peninsula, Its People, and Its Practices. No author was listed on the cover. Inside the front page, in the place where an author's name would normally appear, there was only a date, 1981, and a short phrase in smaller type, compiled from accounts, oral and written, gathered over 40 years of residence. I turned to the table of contents. The chapters were organized chronologically: colonial settlement, fishing industry, the particular history of the Harpswell Neck during the Revolutionary period, the development of the summer cottage trade in the late 19th century, standard material. The kind of local history that is thorough and not especially readable and serves as a record for people who already care about the subject. The last chapter had a different quality than the others. It was titled, simply, What the Water Returns. I read the first paragraph standing at the window, and then I sat down, and I did not get up again for a long time. The chapter described a belief that the author attributed to the oldest fishing families of the peninsula, families who had worked these waters for generations before the summer people arrived, before the roads were paved, before the peninsula became the kind of place that appeared in travel publications. The belief was not presented as legend in the way that legends are usually presented. with a comfortable editorial distance of, here is what the old-timers used to say. It was presented as something closer to local knowledge, a working understanding that the water operates according to its own economy, and that what enters it does not simply disappear. The author was careful. Nothing in the chapter was sensationalized. The prose had a dry, precise quality, the quality of someone transcribing interviews from notes, preserving the language of the source rather than interpreting it. The fishermen the author had spoken with over those 40 years of residence did not describe the water as a supernatural force. They described it the way they might describe weather or current, as a condition to be understood and worked with, something you respected not because it was mysterious, but because it was real, and ignoring real things had consequences. What the water takes, one of them had said, it holds, not destroys, holds. I sat with that for a moment. The fog outside had thickened while I was reading. The kitchen window, which had shown me the edge of the tidal flat when I sat down, now showed me only gray, a gray so complete and close that it seemed to press against the glass. The sound of the water had changed too, or perhaps I was only now hearing it correctly, attending to it with the part of my attention that had been occupied by the page. It was softer than it had been in the early morning, more deliberate, a sound that repeated itself with an intention I could not name. I set the book face down on the arm of the chair and looked at the window. There was something on the sill outside. I had not noticed it when I came in, but it was visible now that the fog had closed the distance. A small object, dark against the gray painted wood. A shell perhaps, or a stone. I stood and went to the window and looked more closely. It was a piece of beach glass, pale green, smoothed to opacity by long contact with sand and water, the size of a large coin. It was sitting in the center of the windowsill with a precision that did not suggest it had been placed there by weather or accident. I opened the window and picked it up. It was cold in my palm. It was the particular cold of something that has been outside through a November night, a cold that goes deeper than the surface, that the glass seemed to hold at its center rather than on its skin. I closed my hand around it and stood there at the open window with the fog moving against the screen. I told myself the previous tenants had left it there. People leave things on windowsills. It is a thing people do, an unconscious marking of a place they have been. There was no reason to think otherwise, none at all. I set the glass on the kitchen counter and closed the window and went to refill my kettle. But I did not put the glass down in the way you put down something you have finished examining. I set it where I could see it from the chair, centered on the counter, equidistant from both edges, which was not how I had placed it and which, I was certain, was not how it had been when I came back from the window. The book sat face down on the chair arm, with its last page still warm from my hand, and outside the fog pressed close and patient against every window of the cottage, and I had the first clear sense, not alarming, not yet, but clear, that I had not simply arrived somewhere, but that somewhere had been waiting to be arrived at. I did not sleep well that second night, not the sharp, sudden wakefulness of the first night, but something longer and more wearing. A shallow drift in and out of consciousness, the kind of half-sleep where the mind keeps producing images that are almost memories, but not quite, slightly wrong, in the way that a familiar street looks wrong in a dream, the proportions slightly off, the light coming from the wrong direction. I awoke at intervals and lay listening to the water, and each time I woke, the sound of it was different, closer once, then quieter, then present in a way that seemed less like a sound arriving from outside and more like a sound already inside the room, already in the air around me. By 4 a.m, I gave up entirely and lay on my back with the blanket pulled to my chin and looked at the ceiling. The cottage ceiling was old tongue and groove pine, painted white so many times that the paint had its own topography. Ridges and shallow valleys where the boards had expanded and contracted across decades of Maine winters. I studied it the way you study something, when your mind needs to be occupied with an object that makes no demands. I noticed a water stain in the far corner, its edges the pale brown of tea, shaped something like a hand with the fingers extended. I noticed a small hook screwed into one of the boards directly above the foot of the bed, the kind of hook that might once have held a lantern. I noticed that the ceiling sloped almost imperceptibly toward the east wall, toward the water, and that once you noticed the slope, you could not stop noticing it. I thought about whether I had turned the burner off under the kettle before I went to bed. I was nearly certain I had. Nearly. I got up at first light and checked the stove. The burner was off. Of course it was off. I stood in the kitchen in my wool socks and looked out at the bay, and the fog was still there, though it had thinned overnight into something less like a presence and more like a residue, a transparency that softened every edge without eliminating it. The outer island was visible again, a low dark mass on the horizon, its tree line ragged against the sky. I made coffee and took the green book from the chair arm where I had left it. I had not finished the final chapter the previous afternoon. I had set the book down after reading about the beach glass, not because anything in the text had alarmed me, but because I had needed to stop and think, and thinking that afternoon had required the absence of additional information. Now, in the early morning with the coffee hot in my hand, I turned back to the page. The chapter continued in the same precise, collected tone. The author had spoken with 7 families in total over the course of those 40 years. The Merritts, the Dunns, the Orrs, and 4 others whose names appeared only as initials, which the author noted was their preference. All of them had fished the bay in the outer waters for most of their lives. All of them, without coordination, had described the same understanding of the water's behavior in terms that were consistent enough across sources to constitute, the author wrote carefully, a coherent local tradition rather than an individual belief. The consistency was what the author found most significant. Not that the water returned things, shells, objects, the occasional piece of debris from a wreck decades old. That was simply tidal behavior, documented and explicable. What the families described was a different quality of return, a specificity to what came back, and to whom it came back, and under what conditions. The water, they said, was drawn to grief, not to loss itself, but to the state of carrying it unresolved, to people who had arrived at the water's edge still holding something they had not yet set down. What it offers, one of the Orr family had told the author, it offers once. After that it only waits. I set my coffee down and read that sentence again. Outside, a bird called once from somewhere in the birch trees. A single note, high and clear, and then silence. I had not heard any bird since I arrived, and the sound of it now, in that particular silence following that particular sentence, produced in me a sensation I can only describe as the feeling of being directly addressed, which I recognized immediately as irrational and acknowledged immediately as real. I turned the page. The following section describes specific instances, not ghost stories, not supernatural encounters as the term is commonly understood, but accounts of objects found on the shore, or on windowsills, or in the water itself, objects that had belonged to people the finder had lost, a pocket watch, a child's shoe, a folded letter sealed with wax. The author was careful to note that none of these objects could be verified as the original items. The accounts were oral, collected decades after the fact, and the chain of provenance was necessarily incomplete. What the author was documenting was the belief and the consistency of the belief, and the way the families had oriented their lives around it without ever treating it as remarkable. They did not speak of it as supernatural, I read. They spoke of it as local, as specific to this water, this peninsula, these particular tidal patterns, as a quality of the place, rather than a departure from the natural order. The way a particular stretch of coast might be known for unusually strong current, or for fog that forms when no other fog is present. It was a characteristic. It was something you knew if you were from here and did not think to mention if you were not. I closed the book and held it in both hands for a moment. The beach glass was on the kitchen counter where I had left it. I could see it from the chair, that pale green opacity, the color of shallow water over white sand, rounded and smoothed to something that no longer showed any evidence of its original form. Before it was beach glass, it had been something else. Bottle, window, jar, something made with intention and then broken, and then taken, and then changed, over years of contact with the water, into this. I am a librarian. I spent 30 years helping people find information, assess sources, understand the difference between a document and an argument, between a claim and evidence. I do not jump to conclusions. I do not assign meaning to coincidence. I picked up the glass from the counter and stood at the kitchen window with it in my palm. It was warmer than it should have been, not warm in the way of something held in a heated room for a day, warm in a way that was specific to its center, as though the warmth were coming from inside the glass rather than accumulated from its surroundings. I told myself this was the effect of my own body heat from the previous day's handling, which was a perfectly reasonable explanation and one I repeated to myself twice before setting it down again. I put on my coat and boots and went out. The path to the water was familiar now in the particular way. A path becomes familiar after only 2 uses. The place where the beach grass crowded the left side, the slight rise before the gravel, the way the wind came at a diagonal off the bay and hit the back of my neck before I reached the waterline. The tide was going out, the flat beginning to emerge, and the mud at its edges was dark and glistening, pocked with the small breathing holes of whatever lived beneath it. I walked ashore for 20 minutes without finding anything unusual. Then I found the second piece of glass. It was at the high tide line, nested in a small deposit of wrack, dried kelp and mussel shells, and the white plastic fragment of something too degraded to identify. The glass was amber, this piece, the color of old medicine bottles, smoothed to the same total opacity as the green piece on my counter. I stood looking at it for a long time before I picked it up. It was the same temperature as the green piece had been. That specific internal warmth. I turned it in my fingers and looked out at the water. The fog had pulled back to the horizon, but the sky was the same low, featureless gray it had been since my arrival, and the water under that sky was the color of pewter, darker at the channel in the middle of the bay, paler near the shore where the bottom was visible through the shallows. A lobster boat was working the outer line of buoys, too far away to hear but close enough to watch, its movements methodical and unhurried. There was something deeply studying about the sight of it, someone doing a thing they knew how to do, in a place they understood. Marcus had taken a photograph once, on one of our Oregon coast drives, of a fishing boat working in heavy morning fog. He had not been a photographer by any measure. He took maybe a dozen photographs a year, which was almost nothing even by the standards of people who do not think of themselves as photographers. But he had seen that boat in that fog, and he had stopped the car and gotten out and taken the photograph. And it had been so good, so simply and completely right, that I had framed it and hung it in our front hallway, where it had stayed for 11 years. It was still there, in the house in Portland. In the hallway I had not walked down in 6 months because I had sublet the house to a graduate student and moved into a small apartment near the university library and told myself it was practical, which it was, and told myself it was temporary, which I was less certain of. I closed my hand around the amber glass and walked back up the path. Both pieces were on the counter when I came inside. I set the amber one beside the green one and looked at them together. 2 pieces, both warm, both found within a day of my arrival, both sitting in the center of whatever surface I placed them on, which I was no longer going to pretend I was doing unconsciously. I sat down and opened the green book again to the final chapter and found the passage I remembered from the previous day. What it offers once. After that, it only waits. I read the sentence a 3rd time and then sat with the book open in my lap and listened to the water outside, which was running out now with the tide. Its sound lower and more patient than it had been in the morning, a sound that was very much like the sound of something settling in for a long wait. That evening I made a simple dinner and sat at the kitchen table and looked at the 2 pieces of glass lined up on the counter, and I understood for the first time since arriving that I had not driven 14 hours to rest. and that whatever I had come here looking for, it had known I was coming long before I had known it myself. I found her name on the third day, not in the green book, which I had finished by then, reading it twice through in the way I read things when I am looking for something specific, and am not yet certain what it is. Not online, where the peninsula's history existed in fragments, a town website with outdated navigation, a genealogy forum thread that trailed off in 2014, a scanned photograph on a historical society page showing the Harpswell town landing in 1922, the dock crowded with men in dark coats and flat caps, their faces too small and too worn by the scanning process to be read. I found her name in the cottage itself, in a place I had walked past 3 times without seeing. The mudroom at the back of the cottage was narrow and functional: coat hooks, a boot tray, a small wooden shelf above the hooks holding a collection of objects the accumulated logic of which I had not examined, a spare key on a plain ring, a tide chart for the current year with several dates circled in pencil, a rusted tin that held a single birthday candle, a folded paper map of the peninsula, and, at the far end of the shelf, lying flat beneath the tide chart, a photograph in a cardboard sleeve of the kind that portrait studios used through most of the 20th century, a sleeve with the studio name printed on the front in a typeface that had last been fashionable sometime before the Second World War. The studio name was Aldrich & Sons, Brunswick, Maine. I took the sleeve down and opened it. The photograph inside was a portrait, formal and frontal, of a woman seated in a chair. She was perhaps 60 in the photograph, perhaps older. The formal clothing of the period made age difficult to read. She wore a dark dress with a high collar, and her hair was pulled back with a severity that suggested either strong preference or strong circumstance. Her hands were in her lap, and she was looking directly at the camera with an expression that was not quite stern and not quite welcoming, but was wholly present. The expression of someone who has agreed to be photographed but intends, in some precise way, to be the one in control of what the photograph records. Written on the back of the photograph, in a hand that was small and deliberate: Eleanor Voss, 1934. I took the photograph to the front room and sat with it in the better light from the window. Eleanor Voss. I turned the name over the way you turn an object in your hands when you were trying to understand its weight. I had no context for it, no reason to think it was connected to anything I had read or found. The cottage had changed hands many times. The owner had mentioned in his initial email, and objects accumulated in rental properties the way sediment accumulated in still water, slowly, without intention, in layers that compressed the past into a single undifferentiated depth. Eleanor Voss might simply be someone's grandmother, a previous owner's relative, left behind when the property changed hands, a name attached to nothing more significant than the fact that she had once sat in a chair in a studio in Brunswick and agreed to be photographed. But the expression on her face, I'm not someone who attributes much to photographs. A photograph is a document, not a transmission. It records light at a specific moment and nothing else. I know this, and yet there was something in the directness of Eleanor Voss's gaze that communicated a quality I could only describe as waiting. Not waiting for the photograph to be taken, not the patient stillness of a portrait subject, but a waiting of longer duration, aimed at a distance the photograph could not contain. I set her on the windowsill beside the 2 pieces of glass. Then I did what I always do when I have a name and a date and a location and no context. I drove to Brunswick. The Harpswell Historical Society kept its collection in 2 rooms at the back of the town office building, a fact I found through a 20-minute phone conversation with a woman named Ruth who answered the town office line and who, when I explained what I was looking for, said that the Historical Society's regular hours were Thursday afternoons, but that she herself had a key and could open it now if I wanted to come by. This is a thing that happens in small Maine towns in November, when the summer people have gone and the pace of the days has room in it again. Ruth was in her late 70s, white-haired, and wore a cardigan with a pattern of small anchors across the chest that I found oddly steadying. She led me through the town office to a door at the back, unlocked it, and turned on the fluorescent lights, which came on in the slow, reluctant way of fluorescent lights in old buildings, and revealed 2 rooms fitted with metal shelving holding labeled boxes, rolled maps, framed photographs leaning against the walls in groups, and 3 long flat drawers of the kind used for storing documents. "Who are you looking for?" Ruth asked. I told her the name. Something moved in her expression, not alarm, not recognition exactly, but a quality of attention that sharpened and then, visibly, was managed. She nodded once, the way you nod when something confirms rather than surprises. "Eleanor Voss," she said. "Well." She went to the 3rd shelf on the left wall and ran her finger along the boxes without hesitation, as though she had located this particular box in her memory before she crossed the room, and took it down and set it on the small table in the center of the room. The box contained 3 folders. Ruth stepped back and let me open them. The first folder held a genealogy record. The Voss family had been on the peninsula since 1791. One of the earliest non-indigenous families to settle the neck permanently, fishermen primarily. The record was handwritten on forms that had been designed for the purpose, names and dates in columns, the family tree extending across 4 pages. Eleanor Voss appeared on the 3rd page, born 1874, married 1900 to a man named Thomas Carey, widowed 1914. I looked up at Ruth. "The First War?" I asked. "Before it," Ruth said. She was watching me with the same quality of attention the woman in the diner had used, that measuring stillness. Thomas Carey went out on the water in January of 1914 and did not come back. Storm took him. They never recovered the boat. I looked back at the record. She lived another 41 years, Ruth said. Stayed on the peninsula the whole time. Never left. Not once, as far as the record shows. The second folder held a set of correspondence. Letters to and from Eleanor Voss, spanning roughly 30 years, from 1914 to the middle 1940s. They were not love letters, and they were not diaries. They were practical letters. The correspondence of a woman managing property and finances, and the logistics of a life alone, but threaded through the practical language, in passages that appeared without introduction and departed the same way, were references to the water. "I'm at the shore again this morning," she had written in a letter dated March of 1917 to a sister in Augusta. "The glass comes in as it always does this time of year. I have learned to watch for it. Thomas always said the bay was honest if you knew how to listen to it, and I believe he was right, though I have taken longer than he would have liked to understand what he meant." Another letter, undated, written on paper that had browned at the edges. "I found another piece this morning at the High Line, green this time, the color of the water in August when the light is right. I have kept them all. There are 11 now. Ruth says I am being morbid, but I told her what I told you. It is not morbid to receive what is offered. It is only morbid to receive what is offered." I sat very still with that letter in my hands. The fluorescent light hummed above me. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. I was aware of Ruth standing at the edge of the table, and of my own breathing, and of the particular quality of silence in a room full of documents, which is a silence I have always found deeply familiar, and which, in that moment, felt like the room was paying attention. "Ruth is a common name," I said, without looking up. "It was my grandmother," Ruth said quietly. "She and Eleanor were neighbors for 30 years. I set the letter down and looked at her. "You knew about this," I said. "Not an accusation, an observation." "An observation." Ruth pulled out the chair across from me and sat down with the deliberateness of someone who has decided to stop standing at a remove. "I knew you were at the cottage," she said. "Clifford, the owner, he lets me know when someone books it in November. Not the summer people. Just the November ones." She paused. "The November ones are usually there for a reason." I thought about what she had said and did not say anything for a moment. Outside the building I could hear the wind moving through something, a tree, or a sign, a low and continuous sound. "The third folder," I said. Ruth reached across and opened it herself. It held a single item, a hand-drawn map of the peninsula shoreline, rendered in ink on heavy paper, with small marks along the high tide line at irregular intervals. Beside each mark was a number. At the bottom of the map, in Eleanor Voss's small, deliberate hand, was a key. Each number corresponded to a piece of beach glass, the location where it had been found, the date, and beside each date, in the right-hand column, a single word or phrase in faded ink that I had to lean close to read. The first entry read, "Green, January 1914. His." The second, "Amber, March 1914. Also his." I sat back in the chair and looked at Ruth across the table, and the fluorescent light hummed its patient, indifferent hum, and the wind moved through whatever it was moving through outside. And I understood, sitting in that room with Eleanor Voss's 41 years of careful documentation spread before me, that the two pieces of glass on the windowsill of the cottage had not been there when the previous tenants left. They'd arrived after I did. I drove back to the peninsula in the early dark, with Eleanor Voss's map folded carefully in my coat pocket, and the whole length of the road the bare birch trees stood in the headlights like witnesses, patient and pale and entirely without judgment. And I understood that the question I needed to answer was no longer what was happening, but whether I was willing to let it continue. I did not go straight back to the cottage. I sat in the car at the end of the gravel road for a long time with the engine running, and the heater pushing warm air against my face, and the headlights illuminating the first 20 feet of birch trees before the darkness absorbed them completely. The dashboard clock read 6:47. I had been in Brunswick longer than I realized, and the peninsula dark was a different quality of dark than the Brunswick dark. Deeper, less diluted, the kind of dark that exists only where the nearest streetlight is several miles away, and the sky above is cloud-covered, and the water is not reflecting anything, because there is nothing to reflect. I turned the engine off. The dark came in immediately, the way dark does when you remove the only thing that was holding it at a distance. I sat with it and breathed, and looked at the place where the road disappeared into the trees, and thought about Eleanor Voss sitting at a shore not very different from the one behind the cottage, in January of 1914, and whether that was cold enough to take a boat, and the man aboard it, and finding a piece of green glass at the high tide line and understanding what it was. 41 years. She had lived 41 years in that understanding. I got out of the car and went inside. The two pieces of glass were on the windowsill where I had left them, and the cottage was warm, and I stood in the front room with my coat still on and looked at them for a long time. Green and amber, side by side in the gray light that came through the window from nothing in particular. Since the fog had returned, and there was no moon and no stars and no light source visible in any direction from that window except a very faint smear of illumination from a house somewhere across the bay, too distant to be of any practical use, but present nonetheless a reminder that the darkness was not total, that somewhere across the water someone had a light on. I took Eleanor Voss's map from my coat pocket and unfolded it on the kitchen table. The marks along the shoreline were precise. She had been a careful woman. The map was drawn with the kind of attention that comes from long familiarity with a place. The proportions correct, the coves and points rendered with a specificity that suggested she had walked every inch of that shoreline many times and knew it the way you know the layout of a house you have lived in for decades, by feel, without needing to look. The marks were clustered in tree areas. The high tide line directly below what I understood to be the area of the cottage, a small cove about a quarter-mile south, and a rocky point at the northern end of the property that I had not yet walked to. 11 pieces of glass over 30 years, all found within a half-mile of the cottage, all documented, all kept. I looked at the key at the bottom of the map again. His. The word appeared beside the first 7 entries through the early years. 1914, 15, 17, 19, 22, 26, 31. Then, in 1938, a different word, mine. And then, in the final 3 entries, a phrase I had not fully absorbed in Ruth's archive room, because I had been absorbing too many other things simultaneously. The phrase read, in Eleanor's small, careful hand, not yet known, not yet known. I sat down at the kitchen table with the map in front of me and the 2 pieces of glass visible on the windowsill from where I sat, and I thought about what that phrase meant from a woman who had spent 24 years learning to read with the water returned, who had developed the system precise enough to map and annotate and cross-reference, who did not strike me, from her letters or her photograph or the 41-year record of her presence on this peninsula, as someone who used language carelessly. Not yet known did not mean unknown. It meant the answer was coming. I have said that I am a librarian, that I assess sources, that I do not jump to conclusions. All of that is true. But I am also a woman who stood beside a man for 19 years and learned the precise geography of his silences and his enthusiasms and his fears, and who has spent 2 years and 3 months trying to understand how a person can be so completely present in a life and then be so completely absent from it, and finding that the understanding does not come, that the absence does not resolve, that grief of the kind Dr. Marsh calls complicated is not complicated because the feelings are complex, but because the feelings are simple and permanent and there is nowhere to put them. Marcus had a piece of beach glass. I had not thought about it in months, which was itself strange because in the first year after he died, I had thought about it almost daily. It had sat on his desk in our home office. His desk, the one on the left side of the room, where he worked in the evenings on the long translation project he had been contracted for and never finished. A piece of amber glass, deeply frosted, the size of a large coin. He had found it on a beach in Big Sur on a trip we took early in our marriage, before we had settled into the particular patterns that long marriages settle into, when everything was still being established and the world had the quality of something being made in real time. He had carried it in his jacket pocket for years. Then, at some point I could not precisely locate, it had migrated to the desk, and I had absorbed its presence there the way I had absorbed everything about his desk. The specific disorder of his papers, the particular coffee mug he used for pens, the way the desk lamp cast its light at an angle that meant you could see him working from the kitchen doorway without him necessarily seeing you. After he died, I had packed his desk carefully, every item placed in a box that I had labeled in my precise librarian's hand, Marcus's desk items. The box was in the storage unit in Portland with everything else I'd not been able to look at and had not been able to discard. I had not opened it since the day I packed it. I pushed back from the table and went to the window and stood with my forehead almost touching the glass, looking out at the dark where the bay was. There was nothing to see. The fog had closed everything, but I could hear the water, the tide running in now, the sound of it filling the dark below the cottage. And the sound was the same patient, deliberate sound it had been since I arrived. The sound I had been hearing and hearing again across every hour of these 3 days. And standing there with my forehead near the cold glass, I understood for the first time what was wrong with how I had been listening to it. I had been treating it as background. I had been treating it as atmosphere, as the condition of the place, as one element among many in a setting that was doing what settings do. I had not been listening to it as a thing that was directed at me specifically. He always said the bay was honest if you knew how to listen to it. I pressed my fingers flat against the cold window glass and stood there and listened. The sound the water made was not a language. I want to be precise about this because imprecision here would be a form of dishonesty, and I have been trying, across every part of this account, to be honest about what I experienced and what I interpreted, and to keep the line between those two things clearly marked. The water made the sound. Water makes. Repetitive, rhythmic, shaped by the tidal pull and the topography of the shore and the behavior of the wind. It was not speaking. It was not calling. It was doing what it had always been doing, but Something in me was finally quiet enough to hear it, without the interference of my own noise. I had been so loud inside for 2 years and 3 months, so continuously, exhaustingly loud. The grief and the guilt and the cataloging of everything I had not said or done or understood in time. The nightly inventory of my own failures as a wife and companion, and the person who had been in the room and had still not been able to stop what was happening. The noise of that had been constant. And it had been. I understood standing at that window, the reason I had not been sleeping. The reason I had booked a cottage on a Maine peninsula in November on 10 minutes' notice. The reason I had driven 14 hours in 2 days and arrived at a place I had never been and felt, from the moment I stepped out of the car, that the place already knew me. I had come here because I was tired of being so loud inside. I picked up the green piece of glass from the windowsill. It was warm. The specific internal warmth. I held it and stood at the window when the water moved below in the dark and the fog pressed the cottage from all sides. And I thought about Marcus finding that amber piece on a beach in Big Sur, bending down to pick it up with the particular expression he wore when something delighted him. A focused, private pleasure, not performed for me or for anyone, just the honest response of a person encountering something that pleased them. I had loved that expression. I had loved it so much and had told him so rarely. The glass in my hand was warm and the warmth moved up through my palm and I stood there and let it. And for the first time in 2 years and 3 months, I did not try to think my way around what I was feeling. I just felt it. The whole weight of it. All at once. Standing at a dark window in a fog-closed cottage on a November peninsula in Maine, holding a piece of green glass that had been left on a windowsill by something I could not name, in a place that Eleanor Voss had mapped and documented for 41 patient years. I cried for a long time. Quietly, without drama, in the way of someone who has been needing to cry for longer than they have been willing to admit. The glass stayed warm in my hand the entire time. When I was done, I washed my face at the kitchen sink and drank a glass of water and stood at the counter looking at the amber piece still sitting on the windowsill. 2 pieces. 1 green, 1 amber. His and, I was beginning to understand, mine. I went to bed that night and slept for 7 hours without waking once. A depth of sleep I had not touched since before the hospital in Portland. And in the morning the fog had lifted entirely, and the bay was blue and cold and blazing with early light. And I knew I needed to find Ruth again, not to look at more documents, but to ask her directly what Eleanor Voss had understood about what came next. I called Ruth from the cottage landline at 8 in the morning. She answered on the second ring, which told me she had been expecting the call, or something close to it. I did not spend time on preamble. I told her I needed to talk with her properly, not in the archive room, not about documents, and she said she understood. And she gave me an address on the south end of the peninsula, and told me to come at 10, and to bring the glass. I drove down to the November morning with the bay visible at intervals through the trees on my left, running blue and sharp in the first clear light I had seen since arriving. The fog had lifted completely overnight, as though it had accomplished whatever it had come to accomplish, and the sky above the water was the color of cold steel, with a brightness behind it that was not quite sun, but was the promise of sun. The light a May November produces on its better days, honest and without warmth, but clarifying, the kind of light that shows you exactly what is in front of you without flattery. Ruth's house was a Cape-style salt box, set back from the road behind a low stone wall that had been there long enough to have its own ecology. Moss and small ferns colonizing the gaps between the stones with the unhurried permanence of things that have found a place and intend to stay in it. A woodpile ran the length of the south wall of the house, stacked with a precision that was merely architectural. Smoke came from the chimney in a thin, straight column that the still air did not disturb. She opened the door before I knocked. The front room of Ruth's house was the room of someone who had lived in one place for a very long time and had stopped making decisions about it. Not cluttered orderly, in fact, but with a specific order of deep familiarity rather than active arrangement. Books on every horizontal surface, not displayed, but present. the way books accumulate around a person who reads continuously and sets things down wherever they happen to be. A wood stove in the corner throwing good dry heat. On the mantelpiece above it, a row of objects I recognized immediately. 7 pieces of beach glass in varying colors, arranged by size, each one smooth to opacity. I stopped in the doorway and looked at them. My grandmother's, Ruth said from behind me. Eleanor gave them to her. 1955, the year before Eleanor died, said she had no more use for them herself, and that Ruth would know what to do with them when the time came. She moved past me into the room and went to the stove and adjusted the damper with the ease of a woman who has performed that motion 10,000 times. My grandmother kept them on that mantelpiece for 30 years. When she died, she left them to me with a note that said the same thing. I would know what to do with them when the time came. And have you, I asked, known what to do with them? Ruth turned from the stove and looked at me with that measuring quality I had come to recognize as her default mode of attention. Not unkind, but precise. The gaze of someone who listens more than they speak and has learned to use that asymmetry well. Sit down, she said. I will put the kettle on, and then I will tell you what I know, which is most of it, and what I believe, which is the rest, and I will try to be clear about which is which. I sat in the chair nearest the stove. The warmth from it was immediate and specific, the dry, resinous warmth of burning birch, and I held my coat in my lap and felt the heat against my face and thought for one involuntary moment about whether I had locked the cottage door, which I had not, and which did not matter, and which my mind had produced precisely because the conversation I was about to have required more courage than I had yet assembled. Ruth made tea. Loose leaf, steeped in a brown ceramic pot that had a chip in the handle, and sat across from me and set a cup in front of each of us and folded her hands on the table. The belief is old, she said. Older than Eleanor, older than the families in that book you found, older than anything that was written down. The writing down of it, that was Eleanor's project. She was a systematic woman. She needed it documented because she needed to be certain she was not imagining it. Ruth paused. She was not imagining it. I put the 2 pieces of glass on the table between us. Ruth looked at them for a moment without touching them. Then she looked at me. Green is for the one you lost, she said. Amber is for the grief you are still carrying that belongs to you. That is the distinction Eleanor established after the first several years of paying attention. The water does not return the person, it returns what was unfinished between you. I kept my hands flat on the table. What was unfinished, I said. What was not spoken. What was not completed. Whatever was left open when the loss occurred. Ruth picked up her cup. Eleanor's Thomas went out on a January morning without finishing an argument they had been having for 3 days. She never told anyone what the argument was about. She did not need to. She knew. And the water gave her back the argument in the only form it could. Not the resolution, but the readiness for it. The willingness to sit with the unfinished thing and be honest about it rather than sealing it over. I thought about the inventory I ran every night, the catalog of what I had not said, what I had not understood, what I had been too distracted or too certain or too comfortable to attend to in time. What does a person do with that? I asked, with the readiness. Ruth set her cup down and looked at me with an expression that was not quite compassion and not quite instruction, but held elements of both. The expression of someone who has waited a long time to have a particular conversation and intends to have it correctly. You hold it, she said. You carry it with you, the glass, until you understand what you are carrying. That is the first part. Eleanor called it the period of recognition. It is not comfortable, and it is not meant to be. You are recognizing the full shape of what was left unresolved, all of it, without the protection of distance or busyness or any of the other methods people use to avoid the complete picture. And the second part requires the water. Ruth glanced toward the window and the bay beyond it. There is a point on the northern end of the property where the tidal current runs strongest. Eleanor called it the return point, though that was her own name for it. It does not appear on any map or in any record except hers. At low tide, when the flat is exposed and the current of the channel edge is visible, you go to that point and you speak the unfinished thing aloud. She paused. Not a summary of it, not a careful, edited version. The true thing. The thing you have been least willing to say even to yourself. The wood stove ticked. Outside, a gust moved through the birch trees with a sound like a careful exhalation. And then, I asked? And then you placed the glass in the water. Both pieces together. Not thrown, placed, as close to the current as you can reach. Ruth's hands were still folded on the table, and her voice had the same quality it had held throughout the conversation. Quiet, deliberate, without performance. Eleanor documented what happened after in her final letter, the one she wrote to my grandmother the week before she died. The current takes the glass. The glass does not come back. What comes back instead is, she used the word permission. The permission to stop carrying the unfinished thing as a permanent weight and to begin carrying it differently. Not gone, changed. I looked at the two pieces of glass on the table between us. Green and amber, side by side. The morning light from Ruth's window moving across their opaque surfaces. What if I cannot say it? I asked. The true thing. Ruth was quiet for a moment. The wood stove settled with a deep, resonant sound. Eleanor could not say it for 11 years, she said. She found the first piece of glass in January of 1914, and she did not go to the return point until the spring of 1925. 11 years of carrying it, of understanding it more completely each year, of building toward the willingness. She looked at me steadily. You are not Eleanor. Your situation is not hers, but the water is patient. It has been patient with every person who has come to it with something unfinished. It will be patient with you. I picked up the green piece of glass and held it in my palm. It was warm. The warmth moved through my hand in the way it always did. That specific interior warmth that belonged to the center of the object rather than its surface. And I sat with it and looked at Ruth across the table and thought about 11 years of patience and 41 years of residency and a woman I had never met who had spent the better part of her life learning to receive what the water offered and had finally, in the spring of 1925, gone to a point on a tidal flat and said the true thing aloud and put the glass in the current. The return point, I said, on the northern end of the property. At low tide, Ruth said. Tomorrow morning, the tide runs out at 6:42. The flat will be fully exposed by 7:15. She paused. That is not a coincidence. The tide does what the tide does. But Eleanor's map marks that point specifically, and the current there is reliable, and 7:15 tomorrow is a clear morning with no wind forecast. She looked at me. I am telling you the conditions. What you do with them is entirely your own. I put the glass back on the table beside the amber piece. I thought, with total irrelevance, about the book I had been meaning to return to the Brunswick Library before I left the city. A biography I had checked out in September and renewed twice and still had in a bag on the back seat of the car. The thought arrived and departed in the space of a breath. The mind using its small domestic inventory as a momentary shield. And then I was back in the room with Ruth and the wood stove and the 7 pieces of Eleanor Voss's glass on the mantelpiece and the 2 pieces of my own on the table between us. What did Eleanor's map mean, I asked. By the entries marked not yet known. Ruth looked at the glass on the table for a long moment before she answered. Those were the pieces that arrived for someone who had not yet come, she said quietly. The water sometimes works ahead. It prepares. She looked up at me. Eleanor found those 3 pieces in the last years of her life. She did not know whose grief they were for. She documented them and left them in the water's keeping. Ruth paused. My grandmother told me, Eleanor said, near the end, that she believed the bay held things not just for the living who were present, but for for the ones who were coming, the ones who would need it and did not know yet that they were on their way. I sat very still in the warm room with the birch smoke and the tea going cold in my cup. The ones who were coming. I drove back to the cottage with the 2 pieces of glass in my coat pocket and Eleanor Voss's map on the passenger seat, and the road through the birch trees was bright and clear in the November morning, and I knew what I needed to say, and I knew I had not yet found the courage to say it, and I understood, for the first time, that courage of that kind does not arrive before you need it. It arrives in the act itself, at the return point, when the current is running and the glass is warm in your hand, and there is nothing left to do but begin. I woke at 5:30 without an alarm. The bedroom was dark and cold and absolutely still. The particular stillness of a clear November morning before any light has entered the sky, before any birds have begun, before the world has resumed the low continuous hum it produces during the hours of normal human activity, a stillness that is not empty but full of what is about to happen, the way a held breath is full of the breath that will follow it. I lay for a moment and listened. The water was quiet. The tide was out. I dressed slowly, layering for cold, wool socks, thermal underlayer, the heavy wool sweater Marcus had given me for our 15th anniversary, which I had not worn since before he died and which had been in the bottom of my duffel bag for this entire trip. Beneath everything else, as though I had packed it without fully deciding to, and had been waiting without knowing I was waiting for the moment it became necessary. I put it on and stood in the bedroom and smoothed the sleeves and felt the weight of it settle across my shoulders, and it was, for a moment, almost unbearable. Not the grief, not the specific pain of the object, but the simple animal fact of warmth. The sweater doing what it was made to do, holding heat against a body that needed it. I put the 2 pieces of glass in my right coat pocket. The path to the water was barely visible in the pre-dawn dark, but I had walked it enough times to know it by its feel. The slight give of the compressed dirt, the place where the beach grass crowded from the left, the change in sound as the trees gave way to open air and the full breadth of the bay became available. I stopped at the water's edge and let my eyes adjust. The flat was exposed, exactly as Ruth had said it would be. The mud extended out in the darkness, its surface faintly reflective where the standing water caught the first gray suggestion of light beginning at the horizon's edge. The channel was visible at the far side of the flat, a dark moving ribbon, distinct from the stillness of the exposed mud, audible as a low continuous sound that was different from the tide sound I had been hearing from the cottage, more purposeful. A direction in it. I turned north along the shore. Eleanor Voss's map had marked the return point clearly, a small jutting shelf of exposed bedrock at the northern end of the property where the shoreline angled inward and the channel came closest to the shore, narrowing between the shelf and the outer bar. I had looked at the map so many times over the past 2 days that I had memorized it without intending to, and I found the shelf without difficulty, stepping carefully over the rack and the exposed rock. The cold air moving against my face, and the sound of the current growing more distinct with each step. The shelf was perhaps 10 feet wide and jutted 4 or 5 feet beyond the shore's edge, low and flat and wet from the receded water. I stepped out onto it and stood. The current was right there, not a violent current. This was not a river or a rapids or anything that announced itself dramatically. It was a tidal channel current. The quiet, determined movement of water finding its level, and it ran perhaps 6 feet from where I was standing, close enough that if I crouched at the shelf's edge and extended my arm I could reach it. The water in the channel was dark and moved without hurry, a steady lateral progress that had its own logic, its own destination, its own complete indifference to anything on the shore. I stood on the shelf in the pre-dawn dark and put my hand in my pocket and closed it around both pieces of glass. They were warm, both of them, the warmth I had come to know over the past 4 days, that specific interior warmth that did not belong to the surface of the objects but to their centers, as though something at their core was generating rather than retaining heat. I held them together in my closed fist, and stood at the edge of the shelf and looked at the moving water and tried to locate the courage Ruth had implied would arrive when I needed it. It did not arrive. Not the way I had been imagining it. What arrived instead was something quieter and less heroic. Not courage, but a simple exhaustion of resistance. The part of me that had been managing the grief, containing it, organizing it into a form that could be carried without spilling, had been doing that work for 2 years and 3 months without rest, and it was tired, and it was willing, finally, to put the weight down. Not because I'd found the strength to do it. Because I no longer had the strength not to. I opened my mouth in the cold dark above a tidal flat on a Maine peninsula, and I said the true thing. I want to be careful here about what I record, because this account is meant to be honest, and honesty requires me to acknowledge that some of what passed on that shelf in the pre-dawn dark belongs only to the people it concerns. To me, and to Marcus, and to the specific, private geography of 19 years together. But I can tell you the shape of it, if not every word. I told him I was sorry. Not the comprehensive, all-purpose sorry I had been rehearsing in my head for 2 years. Not the itemized apology for every failure and insufficiency I had cataloged in the nightly inventory. Specific. The specific thing. The winter before he died, there had been a conversation we had not finished. An argument that had begun as a practical disagreement about something ordinary and had opened, the way ordinary disagreements sometimes do, into something much older and much larger, and I had shut it down before it could finish, had said I was tired, and we would talk tomorrow, and we had, and the tomorrow version had been calmer and less honest, and it closed the surface of it without reaching what was underneath. And then 3 months later, he had a fever. I had spent 2 years carrying the knowledge that the conversation we had closed prematurely contained something he had needed to say, and I had not been willing to hear. I did not know precisely what it was. I had spent 2 years constructing theories and rejecting them and constructing others and living with the unbearable impossibility of asking him. The not knowing had been its own particular weight, heavier in some ways than knowing would have been, because the imagination fills absence with whatever the guilt instructs it to produce. Standing on that shelf, I said all of it. I said the specific thing I had shut down. I said what I believed he had been trying to tell me. I said I was sorry I had been too tired and too defended to let the conversation go where it needed to go. And I said I believed he had forgiven me. And I said the reason I had not been able to accept that forgiveness was that I had not yet forgiven myself. And I said his name, not Marcus, his whole name, the name I had called him, the private name that belonged only to the two of us. The name I had not spoken aloud since the morning in the hospital room, when I had understood he was no longer in the body in the bed, and which I had been keeping sealed inside me for 2 years and 3 months, like something in a jar in a dark cabinet, preserved and untouched, because saying it felt like the final confirmation of a loss I was still not willing to confirm. I said it. Twice. Into the cold dark above the tidal flat, with the current moving 6 feet away and the sky beginning, very slowly, to show the first pale suggestion of light at its eastern edge. Then I crouched at the edge of the shelf and extended my arm over the water. The glass was warm in my open palm. Both pieces together, green and amber side by side, catching the first gray light. I held them over the current and I let them go. They entered the water without sound. No splash, no disturbance. They were simply in the water, and then they were in the current, and then they were moving, and I watched them for as long as they were visible, which was perhaps 4 or 5 seconds, the pale shapes turning slowly in the dark water as the current carried them, and then they were gone. I stayed crouched at the edge of the shelf for a long time. What I felt was not relief. I want to be precise about this too, because relief implies the removal of something, and what I felt was not a removal. The grief was still present. Marcus was still gone. The unfinished conversation was still unfinished, in the sense that it would never be completed in the form I had needed. The two of us in a room, both present, the words passing between us in real time. That was not what the water returned, and not what it had ever promised to return. What I felt was more like what happens when you have been carrying something heavy at arm's length for a very long time, and you finally bring it in close to your body, where the weight is the same but the carrying of it is different. The weight distributed differently, held against the center rather than extended out from it, the body organized around it rather than straining against it. The sky was lightening. A heron appeared from somewhere south along the shore and flew low over the flat, its wings moving with that slow, prehistoric patience, its reflection tracking it across the standing water on the mud below. It landed 30 feet away and stood on one leg and regarded me with the complete, impersonal attention of a creature that has no opinion of human grief and no need to form one. I watched it for a moment. Then I noticed the light. It was at the channel's edge, perhaps 10 feet downstream from where the glass had entered the water, a small, pale shape, half submerged, resting against a ripple of the current. I looked at it for a full minute before I moved, because I was not willing to be wrong about what I was seeing, and I needed the light to improve enough that I could be certain. The light improved. I was not wrong. On the mud at the current's edge, white against the dark ground, was a piece of beach glass, a single piece, opaque and smooth, the size of a large coin, in a color I had not yet found on this shore. White. The color of sea fog. The color of birch bark in winter. The color of the sky before snow. I climbed down from the shelf and walked to it slowly and stood above it for a moment, and then I crouched and picked it up. It was warm. I walked back to the cottage in the early morning light with the white glass in my closed hand, and the heron still standing on the flat behind me, and the bay opening wide and blue and blazing as the sun finally cleared the eastern horizon, and the warmth in my palm was steady and deep and entirely without urgency. The warmth of something that has been waiting a long time to be received and is, at last, exactly where it was always going to end up. I stopped at Ruth's house on my way back from the shore. I did not plan to. I had been walking the gravel road back toward the cottage with the white glass in my coat pocket and the morning light coming in long and low through the birch trees. And when I reached the fork where the road divided, north toward the cottage, south toward the Peninsula Road and Ruth's salt box, I turned south without deliberating about it. The way you turn toward something when your body is already decided and your mind is still catching up. Her kitchen light was on. She opened the door before I reached the stone wall. She looked at my face and did not ask any questions. She stepped back from the door, and I came in and she put the kettle on, and we sat at her kitchen table in the early morning warmth, while the light outside changed from the pale flat light of just after sunrise to the warmer, more committed light of a November morning that has decided to be clear. I put the white glass on the table between us. Ruth looked at it for a long time. She reached out and rested 2 fingers on it without picking it up. The way you touch something you want to understand, without disturbing. Then she sat back in her chair and folded her hands in her lap and looked at me with an expression I had not seen on her face before. Not the measuring attention, not the deliberate precision of the previous day's conversation. Something quieter, something that had in it the quality of a long wait concluded. White, she said. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, a gust moved through the pine at the side of the house with a long, low sound. My grandmother described white once, Ruth said, in a letter she wrote to her own daughter, my mother, in the 1970s, well after Eleanor was gone. She had seen Eleanor bring a white piece back from the return point once near the end, the spring of 1955, the year before Eleanor died. Ruth paused. She wrote that Eleanor had held it for a long time at the kitchen table, and then looked up and said, very quietly, that it was the first one she had found that was not about Thomas, and not about herself, that it was about what came after. I kept my hands flat on the table. What did Eleanor understand that to mean? I asked. That the carrying was done, Ruth said, not the grief. The carrying of it as a weight separate from herself. She had integrated it. The the water had given her back what she needed to do that, in the form it was able to give it, and she had done the work. And the white glass was the water's acknowledgement of that. Ruth looked at me steadily. Eleanor lived another year after finding it. My grandmother said it was the quietest year she had known Eleanor to have. Not empty, quiet. There is a difference. The kettle came to a boil and Ruth rose and made the tea with the same unhurried efficiency as the day before, and I sat in her kitchen and watched the morning light move across the table, and thought about Eleanor Voss in the spring of 1955, 41 years after Thomas Carey went out on the water and did not come back, holding a piece of white glass at her kitchen table, and understanding that the long carrying was done. Ruth set the tea in front of me and reached into the pocket of her cardigan and placed something on the table beside the white glass. It was a small cloth pouch, dark blue, drawn closed with a length of waxed cord, old from the look of it. The cloth had the soft, compressed quality of fabric that has been handled regularly over many years. Eleanor made this for the white piece, Ruth said. She left it with my grandmother, along with the other 7 glass pieces, and my grandmother left it to me with a note that said I would know when it was needed. She paused. I believe this is when it is needed. I picked up the pouch and turned it in my hands. The cloth was smooth and dense, and the wax cord had been knotted and unknotted so many times that its surface was worn to a pale shine. I opened it and placed the white glass inside, and drew the cord closed. It fit exactly, not approximately, exactly, as though the pouch had been made for this particular piece, which was impossible, and which I noted and set aside in the category of things I was no longer going to spend energy rationalizing. What do I do with it? I asked. You carry it, Bruce said simply. Not as a weight, as a reminder of what you set down. She picked up her own cup. Eleanor wore hers on a cord around her neck for the last year of her life. My grandmother kept it on her person until she died. I've been keeping it in my cardigan pocket for 11 years, waiting. She looked at me over the rim of her cup. It belongs with the person who needs it, that is you now. I held the pouch in both hands and felt the faint warmth of the glass through the cloth. I drove back to the cottage and stood in the front room for a moment, taking in the particular quality of the space. The afternoon light would not reach it for hours yet, but the morning light came in clean and unobstructed through the east window, which was the window that faced the water, and the room had a brightness it had not had on any of my previous mornings there. The bookshelf, the 2 chairs, the reading lamp, the low pine ceiling with its decades of white paint, the smell of old wood and salt air, and faintly, the floral something I had noticed on arrival and had never identified. I stood there and breathed it in and thought about going home, not the small apartment near the library that I had been calling home for 6 months, with a deliberateness that was really a form of avoidance. The house in Portland. Marcus's house. Our house. The house I had sublet and could reclaim when the graduate student's lease ended in February, which was 3 months away. Which was not very long when you said it plainly. I sat down at the kitchen table and opened my phone and sent my sister a message. It was not a long message. I told her I was in Maine and I was all right, and I would call her when I got back. I told her I missed her. I sent it before I could edit it into something more carefully worded, which is not how I normally send messages, and which felt, in this instance, entirely correct. She replied in 4 minutes. A single line. I have been waiting for this message for 8 months. I'm so glad you are all right. Call whenever you are ready. I set the phone down and looked at it on the table for a moment, and the warmth in my chest was uncomplicated and simple. Gratitude, specifically, for a sister who had known how to wait without withdrawing, who had kept the line open across 8 months of my silence without making the silence into a wound. I made a late breakfast. The first real meal I had prepared since arriving. Eggs from a carton I had bought in Brunswick and barely touched. Toast from the end of a loaf. Coffee in the heavy ceramic mug that had been in the cottage when I arrived. I ate at the kitchen table with the east window showing me the bay, which was still blue and clear and cold. a lobster boat visible at the far edge, working the outer buoys with methodical patience. After breakfast, I went through the cottage slowly, not packing, not yet, but taking inventory in the way I had been unable to take inventory since Marcus died. The kind of inventory you take when you are preparing to move through the world again rather than endure it. What I had brought, what I had used, what the place had given me that I had not arrived with. I found myself at the bookshelf, running my finger along the spines. The Cruising Guide to the New England Coast. The paperback thriller with Patricia's name inside the cover. The Green Book, Harpswell Waters, which I had read twice, and which had been the first thread of the thing that had unraveled and then reformed into something I could wear, rather than something I was tangled in. I took the Green Book from the shelf and opened the front cover. There was no inscription, no name, no indication of how it had come to be in this cottage. I thought about all the people who might have left it here over the years. The November people, as Ruth had called them. The ones who came to this particular cottage in this particular season for reasons that were not entirely about rest or scenery or the appeal of a Maine winter. The ones who had been sent here in whatever various and imprecise ways people get sent to places they need to be. I put the book back on the shelf. It belonged here. It was part of what the cottage offered, the way the path to the water was part of what the cottage offered, and the tidal flat, and the return point on the northern shelf of exposed bedrock where the current ran closest to shore. I would not take it with me. I would leave it for the next one. In the afternoon I drove to Brunswick and had the oil changed at a service station on the highway, a fact so mundane it embarrassed me to record it, and which I record anyway because it was the first practical, forward-looking thing I had done since arriving, and practicality of that kind had its own significance. The mechanic, a young man in coveralls with grease on his forearms and a patient manner, told me the filter was original and probably should have been changed 2 services ago. I thanked him and paid and sat in the waiting room for 40 minutes drinking bad coffee from a machine and reading a 6-month-old magazine about home renovation and feeling, for the first time in a very long time, simply present in an ordinary moment without the ordinary moment requiring anything of me. That evening I sat on the cottage porch with the blue pouch in my hand and watched the sun go down over the western tree line behind the property. Not over the water, since the cottage faced east, but the light on the water changed as the sun descended behind me, going from blue to silver to a deep, burnished gray that was not the gray of the overcast days I had arrived to, but something warmer, a gray with gold underneath it. The water moved. The tide was coming in, running quietly up the flat with its patient, lateral advance, filling the channels first and then spreading across the mud in the slow, deliberate way of something that has done this a very long time, and has no doubt about the outcome. I turned the blue pouch over in my fingers and thought about Marcus finding that amber piece in Big Sur on a clear morning early in our marriage, bending to pick it up with that private, focused pleasure, carrying it in his jacket pocket for years, and then settling it on the desk where it had sat for 11 years in the particular company of his papers and his pens, and the lamp that cast its light at, the angle visible from the kitchen doorway. The pouch was warm in my hand, the glass inside it, through the cloth. I thought about going to the storage unit in February when I was back in the house, unpacking that box, finding whatever was left in it alongside the amber piece. The notes from the unfinished translation, the small objects of a working life, the evidence of a mind that had been alive and busy and full of its own particular concerns right up until it was not. I thought about sitting with those things and not running from them. I thought I could do that now. I went inside as the last light left the water, and the bay went dark and quiet behind the cottage, and I set the blue pouch on the nightstand beside the bed and fell asleep almost immediately. And the sleep was deep and without images, the sleep of a body that has finished something it had been working on for a very long time and has, at last, set the work down. I stayed 3 more days. Not because I had planned it. My original booking had been for 1 week, and I'd arrived assuming I would spend most of it sitting in the front room reading and walking the shore and sleeping badly, and doing the approximate version of resting that people in genuine distress perform when they tell themselves and others that they are taking a break. That had been the plan. The plan had been replaced by something that required more of me and returned more to me than any plan I had been capable of making in the condition I arrived in. The 3 extra days were different from the first 5, quieter in a way that was not emptiness but completion, the quiet of a room after a long and necessary conversation, when everything that needed to be said has been said, and what remains is the particular ease of 2 people who have been honest with each other and are now simply present together in the same space. I was the 2 people in this metaphor. The conversation had been with myself, and the ease was new, and I treated it with care, the way you treat something new that you do not yet fully trust, but are willing to believe in. I walked every morning, not the path to the water only. I walked the full length of the property line north and south, and then out along the peninsula road in both directions. And on the 2nd extra day I walked all the way to the small cove marked on Eleanor's map, a quarter-mile south, where the shore curved inward, and the water was sheltered from the channel current and the mud flat was finer-grained and paler, the color of wet concrete. I stood there for a while and looked at the water and did not feel anything in particular, which was itself a form of something. The absence of the specific dread and weight that had made every encounter with open water in the 2 years since Marcus died feel like an accusation. It was just water, cold and tidal and indifferent and real. He had loved it. I could love it for that reason, and also for its own. I wrote in the mornings at the kitchen table, not this account. That came later, weeks later, at the apartment in Portland. But notes. The kind of notes I have always made when I am trying to understand something, the private shorthand of a person who thinks better on paper than in her head. I wrote about Eleanor Voss and what she had built out of 41 years of patient attention. I wrote about the green book in the archive room in Ruth's kitchen and the return point in the pre-dawn dark and the white glass and the warmth that had moved through my palm from the center of each piece and what I believed that warmth was and was not. I wrote about Marcus, the specific things, not the inventory of failures. That catalog had been retired, or not retired, but demoted, moved from the permanent daily rotation to the occasional reference shelf, available for consultation but no longer governing. I wrote about the particular quality of his attention when he was interested in something, which was total and unhurried, and made the thing he was attending to feel as though it had been waiting its whole existence to be noticed in precisely that way. I wrote about the sound of him working in the evenings, the particular quiet of a person thinking, punctuated by the occasional movement of a chair or the soft percussion of keys. I wrote about his hands. I wrote about the translation project he had not finished, and what I knew of it and what I intended to do about that, which was something I had not been able to think about clearly until now. He had been translating a collection of Portuguese poetry. A small press had contracted him for it 2 years before he died, and he had completed perhaps 2/3 of the manuscript. I had the files. I had been unable to open them. But, sitting at the kitchen table in the cottage on the 2nd extra morning, in the clean light off the bay with the white glass in its blue pouch on the table beside my coffee, I understood that the manuscript was not a wound. It was work. His work, begun and unfinished, and there were people who might help finish it. A colleague of his at the university, a translator I had met once at a dinner, who had known Marcus professionally and who had reached out after his death in a way I had not been able to respond to. I would reach out now. That clarity arrived without fanfare, without the accompanying emotion I had been associating with any forward movement through the grief. It was simply there, in the morning light, alongside the coffee and the notes and the sound of the tide coming in. A practical understanding. A next step. The kind of thought that had been available to me for 2 years and which I had been circling without being able to land on, and which had now become landable because something in the weight had shifted. I called my sister on the 3rd extra morning. We talked for an hour and 40 minutes, which is longer than we had talked in a single call in years. She is 4 years younger than me, and she lives in Albuquerque with her husband and their 2 daughters. And she had been present and steady throughout the worst of the 2 years in a way I had not been able to fully receive until now. The love having arrived at an address that was temporarily unable to accept deliveries. She cried once, briefly, early in the call, and I let her. And she composed herself quickly, and then we talked for a long time about Marcus, and about the house, and about February, and about the translation project, and about her daughters, who were 9 and 12 and had adored Marcus in a particular way that children adore adults who take them seriously. He would have been insufferable about them growing up, she said, meaning it as the kindness it was. He would have been terrible, I agreed. He would have had opinions about everything. We laughed together, and the laugh was real and uncomplicated. And after I hung up, I sat for a moment with the phone in my hand, and the laughter still in the room, and I thought about how long it had been since I had laughed about Marcus rather than around him, keeping him sealed in the specific amber of the grief rather than letting him be what he had actually been. A person with a full range of qualities, some of them magnificent and some of them maddening and all of them his. The amber piece of glass was gone, in the current, where it belonged. On my last full day in the cottage, I cleaned it thoroughly, not because I was obligated to, the owner had a cleaning service, but because it was the right thing to do for a place that had given me what this place had given me. I washed the dishes and swept the floors, and wiped the kitchen counters and made the bed with fresh sheets from the closet, and put the used ones in the small laundry room off the mudroom. I returned Eleanor Voss's photograph to the mudroom shelf, propped against the back wall where I had found it, her careful gaze aimed at the middle distance. I stood in front of her for a moment. "Thank you," I said to the photograph, to the woman in it, to the 41 years of patient documentation she had left behind in a county archive for a stranger to find in November when the stranger needed it. Whether she could hear that thanks was a question I placed on the same shelf as the warmth in the glass and the precision of the pouch's fit and the white piece appearing at the current's edge. The shelf of things I was no longer going to resolve into either belief or dismissal, but simply hold. I put my bags in the car in the late afternoon. The bay was silver in the flat November light, the tide running full, the water covering the entire flat and coming up to the edge of the beach grass below the cottage. Somewhere out on the water, a loon called. That particular sound, ancient and lonesome and completely itself, the sound that carries across open water the way no other bird's call quite manages, reaching you from a distance that makes it seem like it is arriving from another time rather than another place. I stood beside the car and listened until it stopped. Then I went back inside and stood in the front room one last time. The 2 chairs, the lamp, the bookshelf with the green book on its shelf, the white space beside it where my coffee cup had rested for a week. The east window showing the bay, silver and full and patient. The room smelled of old wood and salt air and the lavender I had never identified. And standing there in my coat with my bags in the car, I understood finally that the lavender smell was coming from the mudroom shelf, from a small dry bunch of it hanging from a nail I had not examined closely, brown and papery and shedding, still giving off its scent after what must have been a very long time. Someone had put it there deliberately. I did not need to know who. I turned off the reading lamp and went out and locked the door and put the key back in the lockbox. I sat in the car for a moment before starting it. The blue pouch was in my coat pocket. I put my hand on it through the fabric and felt the warmth there, steady and quiet, and thought about the account I would write when I got home. Not the notes, but the full account, the one you are reading now, which I began on a Tuesday evening in December at the kitchen table in my apartment with a cup of tea going cold beside the laptop, and the blue pouch on the table where I could see it. The title came while I was driving south on the Peninsula Road, through the birch trees in the last of the afternoon light, the bare branches making their intricate pattern against the pale sky. It arrived the way the best titles arrive, not constructed but recognized, already existing somewhere and simply becoming visible. What the water kept, I said it aloud in the car and knew it was right. I turned onto Route 124 and pointed the car south toward Brunswick and then toward the highway and then toward Portland, and the bay disappeared behind the trees. And the loon did not call again, and the afternoon light held for another 20 minutes before the clouds came in from the east and the sky closed over. And I drove through the gathering dark with the white glass warm in my pocket, and my sister's laughter still somewhere in the air around me. And I understood that I was not leaving. I was carrying it forward, the way the current carries what it is given, with direction and with purpose and without looking back. I went back in March, not to the cottage. The cottage was booked through the spring, a fact I confirmed without regret when I checked the listing in February, sitting at the kitchen table in the Portland house with Marcus's desk visible through the open office door, the desk lamp casting its familiar angle of light across the surface I had finally, carefully, begun to reoccupy. I had unpacked the box from the storage unit on a Saturday morning in late January, with my sister on the phone, not talking, just present the way she had learned to be present across a distance. And I had found the amber glass exactly where I expected to find it, in the small tray on the left side of the desk where Marcus kept the objects that mattered to him without mattering enough to put away. I held it for a long time. It was cold. Just glass, just the ordinary temperature of a thing that had been in a storage unit through a New England winter. I set it on the desk where it had always been and left it there. The cottage being booked did not matter. I did not need the cottage. What I needed was the peninsula and the shore, and the return point on the northern shelf of exposed bed.